Discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palagi pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung goals namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano mo ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang maging Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan. Unstoppable ba?
Unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Sige, okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag 2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to get me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung McCrispy Chicken Sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing naglalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang goto. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
Oo, sige, kape na lang. Oo, kape na lang.
Tara na.
Hi, I'm Nate Dix.
Hi, I'm 2766.
I'm Patman.
I am Zin, and we are
Zol Esports. Nakakabi ko na sila, more experienced and more disciplined players. Yung adjustment ko is, dapat mas maging better, sasabay sa playstyle kung anong meron sila. Saka mag-create ng magandang chemistry since we only have a little time na mag-prepare pero we will do our very best together with my teammates.
sa akin po player po ng si Jack. Yan, lagi ko nilook up. Kasi parang na-idolize ko na rin siya na parang gusto ko na rin siyang makalaban lagi. Well, nakakalaban ko naman, kaso nga yun nga, lagi kami nabibitin. So, gusto ko pa rin siyang, parang talunin na talaga.
Yung player po na nilook up ko is si Nexi po. Like, si Nexie po kasi super confident niyang player and also very experienced as well. Then yung team po na gusto kong makalaban ulit is Oasis, and sobrang galing po nila talaga as in. But sila po kasi yung naglaglag po sa amin sa Cebu nung past tournament. Like sila yung nag-champion and we're the first runner-up. And gusto ko pong makabawi, kaso hindi pa po like sobrang pulido pa nila, kaya sobrang hirap pa nilang kalaban ngayon.
Siguro Zolid, since may word na Zol doon, which is yung team name namin. And kaya Zolid kasi we treat each other like family talaga sa team.
Not just as teammate but also family talaga. And we're building each other like character development, not just in game but also outside the game. Since marami kami sa bootcamp and we treat each other as family members po talaga.
Yung meaning ng Relentless para sa akin is bumanggagi ba talaga. Like, kahit sinong makatapat namin talagang tatry namin kayo talunin.
Ayun, thank you sa mga supporters namin, especially sa mga boss namin, investors, and sa Zol family na nasa isang bahay kami, nagsusuportahan kami kahit iba-ibang game. And then sa lahat din ng mga fans outside ng organization namin, sobrang thankful po namin sa pag-support. Kahit sa comment section lang ng live, hindi namin nami-miss yung mga ganung small things, kaya super thankful po kami ng sobra sa mga bagay po na ganun.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V-Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines, and hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos na namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, syempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, in-add namin yung dalawang bagong players, si Kel at si Jiko.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge, since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and you know, I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi idol ko siya dati. Dati Zils pa sila ni Nico, yun nga nabanggit na. And then, Senior Carl is very creative player.
Ako naman si Nexie, kasi hindi lang sa in-game ang gusto ko kalabanin siya. Gusto ko hinamon kita Nexie. 1v1, samgyup, paramihan ng kain. Idol.
Ayaw ko na sumagot after niyan, pre. Para sa akin naman si Jack. Kasi gusto ko I look at Ja as the best jet player at PH. Gusto ko ma-jet diff lang si Ja, at least once. Kasi isang mapa.
Sa akin is blurred kasi kapitbahay kami tapos magaling talaga siya mag-duelist tapos yung dream ko is maging teammate niya. So,
Ayaw mo na sa amin? Bago pa lang tayo?
Alis ka na.
Alis ka na nga ba? I go with, True Reapers kasi nandun si Rabbit.
sa akin is ARF.
Kaya hindi nyo ba nakita yung run ng MITH?
Wala.
Pwede in Thailand. Gago last split 1 ata yun na 0 loss sila. 2-0 lahat maps. Series. Flawless run nila. Hindi na nakita yun.
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung rambutan ni tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbes na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
So kasi TikTok clip boy.
Kahit KDA player to.
Ako naman, I go with, discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palaging pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung coach namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano mo ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
maging
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng #MVP win, #2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to get me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung crispy chicken sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung
burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing lalaro ko ng VALORANT.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang goto. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
Oo, kasi kape na lang, kape na lang. Oo, kape na lang, kape na lang.
Tara na.
Hi, I'm Matrix.
Hi, I'm 2766.
I'm Patman.
I am Zin, and we are
Zol Esports.
Nakakabi ko na sila, more experienced and more disciplined players. Yung adjustment ko is, dapat mas maging better, sasabay sa playstyle kung anong meron sila. Saka mag-create ng magandang chemistry since we only have a little time na mag-prepare, pero we will do our very best together with my teammates.
Sa akin po player po si Jack. Yan, lagi ko nilook up. Kasi parang na-idolize ko na rin siya na parang gusto ko na rin siyang makalaban lagi. Well, nakakalaban ko naman, kaso lagi kami nabibitin. So, gusto ko pa rin siyang, parang talunin na talaga.
Yung player po na nilook up ko is si Nexi po. Like, si Nexi po kasi super confident yung player and also very experienced as well. Then yung team po na gusto kong makalaban ulit is Oasis, and sobrang galing po nila talaga as in. But sila po kasi yung naglaglag po sa amin sa Cebu nung past tournament. Like sila yung nag-champion and we're the first runner-up. And gusto ko pong makabawi kaso hindi pa po sobrang pulido pa nila kaya sobrang hirap pa nilang kalaban ngayon.
Siguro Zolid since may word na Zol doon, which is yung team name namin. And kaya Zolid kasi we treat each other like family talaga sa team.
Not just as teammate but also family talaga. And we're building each other like character development, not just in game but also outside the game. Since marami kami sa bootcamp and we treat each other as family members po talaga.
Yung meaning ng Relentless para sa akin is bumanggagi ba talaga. Like, kahit sinong makatapat namin talagang tatry namin kayo talunin.
Ayun, thank you sa mga supporters namin, especially sa mga boss namin, investors, and sa Zol family na nasa isang bahay kami, nagsusuportahan kami kahit iba-ibang game. And then sa lahat din ng mga fans outside ng organization namin, sobrang thankful po namin sa pag-support. Kahit sa comment section lang ng live, hindi namin nami-miss yung mga ganung small things, kaya super thankful po kami ng sobra sa mga bagay po na ganun.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V-Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines, and hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos lang namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, syempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, in-add namin yung dalawang bagong player, si Kel at si Jacob.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge, since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi idol ko siya dati. Dati Zeus pa sila ni Nico, yun nga nabanggit na. And then, Senior Carl is very creative player.
Ako naman si Nexy kasi hindi lang sa in-game ang gusto ko kalabanin siya. Gusto ko hinamon kita Nexy. 1v1 samgyup para mayan ang kain. Idol.
Ayaw ko na sumagot after yan, pre. Sa akin naman si Jack. Kasi gusto ko I look at Jack as the best jet player at PH. Gusto ko ma-jet diff lang si Jack at least once. Kasi isang mapa.
Sa akin is Blurred kasi kapitbahay kami, tapos magaling talaga siya mag-duelist. Tapos yung dream ko is maging teammate niya. So,
Ayaw mo na sa amin? Bago pa lang tayo?
Alis ka na.
Alis ka na. I go with, True Reapers kasi nandun si Rabbit.
sa akin is ARP.
Hindi nyo ba nakita yung run ng MITH?
Wala.
Pwede in Thailand. Gago last split 1 ata yun na 0 loss sila. 2-0 lahat maps. Series. Flawless run nila. Hindi nyo nakita yun?
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung rambutan ni Tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbes na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
Gusto ko kasi TikTok clip boy.
Kahit KD player to.
Ako naman, I go with, discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palaging pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung coach namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano mo ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
maging
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear. Ah!
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan.
Kapabol ba?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Oh, ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Sige, okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag too easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to get me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung crispy chicken sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing naglalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang goto. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
Oo, kasi kay kape na lang, kape na lang. Oo, kape na lang, kape na lang.
Tara na.
Hi, I'm Matrix.
Hi, I'm 2766.
I'm Patman.
I am Zin, and we are
Zol Esports.
Nakakabi ko.
Kahapon, nagkita-kita tayo at na-witness natin kung paano ni-knockdown ng GameLab pati ng APH ang Zol at MVPE sa ating lower brackets. What's next to come? Eddie, yung Titans! Oasis Gaming and NAOS Esports sitting pretty waiting for their next opponent. Ang tanong, kaya sila palagan nitong mga challengers na to? Nako, magkakaalaman na sa day number 2 ng ating playoffs dito sa VCTPH.
By now, it's next to Aaron. He gets again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Kada araw na lumilipas dito sa VCTPH scene, tumitindi yung mga labanan at tumitindi rin yung panel natin. May panibago na naman tayong combo na kasama dito. It's Likeable, alongside me is Poppy02 and Black and Blue. So, matchy-matchy kayo ngayon. I like the colors. Hindi natin pinag-usapan, ako yung odd one out.
Oo nga, syempre ikaw naman ang host. Pero ang iniisip ko dito, Fluffy, since tayo naman na magka-tandem, ano kaya ang pwede natin maging tandem name, di ba?
Uy,
Fluffy
ayun
at
like
Black and Blue. Pag-isipan na lang natin mamaya.
Ewan ko eh. Pag colors tapos fluffy, parang stuff to yung naiisip ko. So maybe something na ganon. Pag-isipan natin yan. First day pa lang naman ulit na nagsama kayong dalawa. So may oras pa tayo dyan. Pero, eto guys, kahapon, malupit yung mga labanan. Umabot tayo ng 6 maps. Na alam ko, Fluffy, kabisado mo. Parang narinig ko boses mo sa lahat ng matches na yun.
Ay, grabe, from panel to cast to panel, dire-diretso lang ang laban kahapon. And today, I think mas malaki pa yung chances, especially in mga Titans nga, is today.
Yes, so ayan nga. Siyempre yung mga laban na napanood natin at kinast pati pinanel ni Fluffy kahapon ay hindi magiging posible kung hindi tayo tinulungan ng ating mga napaka-espesyal na sponsors katulad na lang ng Riot Games pati ng Mineski Philippines.
And of course, yung buong time din kumakain na ako, especially because I have that Grab Unlimited. So if you want as well, you can always celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day with Grab Unlimited, now free for your first month.
Syempre naman, ang VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayan, maraming salamat po. Oo nga pala guys, malapit na yun June 2 to 4. Nabalitaan nyo ba? May VCT LAN tayo dito.
No.
So para sa mga nanonood, ito na yung chance nyo na ma-witness ang Relentless teams natin na maglaban-laban for the very first VCT LAN Challengers LAN event dito sa Pilipinas. Mangyayari yan June 2 to 4 over at the CONQuest Festival 2023. So ano pang inaantay nyo, di ba? Punta na kayo sa www.conquestph.com. Bumili na kayo ng tickets at kita-kita tayo sa CONQuest or see you in the skies.
Syempre. Mas lalo na, pwede nyo guys din ma-meet and greet ang ating Fluffy O2 sa kanyang sariling booth. So, pumunta na kayo guys. Ako, yun talaga yung pinaka-inaabangan ko din as well as the VCT LAN.
Kung kailangan nyo ng clue kung anong booth yung tinutukoy namin, tingnan nyo na lang yung suot ni Fluffy ngayong araw. Magkaka-idea na kayo dyan. Ngayon naman, meron tayong recap sa mga nangyari kahapon. Parang hindi naman, ayoko sabihing PTSD pero lang, para lang maalala ni Fluffy kung ano yung mga mapa na kinas niya kahapon. Ito yung series highlights natin from yesterday.
We're already playing close, unable to push forward because of the gravity well. Spots out one, and that's gonna be Dritch, but he has to be careful. And he is blind and cannot see anything. It's a very difficult position as Aeonix takes advantage of this, including Fall X. 3v1, Hydra Kid is the only one left, and he's gone. All they gotta do now is defuse. But the timing is not gonna be in their favor, and Fall X and Dritch finishes off the job, and it's all up to Zind through before the cloud burst actually, and he's not gonna get locked down. And there's the Molly. It's gonna buy some time. Boogie wants to push through this. Let's see if he wins this peak. And that's a no. 4K for Zind. Nice clutch.
Stop, but there goes the speed as it goes really fast. Not gonna land though.
Was there double showstoppers? Oh. Batman deals first blood. Seekers activated. They know someone's behind that box, but Dritch peeks. Oh dear me. Now it's a 4v2. Now we're possibly going to overtime with 2 members. All up to them as Batman just whittling down the numbers. Boogie, it's a 1v2 now. He has complete utility, but he can't use it because he doesn't want to reveal. He's gonna meet Idle Eye. Now it's a 1v1. Now the spike has been planted. There's a possible wallbang. What is your choice? Will he flashes himself? Unfortunately, flashes the both of them. With the dog now being used. Very, very tricky situation. He wants to tap the spike. He's gonna clutch it for GameLab Alpha! And we're not going to overtime. And it is GameLab who proceeds to continue their journey in the upper bracket.
Yes.
Yes!
That is exactly what happened. GameLab Alpha securing.
I would just say, yep. I was about to say just a poison spot once again. And as soon as he heard the ultimate, swings, picks it up, and now there's a numbers advantage. They have to go for the cross here. It is so dangerous. It is so risky. Kelly S is right there with a showstopper. Are you even going to try to go about this? Because now you will just get a full face of Rocket. And as you try to go for that defuse, Oh, they get spotted. This is the perfect time for Exotic to actually go for the swing. But this V-Black once again. Exotic's just holding his angle here. Not sure if they know where he is, but this dog from Blurred is gonna make sure. But again, that's two-pronged approach. Now it's all down onto Micro. That gets immediately refragged, excuse me. Maybe not. Exotic still finds one. And even though they've unleashed the Raze ultimate, Exotic has still yet to be answered on the top of A ramps. Kelly S, I mean, yeah, sure. He's gotten the showstopper at the back of the site. He's trying to chase kills, but MVP, they're baiting him. They're coaxing him. Chase me. We have a lot more refrags to try to deal with you. And Kelly S, he has the shotgun. He has the weapon. And oh my gosh, he almost actually tries to explode. Kevs,
So
one tap, one kill, all shot, no skill, or all skill, excuse me, as he clutches the round.
Ayos ba, Fluffy? Memories, bring back memories ba yun?
Parang PTSD na eh.
Haunting.
Are you gonna be casting today as well?
Yes, second series.
Pero hindi ito. Okay, hindi ko ito-throw yung panel to caster, just ikaw rin pala yung sasalo.
Oh,
Ayos
magic,
naman
no?
pala. Balance tayo ngayon dito sa ating panel. Pero nakita na natin yung mga highlights nila kahapon. And syempre, tulad nga ng sinabi ko sa Cold Open, meron tayong teams na napunta rin sa lower bracket. So let's take a look at the standings to get a better picture kung sino nga ba yung nananatili dito sa taas, sino ang makakalaban ng mga Titans, at heto na nga Nico, or Black and Blue pala, kasi may tandem name kayo
salamat.
binubuo dyan.
Alam mo, yung madali sa'yo, Laika, yung IGN mo mismong pangalan mo na eh. Kaya palagi tayong first name basis. Pero tignan naman natin ang first place basis kung nasaan tayo dito sa upper bracket. And we look at yung mga standings sila. And so far, I think it's kind of the expected teams that have made it this far. You got Oasis and GameLab, both in the top 4 seeds sa lahat ng mga natira dito. And really, GameLab, they're the ones who are trying to prove more kung ganong consistent ba talaga sila. Arguably, it should have been a 2-0 versus Zol kahapon, pero napaabot pa nga ng map number 3, and they need a bit more of a consistent performance kung may balak man silang talunin ng Oasis dito.
I mean, on the other side of things, we have the lower bracket as well. Zol Esports and MVP both kind of fighting for their lives here because of what happened, unfortunately, yesterday.
Yes, and speaking of yesterday, kahapon yun. So today, alamin natin yung schedule naman today. Di ba? It's a new day. Yun yung mga pag-uusapan natin. Sorry, na-excite ako. Pero kasi ito palang schedule natin ngayon, malaman na malaman. Kita natin yung Oasis Gaming versus GLab, nung split 1 playoffs natin, they went through the distance. Talagang sinulit nila yung best of 5 nila dun sa lower bracket finals natin sa Pero ito namang NAOS versus APH, laban of veterancy naman yan. At pareho yan, hihimay-himayin pa natin as the panel discussion goes. So simulan na nga natin dito sa first series. Fluffy, parang may pinapanigan kang team dito. Ako lang ba nakakaramdam doon or napapansin mo rin Black and Blue?
Halatang halata eh. Medyo konti na lang ang, kulang na lang ang konting medyo pagka-obvious, tas may gets na rin natin. Pero I want to hear Fluffy's thoughts. Fluffy, what do you think about sa mga team natin dito?
I think one of them is really trying to do their best while there are other teams that are clearly succeeding. So hopefully, the other teams do catch up.
Okay, and speaking of the teams that are trying to catch up talaga, itong team na kahit papano pwede nating i-describe na kryptonite nung suot-suot na logo ngayon ni Fluffy, Pakilala na natin ulit ang mga mad scientists na kung ano-ano ang laging pinapakulo sa kanilang laboratory. Heto na ang GameLab Alpha.
GameLab Alpha, dito na nga si Aeonix, Boogie, Chase, Dritch, and FallX. At katulad nga ng sinabi ni Laika kanina, at katulad din ng kinakanta ni Michael Bolton, they wanna go the distance, they wanna find the way. Pero you look at how they've done that so far, and this split, sa buong group stage, they have never won a series 2-0, and some of those series, you'd argue they should have been a 2-0, like nung kinalaban ng Zol, nung kinalaban nga nilang MVP, that just never came to pass. So, pag meron silang advantage, the consistency at yung level na ilalaro nila when they're playing on a deficit, hindi nila na itutuloy, and that's what I'm hoping here for GameLab Alpha to find in the playoffs, because that's what they have to do to be able to beat a team like Oasis, a best of 3.
Yeah, I have to agree. They're not being able to really close out a couple of these games. Yesterday, we saw them play against Zol Esports 2-1, and unfortunately, they lost one of their favorite maps, which is that Pearl, but they did bounce back on Bind, and I think keeping that surprise element and really having all those tools available and evolving their what used to be kind of simple setup is something that's really helped them throughout this whole playoffs.
And something na gusto kong i-add dito is, oo, laging umaabot ng game number 3, pero kailangan mong i-comment tong GameLab Alpha pagdating sa stamina na kaya nilang dalhin dito. Kahit ano pang game number 3, yan talagang bine-brave through nila dyan at kadalasan dumidikit pa talaga yung scoreline. O kaya naman, tinatapos nila yung series na pumapabor sa kanila. On the other hand naman, etong team na makakalaban nila is hoping na hindi na maulit yung mga hiccups na nangyari dun sa ating split 1. Gusto nilang ipakita na hindi na namin kahinaan tong team na to, and on top of everything else, we are back stronger than ever at this split. So heto na nga, i-welcome na natin ang Oasis Gaming.
And of course, we have Oasis Gaming here to try to usurp the throne from NAOS Esports from the previous split. Aside from playing against their team and going for that defeat, the rest of the way has been pretty clear-cut for Oasis Gaming. Of course, the starting 5 with Nexi, Savvy, Drax, Georgie, and Marky, as well as Wild Oreo, is always ready for any challenge. Recently, they've strung those 4 past couple games with those 2-0s, unlike GameLab going pretty cleanly, but we do know previously that they have struggled against GameLab in the past, so I'm sure that both of these teams will put up a great fight.
And I mean, if you look at dito yung parang mga matchups in terms of enemies or counterparts for Oasis, aside from NAOS, it's been GameLab who have been one of those teams that you can really tell there's a story in terms of a rivalry. There were the team that did beat Oasis in the group stage last stage, and then it went to the full best of 5, let's not forget, in the lower bracket final, where they were a few rounds away from taking down Oasis and being the grand finalists. It just never came. But what we have seen from Oasis now is what we've come to kind of recognize in the past as well. Now, during the regular season playoffs, it's always the best that we see from Oasis. The question never is if they can perform in the playoffs, but how far do they get? And when they do get to their distance, how do they kind of play against one of the more favored teams when they're not the ones who are favored? In this case, sila naman ang pabor dito, kalaban ng GameLab, and that is normally something that, you know, it doesn't give them too much pressure, but it's always a pressure that has been a problem for this team. So far though, against GameLab, I think that they've kind of reconfigured themselves in terms of who plays what plays where, and it's been working so far, at least from what we've seen in the past recent outings. This is their opening playoff game, and I'm hoping they start off with a bang like the champions we know they can be.
Yan rin yung hinihintay ko talaga dito. Sobrang excited ako for this specific series din. Dahil kahit papano, kahit pa sabihin mong sobrang solid na itong Oasis na over and over again, pinapatunayan nila sa atin dito sa Philippine scene, etong GLab, may mga things sila na ginagawa na parang natitwist nila yung mga conditions in their favor pag nandun na tayo sa mga rounds after rounds na nangyayari dyan. Kaya doon na lang ang kailangan din ditong ingatan ng Oasis kapag hindi in favor yung momentum sa kanila, kaya ba nilang mag-bounce back? Kaya ba nilang mag-reset in the middle of a matchup or in the middle of a map? And tapusin na lang nila yung mga rounds, kunin nila yung mga points na kailangan nila at ipanalo na yung game. Yun yung kailangan natin sa kanila para patunayan na strong. Kasi alam natin pag sa kanila yung momentum, sa kanila talaga yung momentum, ang hirap tibagin. Pero pag hindi, paano nila i-recalibrate yung sarili nila para bumalik sa kanila yung favor? Pero yan nga yung test natin ngayon. Ngayon naman meron tayong special na head-to-head mentions dito. Dahil etong dalawang players na to, syempre, bukod sa napakalupit, nakakatuwa rin panoorin. Kasi bukod sa pagkita natin sa kanila na killjoys dito, Fluffy, from time to time, we do see them on the initiators as well.
I mean, for Nexi, I think it's a bit more uncommon, but overall, yeah, the Sentinels really holding down the fort for both of these teams. Nexi has that additional firepower for Oasis Gaming, always ready to clutch those situations that seem very impossible at times. Aeonix, on the other hand, his consistency also comes with some flexibility, able to flex through agents and really fill in the gap. Something that GameLab mentioned in their interview yesterday, how all of them just kind of are flexible with their roles. They can just play whatever as long as they have that impact, and impact is the name of the game for Aeonix.
I mean, nakita naman natin na si Aeonix, the last time these two teams faced each other nung regular season, that was when Oasis were really able to put their foot down. Binawian nila ang muntikang pantalo nung lower bracket final nung split number 1. And they probably decimated, is the best word here, dito ang GameLab. And a lot of that was really due to some of the players on GameLab not being able to step up to the plate. But one of the players that did was Aeonix. He was on that Gecko 1 Pearl. We saw that yesterday. It was the one map na natalo sila versus Zol. But I'm hoping to see here that maybe he being part of that backline can give them something different. If nilaro man nila yung Pearl at kung nilabasan naman nila ang Gecko dito para sa GameLab, I wonder how differently and creatively they can use it against one of the best utility-heavy teams dito sa ating VCT.
Saktong-sakto yan kasi makikita na natin yung map selections natin. Doon pa lang magkakaroon na tayo ng idea na ano kayang compositions yung ilalabas na itong mga teams na to. At ano kaya yung ma-expect natin in terms of the aggression na ilalabas nila dito. Kasi dun pa lang yung amount of space na kaya nilang ibigay dito sa mga rounds, magkakaroon ka na ng idea kung sino yung tunay na may control kapag nagsimula na yung labanan natin. Pero yun nga, makikita natin yan in just a bit. Pero bago pa dyan, this is a trend na napansin ko dito, Black and Blues, especially this season. Ang dami nating nagiging flex players across all of the teams na nandito compared sa last year na parang mas set yung roles nila Ngayon, halos lahat nagiging flex na no?
Well, it's kind of natural in many esports that I've seen, especially mga FPS na naging class-based. Early on, you have specialists. You have a guy who can only play duelist, a guy who can only play smoker. But as the game progresses, yung mga player din na to, syempre mas nagiging komportable sila sa iba't ibang role. And then teams see the benefit of that. Having one player that can play different roles, depende sa kalaban, depende sa mapa, depende sa configuration. And that is something that we see lots of value in. And when you have a team like Oasis, you have one of the most flexible rosters as a whole dito sa buong VCTPH. Bakit hindi mo i-utilize yon? But then again, yung problema nga doon, as we see time and time, sometimes you can see tendencies bleed on over to different roles. May makita kang initiator pero galawan niya yung pwesto niya parang sentinel, medyo mapatras siya, not in the position you want him to be in. And those are the type of things na if you're GameLab Alpha, you wanna be able to punish that. We just didn't see it versus Zol yesterday.
I mean, overall, it is an innate strength to really have these flexible players on your roster, but only if they can do it masterfully. Because if not, yeah, those small missteps can really cost you, especially in those pivotal rounds in certain maps. And I think overall, yeah, Oasis, but also GameLab really have very flexible players in their roster. And I think they have shown that they can play it. And the more that they have played it, oh yeah, it's a try ba? Yon. Maybe even more flexible for the side of Oasis Gaming. I think there are certain players like Wild Oreo especially who has played multiple roles on different professional teams. Actually, all of them, I think in Oasis, 5 out of 6 of them have been duelists in the past, so they have the aim to back it up. But yeah, yung game sense, the positioning, those small things really come over time. And thankfully for Oasis Gaming, I think that they have had that time, especially because we had that break and previously from when they formed right before Split 1.
Yes. Actually, yung mga fundamentals na mention nyo rin ngayon is something that continues to impress me pag pinag-usapan naman natin yung GameLab Alpha. Because again, this is a relatively new team dito sa ating Valo PH or sa VCTPH na scene natin. Tapos, they're able to keep up with all of these giants. So, nakaka-impress lang talaga how easy it was for them to adapt to the current situation na meron tayo dito. And even making it to the playoffs again, dahil nagawa na nila yung playoff nung split 1 at nagawa na naman nila dito. And on top of that, di ba yun nga, sinagad nila yung isa sa mga Titan City natin dito, yung Oasis Gaming. Ang question na lang, tingin mo, Fluffy, regardless kung anong mapa yung makikita natin mamaya, sa tingin mo, aabot kaya na naman ng game number 3 to?
I think with GameLab Alpha, it's super possible because last split nga, sabi nga natin na umabot kami sa best of 5 during that lower bracket. And this time around, even though they lost 2-0 from the group stages, here in the playoffs, we've seen how much that GameLab has improved, how much they've adapted, and more importantly, how they can really punish mistakes that we saw in their Zol game yesterday. So overall, I feel like they have the tools, and in their interview, they did mention also that they don't really care who they're playing against. They just want to play their game plan, do their thing, and just flex and keep that strat. And I think that's a better way of looking at things, instead of stressing about like what the enemy can do. The fact that you just play your game makes you a more cohesive team overall.
I have to agree with the benefit of that. Parang pag inisip mo, yes, ideally you'd kind of be able to want to factor in kung anong ginagawa ng kalaban, but sometimes you just don't have enough time as a unit to kind of prepare that much, especially coming off of the win yesterday. And so you just gotta kind of focus on what you're doing. And for GameLab, that's really their strength. Yung talagang nakita naman nating playstyle nila, napagana nila nung split number 1 is something that we wanted to see them improve on more coming into this. And we were wondering, anong idadagdag kaya dito ng GameLab kung meron man silang idadagdag from split 1 to split 2? Do they add more firepower, parang Paper Rex, or do they add more stability? And they went for the latter option dun sa stability in adding Aeonics. Now, it's given them at least a spot that we were kind of expecting dito, top 4 para sa kanila, as they should be, aside from Action PH. But then we also wonder kung matutuloy pa ba nila yung kalakasan na yon. We see Oasis a lot of times, the one biggest parang weakness na nakikita natin from them is during mid-round, pag nagkagulo na, how they reset themselves has not been super as clean as we'd want to, and you're going up against a team like GameLab Alpha na magaling gumawa ng gulo, magaling gumawa ng chaos, and that is, I think, where GameLab can have some sort of game plan based off.
Yun yung GameLab Alpha kasi magaling manira ng plano. Yun yung bottom line dito. Paulit-ulit lang nilang ginawa yan. Kung may execution na pinaplano yung kalaban nila, kahit papano napag-aralan na ni Owen Cutie at alam niya na kung ano yung calls na ibibigay niya sa team niya para tuluyang masira yung mga plano na yon. Pero alam nyo, na-realize ko, something na hindi pa natin nagagawang i-emphasize dito sa panel, even in the panel yesterday, is what is at stake dito sa ating VCTPH Split 2. And that is the road to Ascension, di ba? Bago pa tayo magkalimutan, merong mabigat na pinaglalaban din talaga yung mga players dito. Kaya naman dito pa lang pagpunta natin sa map selection, dapat galingan nila yung pagpili at siguraduhin nila na mananatili sila dito sa upper bracket para smooth sailing talaga dito. Fluffy, sa tingin mo, ano bang expectations mo sa road to Ascension dito?
Well, for Oasis, I hope that they're going to keep the momentum up. And for GameLab, they still have a lot to prove for themselves, which is very interesting because yun nga, we mentioned palagi sila best of 3. So which maps are they going to start out with? They're going to ban out Fracture immediately. They don't want to deal with the aggression from Oasis Gaming. Oasis, very interesting that they're going to ban out Lotus as well. It's not a map that I think it is the type of map that really emphasizes their weakness in those mid-round calls where they kind of just fumble on themselves. So moving on to a more stable map like Ascent that GameLab is going to pick up will be very beneficial overall for the series.
Wow, curious pick dito na Ascent ang pinili nga ng GameLab. You look at Oasis under Ascent and it's not been the most successful map so far, pero hindi rin siya ganun ka, I guess, impressive or convincing for this GameLab squad. They're both kind of tied 50% or thereabouts, and arguably the teams na nakalaban nila weren't exactly the best either in terms of being an Ascent team. Maybe they beat, they almost went against Action, pero natalo ng Oasis Gaming, yes, during the lower bracket final ng huli. But Haven, to leave Haven open against Oasis, arguably the best team on Haven dito sa ating circuit, it's a real big question mark. I get the Fracture ban, hindi komportable ang GameLab doon, but they're really choosing their poison here, and I think it seems like they want Haven instead.
Kinakabahan ako on the side of GLab dito dahil Ascent pa lang, defense pa yung Oasis. Nako, delikado talaga yan. Napaka-solid ng defense nila dito. At tama ka dito, Black and Blue. Haven is one of the best maps na pinipili lagi ng Oasis dito. 100% win rate sila kung hindi ako nagkakamali. This split, and I'm pretty sure, Fluffy, na hindi pa nila planong magpatalo ngayong araw na to.
I'm sure, especially that they have the control of the decider map. With banning out Split, that only leaves one map in the pool to be their decider. But for the previous maps, I'm actually surprised that GameLab did choose to ban out Bind. Because yes, they played it yesterday. It was a little close against Zol. But even though they have no track record on this circuit for Oasis, they have played it in other events internationally. So they have some info on that. But we will end up on Pearl, which is a map that GameLab has done well versus Oasis Gaming in the past.
In the past, pero iba na ngayon dito, and kind of what I'm seeing from what we saw from SR Nakage last time around. Malakas sila sa Pearl and then sort of tapered off and kind of wavered off. That's kind of happening here, I think, for GameLab. We haven't really seen the best success for them yesterday. At sobrang daming shaky moments, and I'm surprised the score was even that close considering how shaky they were against Zol na map number 2. So I'm hoping dito makabawi sila. They have the chance if they can find their form or footing dito sa Pearl, but that map number 1 and 2, brutal yan. Mahirap, masala na yung Haven.
Alam mo, agree ako dyan. Yung map number 1, map number 2, parang para sa akin na nararamdaman ko 2-0 on the side of Oasis. Yan yung nagiging prediction ko dito. Oh, walang bias yun, Fluffy. Ano lang, map selection ng all stats. Ganyan yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. Bakit yung sa'yo ba? Iba yung nafe-feel mo?
Well, di naman. Kasi stats, you know, I'm a nerd, so I have to agree with Oasis Likeable that I think Oasis is gonna do this 2-0 overall.
Alam mo, gusto ko sanang kumontra kasi mga kasama ko dito, I see Oasis Fluffy at see Oasis Likeable. Pero at the end of the day, I cannot disagree that Oasis are the favorite team to beat here, and they by all means should be one of the champions if it isn't NAOS, right? At least in terms of anong projection natin. So I have to go with Oasis on this one. Kayang umabot the map 3S, but I'm not banking on it based on how the veto went. I'm thinking Oasis 2-0 here.
Pare-pareho tayo ng ano. Yung mapa talaga dun pa lang parang na ano tayo. Ano kayong pinaplano ng GameLab Alpha? Tingnan natin kung patuloy pa rin yung 3 series or 3 map series nila dito pagdating sa GameLab Alpha. At tingnan naman natin kung gustong tapusin kaagad ng Oasis Gaming etong labanan na to. With that said, eto na. Ready na ba yung mga casters? Dahil ibabato ko na sa inyo. Saluhin nyo. Nilak pa lang pala predictions natin. Ito na, bato ko ulit. Second try.
You know.
Whoa, that was very fast. Okay, I wasn't expecting that to just get thrown our way, but you know what? Black and Blue is absolutely right. It felt like he was outmaneuvered, outmanned in that prediction. You got Oasis Leica, you got Oasis Fluffy. But you know, on my end, I feel like GameLab do have a legitimate shot at this. They have shown that they are pretty proficient on both Ascent and Haven. So that being said, I feel like it's still going to be a very interesting series coming into this one. Once again, guys, my name is Asterai, and with me is Raph.
It feels so good to be back, but like you mentioned, right, it's going to be a bit of a slog no matter what's going to happen, Asterai. But I gotta say, man, this is the perfect time to just kind of go grab some food for yourselves, guys, because this could potentially be a long series. Although I do have to agree that a 2-0 could be in the making. I mean, especially with what happened to GameLab yesterday. Not the greatest performances, especially with, and again, this is by all means with respect and love, a team that they should constantly and consistently gap, right? But again, strides have been made, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are indeed. But I will say, though, that GameLab Alpha were put to their paces because Zol Esports really brought the thunder, even though... Again, arguably GameLab has the better understanding of the game. Zol Esports just has that capability to really put you on the back end, on the back burner, if you're not really aware or ready for their firepower. And Zind, Hydra, and Patman really brought that throughout the entirety of that best of 3 series. So I feel like that's a good wakener for GameLab Alpha as well, especially now that, again, all odds are stacked against them going up against Oasis Gaming.
That is true. And Oasis, as Black and Blue mentioned too, by right, they should have a championship. By now, they should have gone for gold. But what is missing? Honestly, this is the playoff spot, or again, just another example of what they need to evolve with. And hopefully, moving forward, after a decently long vacation from seeing them compete, I hope that they've gotten their affairs in order.
Honestly, whatever may happen, I'm just excited that we are also going to get ourselves a LAN event by next week, man. Wow. It's going to be CONQuest.
I just got home, so it's like, you know, I'll see you Manila again. But again, big things, big jumps, right? Big LAN event. I wonder what you... Wait, have you planned out your CONQuest outfit yet, or is it just going to be oversized tee and jeans? Oh, I hit my camera by accident. Hang on.
It's okay. Guys, you know what? I am a complete sucker for just having the same t-shirt with different colors. That's my thing. That's my gig.
Yeah.
All right? I know that Tayror, Honey Glaze, of course, Tita Mika or Mika Fabs has been grinding through the thrift shopping to find their great outfits.
They haven't taken me to the thrift shop yet.
When you come
unfortunately.
back next week. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry guys, we haven't discussed too much, but the panel did a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of what is to be looked out for the series as we are waiting on the agent selection. So give us that little bit. And of course, if you guys are gonna go to CONQuest, please don't be hesitant to approach us. We are very, very lovable and approachable dudes. Okay.
Are we really? I don't know.
Just say.
Maybe
I mean, we are.
I don't think I can speak on my behalf. I'm kidding. But again, just kind of back to the game, right? I feel like these are going to be data-centric matches or maps that we're going to go through. Ascent, especially in Haven, which has been, once again, one of the most fabled default maps of our own region. Question is, Aserai, how can Oasis weather the storm? Or are they going to be bringing the pain? Because again, GameLab, the way they play, very, very brawly. A lot of just kind of being strong-headed. And this is a rematch too. I think Oasis have the upper hand in terms of the head-to-head. But man, again, if you just go back to Split 1, GameLab really gave Oasis a run for their money.
Absolutely. The thing is, though, similar to what I said, when I was paneling yesterday, where Action PH went up against MVP Esports, I did mention how Action PH had some very visible weaknesses, but they were able to address that so well on their series against MVP Esports. And I feel like Oasis Gaming, even though the past matches or the past matches that they've had against Game Alpha, it looked like it was a different spell. I think the most recent matches that they've played has also shown how far Oasis has put into minimizing the errors that they do have. And I think one of those is if they can't start up strong, sometimes they tend to spiral and such. So with that being said, I feel like they have really overcome such things. I mean, if you look at the stats that they've had previously, where was it? They were able to sweep 4 teams, 2-0s, no need for Game 1 stats, including GameLab Alpha, Action PH, MVP Esports, and RNT. So pretty good performance all throughout here for Oasis.
True, and Georgie's been pretty insane for them on Ascent, especially a lot of iconic moments, a lot of times where he really had that infectious heat that allowed Oasis to snowball their way to victory. But once again, GameLab, with the way they play and just stylistically, does Oasis have enough of that firepower to just cleanly take over the series? I mean, once again, GameLab looked a little shaky yesterday, but we haven't seen much of Oasis as of recent too. So this is still a bit of a question mark on some areas.
True. People might say that, oh, you know what, Oasis also played that that other tournament with the medals and such. But I feel like that's also something different to say at the least, because the stakes were also different with that particular tournament to this one. But in any case, if I guess we will add that as a gauge, maybe there is still the woes that Oasis are going to be aware of. But again, there was a bit of couple of days or weeks that happened then to now. So again, they have that couple of days break, couple of weeks break to start fixing themselves, resetting and such. So that being said, taking a little bit of time to get into that agent selection as we still prepare. But that being said, again, our first map is going to be Ascent. This is a map that I feel a lot of teams, especially NAOS and Oasis, have really locked and loaded. We have the standard setups that we've been talking about the past. If everything goes to down the drain, down the toilet, you have that A short default, a lot of defaults that you can try to utilize. But the timings and the reads are really what you need to do to really one up the Ascent match. And I feel like NAOS and Oasis have really put that into a whole different other level. The teams will have to try to chase after.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, right? Ascent, incredibly data-centric as a map. There's going to be a lot of poking. There's going to be a lot of adjustments on the fly. And some teams, they really make their bones here. We've seen this map over and over, and I feel like everybody should have an idea on how to approach this map and just the nature itself. But again, the reason why it's so common for matches to be so drawn out here is that the response on either attacking side or on the defending side is so quick. But with that being said, Asar, I just feel like at this point, I'm just really, really excited to what's to come. After all, it's been a good minute since we've casted together.
That's true. Fluffy took me away from you yesterday, so it'll be this will be the first time we've casted in a hot minute, as you did mention. But again, I guess we've already brushed up on a lot of the things here. I'm also, again, just going back, super excited about CONQuest itself because, again, not only is it the first LAN event for VCT, I believe it's the first Valorant event that I'm going to be casting live as well. I know that I did the Riot
What
booth.
do you mean, just you? What are you talking about?
I mean, for me. We. Yeah, no, I meant, but for me at least, specifically for my history. You know what I mean? For
I think this is my
VCTPH.
first one too. Like, you know,
Awesome.
so
Yeah.
I think maybe for quite a few of us actually, but then that's just a little bit of lore dump, ladies and gents. And again, thank you for the patience. You know, not entirely sure what's going on just yet, but this is the perfect time to go grab a stack, grab a drink, make yourself comfortable because this is going to be a very, very interesting series. And me and Asarai are just kind of, you know, getting into the motions, but there you go. Who else is going into the motions are both these teams on the draft.
I mean, if we're being honest, there's bound to be no different agent selection here for the most part. It has to be the same thing over and over again up until maybe somebody finds new tech. But yeah, as I mentioned, there it is. Absolutely El Clasico for Ascent. I will call this the El Clasico Ascent now because we always see this. The comps,
we
at
see
least.
this comp too in so many other maps now. It's a little more prominent, but mainly because I think it's incredibly flexible. It's a generalist comp. There's no real specialization here. We have the explosive entry provided by Jet. Of course, the quintessential... oh, it's me. The quintessential...
On a jacket.
Yes. I don't have a jacket. But yeah, again, the quintessential Sentinel and Killjoy at the moment. I feel like, personally, even with the nerf, she's still very good. I feel like the Nano Swarm is still very applicable. But, you know, people like to panic. You know, oh no, it's a big nerf. Killjoy is dead.
No. The thing is, if you think about it that way, right? The good thing about that is these kind of nerfs get very easily remedied by just asking for your teammate's utility.
You know?
Yeah, play
Yes.
around them, or just if you can see it farther away now, just place it somewhere where it's not going to be easily spotted, right? Again, it might be suboptimal for stopping the forward entry, but that's one of the things that you kind of have to adjust. I feel like KJ might be a little bit too overwhelming for attackers because they can't really figure out where her utility is. Yeah, you can break the alarm bot, but that's only the alarm system. You still have to go through the molly. In any case, I just wanted to add that you can ask your controller player to throw out a smoke right in front of that nano swarm. They can't clear it out. As they push out, you activate it. Very easy to still reprimand things. But speaking of reprimanding things, seems like we already started the pistol round here, and 2 out immediately. And that's going to push GameLab here to start going to the B site. Problematic thing is, again, as I mentioned, so much utility at the entrances. Can't find any picks, and we're just down to the one. Owen Cutie, excuse me, caught in a very precarious situation, will get spotted, gutted, and that's a solid solid first for Oasis.
It seems that Oasis' aggression to really set the tempo has... Oh, I think... well, the scoreboard's not updating, but that was off an assumption. But in other news, Asarai, we were talking about the composition and just in general, like how the nerfs affect the agent. Well, guys, as Asarai mentioned, this is a team game. So, you know, you kind of have to ask your teammates to do stuff for you and vice versa. But it seems like we are actually going to go to the actual pistol round, Asarai. And it looks like GameLab going for a very, very mid-centric take here. Not a lot of resistance, but Georgie already taking quite time to really do some damage here.
Well, even though he's taking a bit of time, there's no damage actually done onto Georgie, and the rest of Oasis now just cleaning up house. They've already spotted the mid play here. Georgie, no fear whatsoever, spots out the last one. And Owen Cutie, again, put into the same position. No changes to the outcome, and just continual rounds being brought around here by Oasis. It's 2 rounds in, by the way, just in case the overlays are not updating for now. But that means we are going to go for the gun round for GameLab.
Wait, I thought GameLab won pistol. No, it's Oasis that won pistol, right?
Yeah, it was
Mark,
Oasis. Yes.
In any case, Oasis still won that second round, and potentially this could snowball into something. Granted, we know that Oasis is pretty creative when it comes to using lesser weaponry, Asarai, but look at this. It looks like there might be a bit of a brawl that might happen here on the choke, as once again, they have to maneuver the weaker armory.
They're very aware of where Drax is, but they have to be careful because, yeah, he has the paranoia here. If they don't try to flush him out, that's going to be perfect setup for Nexi to swing out of the angle. There it is. It's so well timed. Oh, no, that's a smoke first. There it is. Swings wide, and that was the punish that I was looking for. They actually pinged him, but no steps were made to try to just make sure that the wine player was just going to get flushed. Anyways, they try to go for the Hail Mary swing here, try to overwhelm in terms of the numbers, but that's not going to work out. 2 versus 1 at the moment. The quick swing for Ionix. He needs to hit the shot here. Playing around against Savvy almost, but not going to be enough.
I got distracted. I got distracted by the finisher.
The RR,
But
the Rocket Raccoon.
I haven't seen the movie yet.
Same.
Anyway, but, you know, again, it might be a small thing to even talk about, but Savvy beating, was it a Ionix with a ghost?
Yeah.
That's something that'll sit with you for a good minute, you know. Again, GameLab, they do have a prerequisite. They need to take good fights and snowball off of that. But Oasis challenging them at the chokes, especially on a round where they should have capitalized, is going to hurt their endeavors more, Asarai. But it looks like GameLab is just going to try and poke and prod yet again. Oasis greedy, not giving any information whatsoever.
This is the scary thing about Oasis. They can always get that pass or that very active map control while at the same time not really exposing themselves to risky spots, right? And because of that, look at how far back GLab have to actually play. Granted, again, it is just the weaker weapons for them for the moment here as they're only hovering the hand cannons, the sheriffs. Oh, that's going to tag everybody. Yep. Exposed. And they're still going to try to look for something.
Yeah, again, it proposes, do they actually commit to this? But it looks like they are, man, and they just kind of barrel through here.
Oh.
It seems like it's a mistake. And Nexi and the rest of the gang, once again, stopping GameLab at the choke. No chance given to have any footing in a fair fight.
If I'm counting this correctly, that's already 4 rounds in. Might need to call the timeout this early on, to be honest. GLab always tends to figure stuff out as soon as, but this is so difficult. Even if Nexi does get caught by the blades, I mean, the follow-up was so slow there. Look at that. They came in one by one, hoping that maybe the push from Fall X was going to be enough, but that Cloudburst, it don't give you much real estate to wiggle and dodge, even though it gives you cover. It was just great tracking altogether by the man himself, Nexi.
That's true. He's so reliable.
Oh.
Now Georgie. Man, beautiful shot. And this is the thing, right? Georgie just kind of dominates the center portion of the map, and I don't know what Owen was doing. Nexi, gotta get a wall, Asarai, and it's all up to Dreech, but really, realistically, what can he do? He dodges the drone, though. Maybe something. Maybe something. Oh, my. That's a bit of a mishap there in Oasis. Expensive, but doable still. Oh.
Very smart from Ditch, though.
Soon? I feel like I jinxed it.
Caster's Curse. I don't think so, though, but I mean, it's very hard for him to have, you know, figured out that there was like very quick refraggers there for the rest. I do like how he was able to find the 2 players coming out. He knew that his opponent, Marky, would be very easily picked off, but was aware that maybe somebody was marking him, and that was Nexi right then and there. Loving the shot as well on Giorgio, unfortunately. Again, as I mentioned, I think he might have just gotten too much of a target overload, as there was still two players swinging out just to counter him out, and I think there was like a split decision or a split second there that he didn't know which one to actually choose to fight. Anyways, as I mentioned, there it is, the call on the timeout. Very early, I think. This is really much necessary to just give them a bit of some space, because this is getting a little bit overloading, I think, for GameLab.
Yeah, that's basically overstimulating to how much Oasis is providing in terms of just looks, and I really appreciate that about Oasis. They're not one-dimensional at all. Granted, GameLab have not been successful at once again trying to barrel through the choke. And Oasis, they've been providing enough resistance to really kind of hold this down. GameLab, though, they are showing their fangs, Asarai, and we nearly saw clutch there by Dritch. It's just that you mentioned target-rich environment, can't really pick who's the priority, and potentially this could be another round in the bag for Oasis, right? I mean, look at the guns.
Oh. I mean, there's no way that they're going to be able to spot out Georgie here. And speaking of Georgie, which, right? Far forward on mid, still has his dash, still has the operator. This gives so much control for Oasis as of the moment. No fear into what would be coming deep on mid itself. I love the setup here from Drax as well as Savvy, even though it looks a little bit risky. If Savvy can have himself a nice little setup, Drax can always feed off of it with that pop flash, and as you can see, very clean from Oasis every single time. And this is something I did remember the last time we casted Savvy on Ascent when he was on the KO. Always good with those pop flash setups.
I feel like GameLab is trying to force something to happen on mid. It's like they're trying to directly butt heads with Oasis despite their armory discrepancy. And how many times have we seen Owen being victimized by the operator, right? It's just a little worrying on the side of GameLab. Granted, this is an eco and they just came
30
from
seconds left.
timeout, but no way they make the same mistake twice as FallX is going to follow through. Nasarai, it seems that Georgie wants more. Trionyx not allowing it. Oh, Marky, you have to finish the job, and that's done and dusted. But yeah, it just seems like GameLab is trying to force their way towards mid.
Again, you can't really fault them. They have to try to do something against Georgie there. If they try to run in, there's always a contingency from Oasis. They, as I mentioned, they have the setups here. The problem is there has to be that sweet spot of timing where, you know, Oasis isn't going to throw out a nasty setup just to check where they were. Ergo, the pop flash of Savvy, the shock dart of Marky, right? But again, that is very wishful thinking. This is like a lot of very big ifs and buts. Anyways, because of how many rounds they've already lost, they do have a bunch of ultimates that they're going to try to work with, but it is so difficult to just go through the meat grinder and just get shot through the smoke. This is not looking too hot, but FallX heats up, actually gets them the numbers advantage, and maybe the wiggle through for GameLab is giving them that advantage.
I can't believe though that Oasis gets away with spamming the smoke. Again, this is not the first instance of that happening, as Marky's going to try and barrel through the side outside, give them some sort of opening. Already incredibly expensive, but GameLab, they had to burn an ult here, and Marky with a huge swing gets two. And despite the ups, the downs were pretty much forced by the hand of Oasis yet again. They're looking mighty impressive.
Man, that was the first good round that I felt like GameLab had a lot better of a point of contention there. The problem was, again, it's this replay that's just going to show to us, Oasis are so heavily locked in. Marky, again, moving this guy, or I know it's past news, on the initiator role, is such a great tool because, or is such a great decision because he's just so versatile with this Sova. He knows how to utilize all of that abilities. He's proficient with so many weaponry, and speaking of which, he's picked up the Odin coming into this one. Every wall is bangable here, Raf. Every wall is bangable here on Ascent.
That is true.
He's got the LMG.
Oh man, it has been a good minute since we've done that segment, Asarai, and it looks like GameLab, they're still trying to wrestle control away from Oasis, and this time I like that Oasis is in a stance that's a little more reactive. They know that they're in the lead info-wise too, so GameLab, they have to try and lead the stance, but look at this. Oasis, they've already fallen back into the sites. GameLab still haven't really made any meaningful ground here, just slight control over mid, but will that change anything in the outcome for this round?
There's so much pressure right now. FallX might want to prime his... Oh, if they smoke Marky, he is in a prime spot to just hold the angle, pop it in one direction, and he's bound to get a couple of kills here, unless there's just the big whiff that comes out from Marky. But again, they are very adamant about this A push, and it seems like that is going to be the case. They have to clear out these utilities. Oh, there he is. Perfect spot for Marky. Like I mentioned, if they try to smoke this angle, it's just beneficial for him. What can they really do against that?
Oh my goodness, man. Oasis is so good at funneling the fights to where they want it to happen. And it's just such an intelligent game plan. GameLab have not responded whatsoever. Again, I understand the concept of really trying to get the middle point of the map and try to see if that's gonna be a pivot point, but Oasis, they're on fire. And like you called it, man, I saw the scan and I closed my eyes. If I ignore it, maybe it won't be real. It'll go away.
Well, like the roaring thunders that I am hearing in the background right now, Oasis also roaring on their own end. They're supposed to be the solace. They're supposed to be the Oasis. But there's no peace that will be had by GameLab Alpha. This is already 8-0. Back to the drawing board. And this is so brutal, man, because, again, these are rounds where it feels like it's just been repeated over and over again. Yes, there's going to be a catch-off on mid, or outside of B main, but the mid pushers here from Oasis Gaming will make sure that there's no follow-up that GameLab Alpha can really try to do after that initial bout.
Once again, this is such a data-centric map, and Oasis have been so good at manipulating GameLab and forcing them to move where essentially Oasis wants them to be, right? And again, that's just, as Asari mentioned, there is a bit of a storm coming, guys, so don't forget to stock up on batteries, load up on your power banks, and don't forget to have a stock of clean water. So be safe, everybody. And now it seems that safety may not be on the side of GameLab here, Asari, as this has been almost perfect on the side of Oasis, but look at that. Information gathered. Next, he's going to try to hold the line here.
Oh, no. Folex had to find pickups on himself, but thankfully, at least for GameLab here, the bumping of shoulders for Nexi as well as Georgie gives them an opening, and this is the perfect chance once again for GameLab to find something. Owen Cutie going to be holding the cross here. He's going to hear at least a drop maybe from Savvy, and I'm not sure if they actually know that Owen's holding the angle. There he is. Now he's getting some information. Now he knows. He's about to catch the positioning, of Drax. And now, this is the perfect time for them to play this 2 versus 1, but he's played all the way far. He's going through market, and Savvy's already at the back of the site. This is going to be bad. Unless... Savvy just panicked a little bit too much. Threw out or was whipping out every kind of weapon, but it was not going to work. Thankfully, though, for Dritch, that was what happened there. Or else, I think that might have been a bad situation for GameLab.
Oh, it seemed like a routing issue for most of the teams here. I mean, both these teams, a little bit of traffic towards the stairs position, Asura. And again, no matter how hot your streak is, sometimes there's going to be fumbles in between. And that's exactly what we saw. GameLab potentially could have a few more rounds here. But you did mention Marky has been on top of his game. It doesn't seem like it's going to change anytime soon. Looks like GameLab is going to try and initiate the choke fight before Oasis can position themselves, Asari. And it looks like Oasis are going to take the fight just within the site instead.
They've defended B so well twice. Now they're thinking it's going to be that A push. And boy, is it going to be. But Folex never fails to just impress us over and over again. He's found a couple of kills here. He's opened up the site, and this burst onto A working phenomenally for GameLab Alpha. They're 9-1 already, and it seems like they are mounting some string of rounds here, as it's only Marquee 2 remain.
So that's what I like about essentially any video game, right? You can be presented with as much data as you can and tell people that doing this could be wrong. And you've tried it before, it didn't work. But players can be as defiant as they can be and just say, no, we're going to make it work. That's exactly what GameLab did. Let's just burst A. See what happens. And Oasis, despite being in good position, Asarai, the shots were falling. Once again, Folex being such a threat on those first contacts that it becomes such a big problem, right? And quite a bit of utility was expended there on the side of Oasis too, and a few ults. Marky's not going to have Hunter's Fury, so essentially a Onyx lockdown is going to be free, plus more. Boogie still has that Hunter's Fury in his pocket too. So maybe, just maybe, this could be a round on the board for GameLab yet again.
Well, it's going to be a big if they can. And even though, yeah, as you mentioned, they've burnt out a bit of ultimates for Oasis, there still is some remaining that can really have that impact. Gotta say though, GameLab, it feels like they live and die by the aggression or the first impact play that Fall X brings to the plate in front of them. Right? If he falls, if he doesn't find any meaningful contact, or if his teammates could not follow up on him, it's just no go from GameLab. I think they're realizing that this is the only way that they're going to be able to string rounds on attack. So they're just going to have to maybe just think about the setups, make it as proper, as successful as they can make it be, and then just hope that Fall X does not miss a beat. And at least for those 2 rounds, it feels like it has worked out swimmingly here for GameLab.
So again, sometimes, like, despite all the things that pro players are very good at, right? With the intricate setups, sometimes, especially with teams like GameLab that's fairly young and still very, very spry, it's best to simplify the game. Win the gunfight, see how we can snowball from there. And that's exactly what we've been seeing in these last 2 rounds for GameLab. It does look like we're going to lose a little bit of that explosive entering, though, Asarai, as Fall X is going to shift between the Phantom and the Operator, but I feel like I'm a bigger fan of the rifle pickup instead of going for the full-blown one-hit machine.
I agree. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen like a double timeout before, because the first one was Oasis and the second one is GameLab Alpha.
That's
true. Yeah, means like if this isn't a tech issue thing, because again, just being realistic, guys, we might have hopefully we don't have any issues because of the incoming storm, but if this is a true timeout, this means that they are really talking about certain things here that just in case. Right, seems like we are about to resume the match, but
once again,
counter's
folks,
not working. Yeah,
stay safe. Don't forget to stock up on water, some batteries, recharge your power banks, flashlights. Get flashlights; those are important.
Yes, very
Doesn't
true.
seem like the timer's moving though. Oh, my bad.
You didn't jinx it. You fixed it. Great.
And
Raph the
now-
technician.
Yes, with my mind.
All right, so the round.
know how- Yeah.
Okay, hold on. The round's now beginning. Quick, actually, big uses of utility there. I think they're going to try to do the Korean flash and dash through mid, but the 50-50 guess, if it's going to be a B or A push, it just kind of blew up in the face of Oasis here. Still, Nexi got some good setups on the A side. Not gonna tag anybody here from the other side, and both lockdowns now used. Is this going to be a little bit of cover? Are they actually going to push through this? They have to defend the person using the Heart of Spirit to clear out the Killjoy ultimate, because that might be a big no-no. And it actually works in favor of GameLab here, as Nexi's the only one standing left up in heaven. One more flash from Drix, maybe. He is playing this so well. They're going to try to stab him. They're going to try to stab him, but this might be a little bit too greedy. And Boogie just says no. No more chances. No more taking anything for granted. Get that 9-3 already and push us into the second half.
Once again, really, really crazy how that one Hunter's Fury from a few rounds ago dictated how the swing was going to happen. And I like the choice here, actually, Asarai, by the Operator. I think it's something that I must have miscalculated, because at this point, I didn't think Oasis would challenge for mid control anymore, because their tree holds are fantastic, right? I mean, we saw Marky just kind of mow down God knows how many players trying to contest him. But we have to hit the reset here. It is going to be a side swap, and arguably, I think GameLab is better on their defending side than they're on their attacking.
Yeah, and again, it's much easier for them to figure out where Oasis is going in a 5v5 when they're going to be on the defending side, because, again, they do have that double initiator. That being said, though, it's not going to be an easy mark here to stop what is going to be the onslaught on mid, but you know what? All right, never mind. They're making it work here. Fall X just says, Georgie, you're not the only jet threat in this game. Don't forget about me. And Fall X is already getting all the kills, but hold on. They're overreaching. They're over-committing to these fights. Aeonix is by himself. He needs back to the corner, but Nexi somehow picks it up. If Dritch tries to cross here, that might be really bad for him. I thought the turret would actually activate and just basically kill him, because it's 22 HP, man. but they needed to pick up the spike. I get it. And still a 2 versus 1. And Dritch, he's giving away his positioning. Look at the position for Drax. He's about to swing on the corner here. Dritch is making so much noise. And Draxy, all he has to do...
Check the corner.
Check the corner. No need. Next, he gets a 4K, though. There was no need.
I thought that start for GameLab was so good, but once again, just a case of avarice. Foaming at the mouth. They had the advantage. I don't really think they had to fight that, because if they just kind of went back for a side and maybe play for market, that the crossfire would eventually sort itself out, right?
Yeah.
But Nexi is a factor that you just cannot count out. We've talked about him in the past and how he's the quintessential Sentinel player for our region, at least. He doesn't it doesn't seem like he plays with an ego, and he's always making the proper calls.
That being said, though, man, that's a punch in the gut of GameLab Alpha. They had everything working for them, and maybe just a bit of an overheat. Owen Cutie showing a bit of his lower appendages there. Let's get spotted and shut. Yeah. Slow approach here for Oasis, at least for now. They're very aware that there could be some cheeky little flanks here at the moment. Oh, this could be good, though. Ow. If Owen Cutie actually throws out the smoke, which I think he might try to do, so the flank is going to be good for Aeonix.
Look.
Yeah, they're coming back. Oh, hello! Hello, my friend!
Oh my goodness, I feel like this could be what sets them apart, but no damage has been done, Asterion. Could you imagine if there was just a little bit more patience? But granted, it is a little nerve-wracking considering that the weapons on the side of Oasis that much more potent, right? And I love that you brought it up. If they just would have thrown that extra bit of smoke,
30 seconds left.
maybe the round would have gone their way. But GameLab, I like their proactivity here. It doesn't seem like they're that hindered from what happened. They're still putting up a great fight here, being super compact. But look at this, Aserai. The fight begins.
Oh my god! Full Hex! He's heated up with the Guardian. And Marky got no more bullets, and it turned into a Thrifty.
Oh.
I actually was wondering, the turret might have been just a bit too far forward and didn't actually spot the flank. Because I honestly thought they were going to call for the smoke again to just smoke out the turret, but no. Nothing. Nada.
It's probably one of those things that's it's in the heat of the moment, and maybe they had other plans for it, Asterai. But once again, when GameLab is on the defending side, I feel like Aeonix really turns up. I mean, he's had quite a few iconic performances, and if I'm not mistaken, he is the newest member technically for GameLab Alpha.
Yeah.
But he's still fitting in right like a glove. And GameLab, they've been really thriving off of that. It seems that they haven't really shaken off the impact from yesterday, but it seems that a fight could break out here for Tree.
Fall X giving them a warm welcome as they try to push through Tree. Not to Tree, but through Tree. It's two different things, guys. Just putting it out there. Anyways, he's gotten his tailwind once more. Anybody, any challengers?
Ooh.
Ah, yes. Challengers denied. Jump up. No need. Classic is there. And now Owen spotted out Marky. Alone by himself. Are they going to try to go stab him? Please.
I think they're going to stab him.
Stab him.
They're going to knife him.
He got no more bullets. Yeah.
Oh.
Go.
Oh. You know how, like, it's that one brain cell moment. You just see there's 5 of them, like, collapsing. I think they're gonna stab him. I think they're gonna shank the man. And poor Drax. Was it Drax?
Marky.
It was Marky, right? I got poor Marky just all alone with his devices. Now it sort of feels like Oasis is swinging for the fences, Asar, even though they don't really have to. But again, it's an eco round, so it's a bit of a give.
Again, I can hear the stabbing noise. Like, I'm gonna stab you.
Is that how? I don't think that's how somebody announces, you know. Nor would I think it'd be a very effective tactic. Could you imagine you just walk up to someone, I'm gonna stab you, and he's like,
no, you gotta make the voice so it's a lot more, you know, menacing and threatening. I'm gonna stab you.
Wouldn't that give them extra time to react? Like, no.
No, because here's the thing, they don't know if you're messing or not. See?
What is this? This is some sort of deception plan, you know, some sort of ruse. Am I going to stab you?
Yeah, we
Yes
should.
or no?
Okay, I think we should stop talking about
It's
this.
the blade
stop
crimes,
giving,
yeah.
stop giving our venerable audience any any ideas.
So, okay, going back to the game, what I'm worried for Oasis here is that maybe they're gonna try and equalize this with a haymaker. They did lose quite a bit of momentum, Masarai. Surely this is going to be the round where they're going to adjust. They're just one away from a lockdown and just a few more for the Hunter's Fury. Marky has been fragging out like crazy, and it seems that GameLab Alpha is gonna also time out in kind. But once again, biggest worry is that Oasis stop playing small and just try to go super, super heavy. And GameLab, they're very good at punishing. That's something we can't forget. GameLab is very good at punishing, especially on the defensive side.
True. And now with the steam that they have been picking up in these past few rounds, has given them chance to actually get some pretty notable weaponry here, plus bank. As you can see, FallX is now on the blades plus the operator, while the rest of his team... Interestingly enough, some of them are just playing on the Guardians. So, I mean, they still have money. Maybe this was Guardians from like last round, so they don't want to waste and upgrade to rifles. Still very good, though, because if you look at it, 3 players of Oasis are on the half shield. How much damage does Guardian do to the body? Like 75? So 2 body shots should be enough.
Boom, boom, yeah.
65, yeah. So that's going to be very good. Like, even if you just pop shots through the smoke and you body tag Nexi, Drax, or Savvy, that's going to be very brutal in terms of the HP department, speaking that there's no healer whatsoever for either team.
Well, with that being said, Asterai, and this is also subliminal messages to order your pizza. Maybe grab a drink while you're at it, too. While we have the time to do so, folks. Again, it's very difficult to kind of stay away from your seat, but here we are. The game is going to continue. Now it does look like they're going to go for the full half shield. It doesn't seem that Oasis want to dilly-dally any longer, but GameLab, they do have that operator, and it seems that FallX is very adamant on just shutting down the mid control, akin to what Oasis did to them in the previous round. But look at this, Right now Oasis, they're going for the more compact game here, seeing if there are any cracks that they can really break. Well anticipated by Georgie, and now the side hit. It will break through.
Oh! FallX off cam though, gets the blades. Georgie right underneath the sneaking shark, but I mean, FallX is playing this actually very smartly, as he's not over pushing that peekaboo angle that he has right now on the corner, so that even if Georgie does go out for the swing, FallX can always back away into a better corner there. And now, because they found themselves a bit of great contact, they're gonna just try to get that information visual of where the remaining 2 players of Oasis will be. Next is gonna be in the front of things on lane, as the rest of his teammates try to rotate around the A site. They will be hearing Drax's rotation here, but and Cutie a little bit too far forward, and Nexi able to make some waves. And this split for Oasis is actually working. Look at how they dwindled the numbers already. 3 versus 3. Nexi and the other one, Ionic, going to be stuck on the A site, or B site, excuse me. And now it's going to be the retake. But no, that was FallX. Spots out Nexi. Drax is down as well. It's all down to Savvy. What's the idea here? What's the decision? Get close and personal. Full clip of mag on the Vandal. Let's see how this works out.
How is it going to work out, Asterai? The numbers are definitely on the side of GameLab here in FallX. Doesn't need more than 1 bullet to take out Savvy. You know, I gotta commend the adjustment there by GameLab. You saw that they just gave up market. They knew that FallX was either gonna relay the info or get a free kill. Either way, it's a win-win, right? Blades here obviously giving them enough resistance for the cross, and just boogie. And I think it was a double boathouse play that eventually got them the win. While Nexi did get that lurk threat going, there was just too many bodies on the side of Oasis being removed. And now we have yet another eco round.
And honestly, I did not expect that to be the case against Oasis, because the thing is, GameLab didn't have any mid presence. It was FallX, as you mentioned, peeking on the operator through short, but as soon as he gets smoked off, he started running to catch them on his own side of the spawn on mid. And he basically updrafted, got a pick on Marky, and then there was no refrag because Georgia was already halfway pushing out through Market. So, timing aside for Oasis, very good interruption play for Fall X there at the very start with the blades.
Great start indeed. And Oasis, it seems that they're a little more hesitant, if not unsure of how to maneuver the map now. GameLab haven't really changed anything in terms of defensive layout. Granted, they have a little more resistance at the beginning of the choke, and hello indeed, as Georgie's gonna get picked off, Asarai. Doesn't seem like Oasis is gonna chase for this kill either.
They can't. If they try to do so, they only have the pistols, and again, Fall X is falling back, retreating to his team that is ready to go for that swing, as you can see with the positioning on the mini-map, excuse me. If they try to go for the B site, this is where KJ is queen. You got basically all utilities. Boogie is waiting for it to actually go aggressive. He's not tagged by the KO Blade, so he has time to port out that recon dart and give so much information for Ionix. He's alone. He's giving him space, and he is doing every single thing that he can to delay them even further and really bait out this positioning. And look at that impact play from Ionix. He is going to get flushed out, but yeah, they respond very quickly.
Dude, I can't believe, despite everything, despite all the pot shots, Boogie still had the room to swing and get a kill off of that. I feel like that's outrageous, you know, allowing for that to happen. And again, the guns were obviously superior on the side of Oasis, but you can see the bravado on the side of GameLab starting to build up. Marky getting that Odin here, not entirely sure what Oasis is planning, but you can see the uncertainty, right? The macro for Oasis struggling a little bit.
I like the cover fire here for Marky on mid, but fortunately no one was there to, take the shots at it. Oh, the Onyx is here now. Maybe if Marky does it again. Part 2.
You should run.
Well, no. Anyways, they're going to try to just cook the site. Let it cook for the moment here with the ultimate. He is really popping shots through the wall. I just noticed that. Anyways, positioning. I don't know that they know that he's at the back of the site, but still they will have to check that because, of course, it's the one angle. Anyways, Open Cutie. Again, Disruption is his middle name as Georgie's alone on the site itself. The push out for Nexi immediately shut down, and it's all down to Georgie, but Boogie's here. 3 versus 1, and GameLab Alpha once again playing this perfectly. They baited their opponents in. They disrupted them before they could really do some damage, and it's only 2 more rounds, Raph. 2 more.
This is ridiculous. Like I said, the adjustment on GameLab's side was to basically just let them have market and have a firm control over either the B side itself or just the anti-rotation. And Oasis, they see this opening, yes, but unknowingly, they're kind of caging themselves in. Once again, when you occupy a market, sure, you have the center portion of the map, but it doesn't give you a proper avenue of escape through tree or to barrel through B, especially with the way GameLab has been holding it, right? Big props to Fallax for holding down that rotation also.
Well, you did mention, when we started the second half, they have such a better grasp at this particular side, and you could be skeptical if you're an Oasis fan, knowing how Oasis can really approach these fights, but you know what? GameLab is perfectly adjusting and reacting to what Oasis is throwing. Again, one of the most adaptable, if not the most, what's the word here? Improved team that we've seen coming in from this year.
GameLab, absolutely. Okay, so now I'm a little worried for Oasis because now they're stuck in no man's land. Look at that. They're just so hesitant to take market now because they know that that's an invisible wall that they can't really climb over. Now, GameLab, though, it seems that they have a pretty good read on the situation, Asarai, and once again, weaker weapons will fall so quickly, man. Oh, man. GameLab have Oasis at the palm of their hands right now. This is a masterclass.
True enough. Still, every round is still a risk that they have to fight against Oasis here. Yes, they are getting these wins, but it can always change. It can always change.
True.
They have the capability to do that, so... Oh, this could be the meat grinder to try to push through this. But no, Nexi's trying to be a little bit more proactive, but the shock dart able to actually clean him up. And they're going to be finding Drax. As Fallax was like, I'm going to dash into the site again. I'm going to be your humanoid entry dart, your humanoid recon dart, to see if there's going to be anybody who reacts. And there it was.
It's insane. Oasis have to realize now they're the ones getting funneled. And once again, they were doing such a great job in the first half, but it seems they don't have a counter strategy just yet. I feel like the biggest problem with Oasis too is that they haven't necessarily had the benefit of timing for their ultimates. It's never really been the lockdown plus Javi's null command or something, or in conjunction of another big initiating ult. So GameLab, they're just taking space, or rather they're just taking the space they have and honestly just not letting go. Oasis, maybe running out of ideas here, Asarai. Maybe you'll just go for a straight up explode here.
It's never a bad thing. I mean, that was the play that GameLab did as to why we ended, what was it, like 9-3? Is a lot of those rounds they just, again, turned off their brains, started pushing in, and really relying on the Jet player. That being said, though, speaking of the Jet for Oasis here, Georgie has been a little bit stale in these rounds in the second half, so he might need to try to step up, especially coming into this one when it's about to hit that 10-10. As you mentioned, they are just going to go gung-ho into the side itself. The setup is there. It's great clearing here for Oasis. Slow and steady, wins the race. Georgie trying to clear out the back of the site. No opponent whatsoever, and this is very, very good for Oasis as they're going to push, GameLab on that retake roll, but it's ultimate for ultimate. Let's see who can tag who. Let's see who can find who. And there's just a blur of red and blue as they start pushing in. There's the Onyx. He gets the first headshot. And this Paranoia actually hits so many at the back of the site, they can't really react fast enough. And the Onyx, oh my god, he's doing so much damage. And as Nexi tries to push out to help his teammates, it's already over. They're all deceased. 10-10 as GameLab has just brought it back.
Yet another haymaker. That was beautifully weaved away, and a huge counter punch to expose the jaw of Oasis. They're a little groggy right now, Asarai, and once again, I find it incredibly worrying that in majority of the time they have when they're trying to go for a slower default is spent just kind of trying to hold down top mid instead of kind of try to shift the attention away for GameLab. Well, once again, GameLab, the thing is they're a very receptive team and they're very quick to rotate, is something that we've seen. But once again, it may not be apparent to the players because there's a lot of mental stack. There's a lot of things to take into account, and it looks like GameLab, they have a different plan now. It seems that they're gonna cash out on all that control.
Nexi's in a bad spot.
Ooh.
He just barely missed him too. Now Nexi actually has very good impact play here. That's what we wanted to see. Fallex trying to run away. There's the push out and can still actually deal damage here against the Onyx if he plays it perfectly, which he does. 3K already for Nexi. Fallex has to bring out the blaze. They need to deal with him now. The rest of Oasis have gone on to the A site, which they do, but the damage has been done. Raph, there's no chance in heck that they're going to be able to get this 2 versus 4, especially with the better post-plant positioning of Oasis already done. And Savvy is pushing all the way around. There's no chance that they know where he's going to be coming from. The flash is good, though, to push out Georgia. But again, the crossfire is there. This is so detrimental and all stemmed from Nexi. Sexy Nexi does it once again for Oasis.
Oh, man. That's the beauty of, or at least that's the dangers of trying to cash out on a big read. And honestly, the timing could not be more unfortunate, nor could it be more divine on the side of Nexi. What a great call out here, Fallex. Despite getting that trade, Astra, you mentioned it was the point of no return. And Oasis, very, very close to shutting off GameLab's momentum. But double operator here on the side of GameLab Alpha here, both Fallex and Aeonix. Let's see if they're going to play a little more receded here.
Man got shook.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. And they definitely are playing a lot more receded, as you can see. Much more of a default setup here. They wanted to go extra fancy in that last round. And honestly, I mean, it could have been something, right? It could have been a recipe for just greatness, but went in the opposite direction. Spots out Fallex here, and they're using their abilities ever so slowly here just to get that mid-control shot there to break the alarm bot on mid. And again, this is Oasis still not giving up that mid-presence. Fallex has already activated his Tailwind, expecting that they're going to be here a little bit earlier, but not really. And they are waiting for Fallex to get antsy and try to get that mid-side control or information, but it's a risk, and Fallex knows this.
How risky does it have to be, though? The question is, everybody has really relegated their efforts to being a little more tempered here, Asarai. Fallex, operator close.
Oh my-
Still gets the pick off Savvy, but Georgie has the trade. And oh my indeed. And GameLab, this is still a pretty decent situation for them. Oasis, they have the lead here. Look how far Georgie is, Asteroid. They essentially have the site. And Nexi already trying to plan himself to cut off any would-be retakers.
Door is open. They can overwhelm Nexi here.
Wow.
But if he breaks the lockdown, they're fighting for it. They're fighting for it. Hold on. It's just Nexi now. As the dust settles, they know he's still there in the corner, so he has to fight this 2 versus 1. I honestly thought Nexi's impact there would have been just detrimental for GameLab, but you know what? GameLab does as GameLab does, and they will be able to equalize once again.
Oh man, this is getting really, really rough. Once again, the rate that Oasis is getting rounds in is just not very positive right now. In GameLab, they're having a time of their life. Once again, it's ridiculous. How does GameLab push and get a pick like that? That's the second time that we've seen that today. A very valiant effort here to double swing on the attention being taken away from the lockdown. But GameLab responses has been so sharp. Thankfully, on the side of Oasis, they still have yet another try in hand, Asteroid. They do have their own lockdown, and they know the ult economy is leaning towards them heavily.
Heavily indeed. That recon drone trying to get some information, but not gonna happen here, son. They're cooking it once again with the lockdown. Setting it up, but there's basically the whole enchilada here of them. No more at the back of the site. No find for you, Georgie. But they're actually just outside of this smoke here. No need for the presence, though. But the thing is, if they actually start pushing in onto the site, Nexi has some really good ground on mid. As you can see, he's hearing all that rotation. He's about to come from the swing here. Nice paranoia. Drax is giving Nexi all the time to get the furthest flank. I don't think he'll know. He's gotten the one. We'll play around this. The pressure is there. The rest of GameLab will have to try to make do with what they have. Cannot find Georgie. Does find Drax. And where is Folex getting these kills? It's Nexi as well as Savvy again. It's only, well, now down to Owen Cutie. Can he find Nexi before he gets flanked from behind there by Savvy? Not going to happen. And Oasis perfectly handled the situation using pressure points to break down GameLab's defense and retake.
Oh man, this is a nail biter of a game, and it's only map 1, Asterai. I really love the adjustments on both sides here. It did look like a very, very dominating lead on the side of Oasis. But as we have to mention again, this is such a data-centric map, if not the most data-centric in terms of just the game itself. So now, maybe at this point, we're going to have a bit of a brawl. Once again, a lot of initiative in the choke fights here. And I like the read on Oasis. They saw that they were getting info, but Boogie, he explodes! Oh dear. Top, mid, and tiles. Just the middle portion of the map itself reduced to no man's land yet again.
Smartly backs away as he gets that 2 pick. No need to overheat, no need to overextend, no need to give unnecessary map control to Oasis now that GameLab has the numbers advantage. And they're the ones limping, trying to find opening here. Hoping that maybe they can find any straggler, any aggressive player of GameLab, but that's not how GameLab goes. They do love to play this, push us into the site, especially when they have the advantage. And as you mentioned, or rather, as I'm now mentioning, could go into overtime here. Yeah, there's a null command. It's a Hail Mary swing, but all right, we'll see how this goes.
Well, we're trying to formulate some sort of solution to this problem, Asterai. GameLab, they only have 1. And 1 was not enough, as Ionix, who's been a rock, will get reduced to gravel. And GameLab, they look like they're preparing for the retake. They do have a significant numbers advantage, but Savvy's so close to death. And here we go, they fall in! And Folex, once again, a crusade in the name of GameLab. And Oasis could not defend. Goodness me.
Overtime.
Wow, I did not expect that we are going to go this far. But you know what? It's the playoffs. It's Oasis. It's GameLab. These two teams have their own special sauce that makes us want to keep dipping in again, watching them over and over again. And boy, howdy, is it lovable. Well, anyways, Oasis calling the timeout immediately here as, again, got to formulate that plan. What happened there? Honestly, would love to see a highlight or a replay quickly of how Boogie just gets the 2K. And speaking of which, Boogie not really getting the most kills. To be fair, it's all on Fall X because, again, he's the one that needs to find the picks. He's already 30 kills. But yesterday, when they were going up against Zol Esports, Boogie was one of the players as well that was doing so much for GameLab, and really bringing them to overtime is, well, such a big thing for GameLab, obviously.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy lifting on the side of Fall X, as well as Nexi, who's also close to eclipsing a 30 bomb himself. And I'm glad that this game has been a mix of pretty much a lot of fighting, but still very controlled and very minute adjustments that may not be super obvious to a degree. But again, I'm really happy that both these teams are still really using the brain power here. And GameLab, a little worrying for them as their attacking side was also very, very fragile and flimsy. This was when Oasis was pretty much at its peak for this map, Asterai. A choke fight avoided yet again, but a big, heavy 3-man stack already ready to rock and roll for Oasis.
How many did they suppress there? Many players, excuse me, did they actually spot out? In any case, 2 smokes. This is going to be a commit, maybe? Question mark. But no, GameLab decide otherwise. I feel like they understand now that might have been a big of a risk. But the thing is, as they scramble to go through the B site, this might actually be a good thing for them. No push on mid for Oasis here. They're playing very far back. And now, if they guess this correctly, if they approach this correctly, they have better numbers to push on the B site. Still 3 players of Oasis stacking on A. Georgie's second guessing. He's feeling it now. He knows that there is something amiss in terms of things. And now GameLab, all they have to do is pull the trigger on B. They might be able to overwhelm it.
Maybe that would be the case, Asrai, but look how much utility is in their way. Granted, Oasis, they're gonna be quite delayed with the rotate, and Fall X, if he can open this up, then it's gonna be a problem. But Marky, very, very solid here. Still keeping us alive, and Nexi, the wall! Once again, GameLab cannot push through. And one more round for Oasis to take the first map of the series.
Damn. That was dirty from Oasis. You think that, again, with only 2 players, it's not going to be possible for them to hold the site? The thing is, they just allowed GameLab to push outside of the B main. They throw out all the utilities. Of course, they still have to check things. And Fall X, as he was clearing the site, was still alone. Nobody from GameLab was there because maybe they weren't fast enough to rotate. Maybe they were still checking the other angles just to make sure. But that little bit of space really hurting Fall X as he tries to do something. And speaking of hurting, Fall X gets flashed by his own teammate, and Nexi just says, okay, thank you very much. And this time, it's not going to be Aeonix falling down. It's a trade for trade of the players.
I'm not entirely sure what the game plan there was for GameLab, but again, a flash from no matter which side, beautifully timed, at least for the demise of Fall X Asterai. They now have control over A, and I'm thinking what could possibly be the solution for GameLab. They don't have that explosive entry anymore, but Oasis don't have any stoppage for their lurk threats, so this defense on the site is going to be that much weaker. You see Marky, who is arguably the biggest gun on the server for the side of Oasis, so far removed from his team. And maybe a little bit of a delay here on the side of GameLab. Looks like they're prepping for a tree take too. Just worried of that lurk threat, but time is winding down. Oh, but here we go, Asterai. It seems that they want to fight now.
Wow, that's a great paranoia for separation. Anyways, down to Dritch, but time. Ouch. And this is going to be it. He just had to go for the Pro Zone fake, but of course they're going to check him. And ladies and gentlemen, this overtime did not last long as Oasis claimed game number 1 in this best of 3 series.
That was a very, very interesting map, in all honesty. Again, just a lot of pandemonium. In terms of just like the macro play, it seemed that on the side of GameLab, it was fantastic for a good minute there, up until just the home stretch. It seems that the problem now is in regards to closing. But again, guys, this is map number 1 for the entire series, and still we got a long one to go.
Yeah, anyways, I just wanted to reiterate again, I was mentioning about there was a great paranoia for separation. That was the paranoia of Draxi. As you mentioned, they were trying to push in through the doorway on Switch. Drax throws out the paranoia, forces the half of the forces that was retaking from GameLab Alpha, and effectively, again, separating them so efficiently that they couldn't really go for an effective retake. So that little bit of utility utilized is ultimately what made it so easy for Oasis, I think, to win that post-plant situation. That being said, quick little look at the statistics here. Nexi and Fall X, 30 bombers, absolute phenoms and performers in this first game.
Very interesting, considering that Oasis and GameLab had both very strong defending sides, yet their standout players, the pretty much both extremes of Valorant, right? One a duelist, one a sentinel. And you could really feel the playoff atmosphere here, Asterai. Just everybody turning it up. I wouldn't necessarily say anybody's underperforming, but once again, very interesting set of rounds here, especially on the side switch.
Imagine this, we're also going to be going on to Haven as well. Scary stuff for GameLab here, but, well, maybe they can make it work. That's the thing. So, that being said, though, Oasis really put to their paces. But, I mean, that's the thing that you should expect. It's not going to be clean 2-0s. We're already in the playoffs, and you know how far these teams have really come. A very long way from once we spotted them from Split 1. It's like seeing your child, you know, start to get into college and such. The happiness, right?
That's I
would graduating from college.
You know, I would have just said that it's kind of like your personal Valorant journey. Maybe you started at X rank, and maybe
you're right.
Look, man. I'm just not even gonna say anything, but good for you. You know what? Good for you with that analogy. Good for you.
Thank you. But yeah, that just means, again, GameLab are pinned to the wall as they are, again, serious point already here. And of course, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it's Savvy 8K, guys. Great flash points altogether, or rather, flash drives and driving. Again, that final nail in the coffin to get that first game here for Oasis.
True. And again, Zavy, he really kind of shines no matter what situation you put him in. Either it's something a little more supportive like this one, or a little more front-facing. Again, we've seen many shades of him, Asterai. Hopefully, we'll see the same thing for all our players here for the rest of the series. But wow, that was probably one of the most interesting Ascent maps we've had so far. Definitely one of the most snowball-heavy ones in recent memory.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so entertaining. So many things happening, and you did see so many philosophies of both teams of how they approach each and every round there, and very well utilized timeouts. It was such a great first game, to be honest. No takebacks whatsoever. Anyways, again, guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see what the fate lies here. Are we gonna go to game number 3? We'll see. Haven in a bit. See you in a bit.
A tale of two halves and potentially a tale of two maps as GameLab Alpha try to rally a fantastic comeback, but unfortunately Oasis stopped them dead in their tracks. Once again, my name is Raph. That beautiful gentleman over there is Asarai. Welcome back, ladies and gents. What is good? And by the way, Asarai, I hope everybody has ordered their food and, you know, their drink, because that was a pretty grueling first map.
Absolutely. That made me hungry. Speaking of which, I might like order, you know, using Grab Unlimited just to satiate my hunger. And again, it's free on your first month. Hey.
I like the segue. Very smooth, very subtle, but everything Asarai says is true. It's free for your first month. Why aren't you guys doing that? And yes, do it. You know, absolutely do it. Don't go on a caloric deficit unless you're obviously trying to go on a cut. You know what I'm saying? But with that out of the way, Haven. I feel like Haven has been a pretty decent map on the side of GameLab, but maybe decent is not gonna cut it, Asarai. If anything, most of the prolific performances on the side of Oasis has been on this very map. So again, if GameLab don't pick up, then this might just be a quick 2-0 question mark.
I don't know. We'll see though, because again, I did mention yesterday when we were on the panel that GameLab, one of GameLab's worst maps, actually isn't Ascent. It's Haven as well as Pearl. Sorry, it's not Ascent. Yeah, it's Haven and Pearl actually. So that being said, I was very surprised how they were able to win against Zol Esports yesterday, 13-7, in a very convincing fashion. Again, you might maybe address that because they were fighting against Zol, but still, GameLab Alpha, one of those teams that really tries to remedy or make better what they have weaknesses at. So at least coming into Haven, even though we know Oasis, this is one of their best maps, GameLab Alpha, I feel like, still has that capability. And damn it, man, Full X, he's been on fire in that Ascent map. If he can bring that same bit of heat into Haven, GameLab have a really good case against Oasis in this second map, even though Oasis are going to be starting on the attacking side.
Like you did mention, GameLab is very good at remedying any of their illnesses, whether it be a map weakness or a strategical weakness, and Fall X was insane. It just so happens that there was a great equalizer on the side of Oasis Gaming, and it was in the form of Nexi. He was an absolute wall when there was an absolute demolition machine on the other side of things, and there you go, guys. I was already getting into my relax pose, you know. I was gonna go for the Zen stance, but here we are, back on camera.
Agreed.
It was, you know, the strat, dude. I had like my legs up and all.
Yeah, no.
Just to get the hard focus.
I mean, at least you can lift up your legs like that. You know, not like me.
Yes.
Old man Asarai and my weak knees.
Wait, are you sure you can? I'm pretty sure you can. But like,
hang on. Oh no, I can't show it to the camera.
Are you not very?
I'm not gonna say what I'm wearing, man. I'm just wearing, you know, proper
Business
casting attire. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I understand. I understand completely. But at the same time, I was about to go into mobility training. And again, just to kind of go back on that, I'm glad that there has not been any absence of mobility on the side of both these teams. They were really trying to maneuver the map. We didn't really see too much of an overcommitment on any side. And again, for a majority, it didn't seem like anything was forced. So again, going back into Haven, as both these teams, they kind of gear up. Obviously, very, very standard default A-long play here, Asarai.
Aggression as aggression can be. Quick charge outs and wait, hold on. They're bringing the fight to Oasis here. No chance. You shall not pass into the A main. They do get forced back though. 1-1 in terms of the trades. Onyx, he's in a perfect spot to actually do some damage, but Nexi was there to pick up the slack. And unfortunately, Boogie cannot find himself a pick. Knows that Nexi is actually chasing up on him. And they're just going to try to get Boogie here. Boogie needs to hit something else. He has gone one. They were just playing around him. I actually thought that they got him already. And this has just turned into an all-out brawl. 1 versus 1. Flash reposition. Dritch has the HP. What's the weapon on Wall Oreo? It's a classic. So, if Wild can hit a headshot here. It's only 75 damage, so Dritch has the advantage. And there's no chance for Oreo to wiggle back into safety as it's going to be GameLab. Dritch again with the Dritch things. Okay, I see you. You get the round. Great job.
He seems super excited to be here, you know. Very, very antsy player, I would say. But again, GameLab, potentially this could be a tale of two maps as they had such a wonderful recovery in that previous map. They're obviously hoping to replicate that success. Quite honestly, this was a super neck-to-neck round as they had equal pretty much trades everywhere. Asterai, the A default didn't really pan out for anybody there. Oasis very quick to readjust, but now GameLab, they do have to deal with, again, just the anti-eco here. Already seems like they're very confident in pushing towards Garage.
Well, this could be good as well. Onyx. Oh god, Dritch. Ooh, buddy. But might have been better if that was the shorty, but you know what? Gets charged out by the frenzy. Gonna get punished for it. And inside the smoke, FallX is getting every bit of information, and he is just gobbling up all of these charges to his ultimate. No chance that they could go for any picks there. Unfortunately for Oasis, as GameLab played that perfectly. They know that Oasis loves to go for these shotgun style of plays. You set up the utility, immediately explode, but again, GameLab just addressed it so quickly.
Absolutely, and what could they really do with a weaker armory here, Asterai? You know, I have to bring up too that Oasis is usually the more active team, even with weaker weapons on this map particularly. But it seems that GameLab has been beating them to the punch. Granted, it has been a long split. There's been a lot of data, a lot of VODs to go through. And GameLab, it seems that they've done quite a bit with their time. Oasis, a little more reserved here, anticipating the aggression. Could potentially get the right read here, as FallX can't really get anything going, potentially with the Spectre. I could be wrong, but not this time.
Unfortunately, swinging out to be met by the triplets of Oasis there. It's just a bad way to end things. Any case, though, I haven't pulled the trigger into pushing in onto the site. Oasis really making use of the money. Huh. Did I cut off? Alright, now I think I'm back.
You are back, as everybody's back. But you were mentioning that maybe Oasis is a little heavy on the economy side, but you're absolutely right here, as Boogie all alone. Surprisingly all alone here, Asterai. It seems that the movement for GameLab not as sharp on this map, and now Oasis, they're buckling up. I mean, if Owen could clutch this 1v5 with a Marshall, that'd be a play of the century. Well, one of the candidates at least, but it doesn't seem like it's likely.
Yeah, probably not. It's too far of a dream for it to be achieved. A couple of refrags or exit frags, still very doable. Good tags. Spots one, could get the other. And Drax, that body shot saved him from demise. Again, it still is just the bonus round for GameLab here. That was so interesting that they got punished like this twice, actually, in this round. One for FallX, one on Boogie there. So that was kind of interesting, but other than that, we're fine.
That's true. And FallX, he has the operator a lot sooner than on the previous map. But now I'm curious how they want to go about this, right? They have a pretty dangerous spread here. If any one of them could get hit by a burst, they're prone to just kind of losing out on that area. But the read that Oasis is going to try for this more controlled and methodical approach has been fantastic. Aeonix, though, this is a pretty dangerous angle. He does have utility here, but it could potentially still not be enough to ward off the attackers on the side of Oasis. And now Aeonix, he's tucked himself in the corner, Aster. I could potentially find one, maybe two.
He has a teammate that can wallbang for him. He also has the turret. Did he recall it or was it broken? I think it was broken because of the nanoswarm. Anyways, at least he'll have contact here. He's making a lot of noise. He's got to back away because they're about to readdress the garage angle here. Georgie's prepping up. Wants to make sure that he finds that proper contact. Nexi. Oh, thought that he was already somewhere pushed on the tunnel, but Aeonix, my gosh, I honestly am giving this man an award. He is just ballsy, very steely into just holding that angle and garage by himself without proper coverage, as the rest of GameLab now seem to want to embrace Oasis's push on the A site.
Embrace, potentially be in a vice grip, as Owen using his sixth sense to find Georgie, and this poke and prod playstyle. While the more scientific approach here, GameLab just had a wonderful spread for that type of approach. And now, the numbers advantage on the side of GameLab yet again, Aserai, but Oasis, positionally speaking, they could be the ones that are in trouble and unsure at first, but they collapse like pillars of sand all of a sudden. And GameLab steal yet another round away.
Very awkward embrace there, but nonetheless executed and well enough that obviously they get that site take once again. Is he gonna have his ultimate? One more charge. All right. That being said, though, that was nuts from Owen Cutie, as well as the Onyx. Look at that. Just as you mentioned, 6 cents hits the headshot onto Georgie, and it's like, what happened? I happened.
Indeed. Yeah. You know, one thing I've noticed though is that GameLab, they're a little less adamant on controlling the chokes on this map. They try to instead have pivot points on how to assess. One of them is garage, right? Again, we just saw so much from, or at least so much investment on the side of Aeonix plus Boogie, and it seems like they're gonna do the same thing. But the retake has been almost flawless for them, right? Oasis, they still have a lot of rounds to really kind of think this through. And it does look like they've successfully infiltrated A long, although Owen Cutie could be... No, he decides against it. Decides to go back instead.
Gotta be careful. Oh, using the smoke to actually get away, not pop shot it. Okay, Owen. Really threading the needle here, but playing that situation perfectly. He doesn't get any picks, but at least he, falls back, has an operator, still has the utility of his team, of his paranoia. So, honestly, all in all, that was pretty solid. Now, the thing is, it's a 5v5 retake, and it's kind of tricky for them to find Oasis wherever they're tucked in. Still, somehow, they're finding the picks through that smoke. Wild Oreos by himself has to wait for Nexi to wrap all the way around through A long. Spike still there, taken. Tap it, and they still have time to look for the man. And the Nexi, as he makes noise on A main here. Oh my gosh, 3 bullets and Nexi! I gotta say it again, man. Sexy Nexi once again clutching for Oasis. Huh?
Oh my goodness. Were we allowed to see that? Because that was disgusting. That was just absolutely gross. Wow. That double swing was about what you really needed to do in that situation. Clear cut 2v1. But once again, that's the beauty of FPS games in Valorant. You still gotta hit those shots, buddy. And Oasis, they steal one yet again for GameLab. GameLab broken in more ways than one. Economy-wise, the most obvious. But once again, they have to pretty much settle down here, Aster, and not let that type of clutch get into their heads too much. As Oasis, they still go for this pick and prod playstyle. They really want to keep GameLab guessing.
GameLab also not really fearing the pick and prod playstyle here of Oasis, as they try to do the same thing on their own side of the map as what you saw. Oh, and Cutie. Oh my gosh. Okay, they don't chase him down, which is good. Dritch. Perfect angle for him to hit a headshot here. Timing, but unfortunately, it's a pixel headshot angle. He had to hit it. It's either one or none. Nexi on the other side, pushing in onto A short. Could find timing, which he does. And this is going to be a clear-cut push onto the A side.
Is it with the most clarity, though? I mean, that's what we said about that 3v1, rather, against Nexi. But the weapons, man. The weapons really is the biggest indicator of how this might turn out. As Aviate, K already denies the best chance on the side of GameLab. And Oasis, they quickly recover. They quickly equalize. And now what does GameLab have cooking? They haven't really changed their defensive layout in a few rounds. They're still gonna have potentially the Sentinel, have a little more garage control. One thing that I am a little worried about though on the side of GameLab is that since their Sentinel is so far forward in the form of Aeonix, I don't think they can safely push out on any of the side lanes here or any of the extensions on the map per se.
True. I mean, if he does get picked off as well, that's a huge chunk of the map basically given in terms of map control. Because that's why you want the KJ. It just gives you so much great defense so that you free up the other 4 players to do something more mobile around your own side of the spawn. Oh, and Cutie, though, that's a big hit to their faces right there. Aeonix by himself now. At least nobody's going to be punishing him through garage. Great stun, though. Followed up by the 2. Boogie is down, but Aeonix still picks up the pace. Dritch, if he swings, he barely hits the shot, barely finds the pick, and the pull on the trigger for the ultimate. It has to be 2 people. Has to be 2 people. Oh! Yep. They used the ultimate, but it was just snatched away by Drax.
Oh my goodness. They do have a Rolling Thunder here, Asterai. On both ends, really, this is pretty much a reset. Now Rich has to decide to do this, but they have no way to destroy the lockdown here. But again, it was enough to reduce this to a 1v1. But my goodness, if throwing money at each other was a thing, this map was the exact embodiment of that. But Nexi just too quick. And now Oasis, they take the lead.
Tritch had the headshot angle there too. It's just the recoil was above head. I think we'll see that in the replay here. Anyways, oh man. Okay, this one drops down. Oh, Nexi's POV though, so disgusting, so mobile, and just confident.
Oh man, confident is one thing to describe Nexi. But again, one of the best things about Nexi as a player is that he's confident, but he never goes off of his own ego. But now completely blind as Wild Dorio Folex is going to steal that Vandal away, Aserai, and a brawl. Pandemonium, Chaos, middle center of the middle part of the map, and all for one Vandal. My goodness, what a commitment. Boogie's even going to fall here. They have no qualms of just kind of strangling each other. Still pretty expensive on the side of Oasis. They are -2. Nexi is pretty much at the brink of just kind of keeling over. And what a read here on the side of Aeonix. Although he does not have a Vandal, he could have one very, very soon. There it is.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Spike down A.
It's close. He has a chance. He's hitting the shot on Drax. It's very equal now, Raph. And he can go all the way around, but they're reading each other so perfectly. Look at this. Neonix knows about it.
No way.
He's actually going to be in time. Drax might not know about this very huge swing. Oh, but they're both going at garage. What is this? Oh, no! Oh! I thought he was looking. Ionix! The biggest brain. How? Okay, I get the first kill onto Nexi. That was a given already, right? The kill on Georgie, sure, he heard the updraft, but the monster read on the rotation of his opponent, the last one? Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, and that is just off one Bucky shot. Talk about a ROI, an ROI, Aserai. And once again, we were talking about this on Ascent. These teams, they're adjusting to each other so well, and it's just beautiful. Ooh. It is beautiful.
That's
absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. Neck and neck. I'm honestly gobsmacked, man. I did not expect it to go up until this point. I'm still reeling, dude. There's a lot of insane rounds that we've seen here from either side. Clutches from Nexi and just the crazy reads from Aeonix. And this is to our viewers out there. If you haven't watched the debut match of Aeonix when GameLab picked him up, I believe it was in Lotus, he was so confident about every swing. It looked like he just knew where his opponents were. Take it as what you may, but his reads and instinct is just on a whole other level.
So once again, right, like, it's just those tiny things, those reads, and just player familiarity that really make the game the way it is. Again, we can look at this at a macro level, but once it comes down to the nitty-gritty, it just becomes such a beautiful dance. And Xavi was on the brink of discovering, very, very curious, Owen Cutie. But Owen has managed to back out safely, Asarai, and it seems that Oasis is trying to impose this A default. Again, they want GameLab to dump as many pieces of utility towards their way here, but GameLab, they want to go for the contact first. So now the paranoia is not going to be there. I don't think they heard the teleport, but oh no, and didn't anticipate the amount of people that were ready to fight him. GameLab, they're already sprung into action here, Asarai. Look how close they are for the retake already.
That was an Owen Cutie sacrifice, if at all, because that's given them chance, as you mentioned, to position for this fight. But as he drops from heaven, that might have been too much to handle. Still, though, Nexi a little bit too late to the party. 2 versus 1. Graffiti. Nexi's just so good. And I feel the hurt from your... Oh!
I can't believe Nexi. Come on, man.
I feel the hurt from your...
It's just... Oh my goodness,
Yep.
Nexi's just pulling out so many magic tricks, dude. Like, come on. Fallex once again, really the menace of GameLab, but the great equalizer, the wall, that is Nexi. And man, that had to be one of the most irritating shoulder peaks of all time. You know, if you're holding Graffiti, you're like, please, I don't know if you're gonna swing into me or not.
Oh my gosh. I'm having a headache just from how intense these rounds are. No cap, my head is throbbing right now because of how intense these matches are. It's mind-boggling how far these guys will go to clutch these rounds. Speaking of which, Nexi, he's holding the flank here. Timing is going to be well as he is able to rejoin the rest of his team. Stuns all together from GameLab to clear out the attacker's spawn, but the thing is, no remnants of opponents there. They know something's happening here. Nexi's hearing all of the dashes, all of the footsteps, and they got to spot him first before anything else, but he's got some reinforcements.
Oh, that's quite a bit of reinforcements, Aster, but a damaged Nexi is still scarier than so many healthy players, apparently. Beautiful assist there by the rest of Oasis to kind of just collapse on the situation. And now GameLab potentially giving away a 2-round lead away to Oasis. The biggest one so far. Ionics. They know you're there, buddy. Oh, come on. That's just like, oh, but didn't I hear Georgie updraft? No. No, you did not.
That was just payback for what they did to who was that? Like the last player on Ascent, right? I forgot now. I think it was Jiraxi that got stabbed on A main.
It was Marky. It was Marky.
It was Marky. There you go. Thank you. Let's keep remembering Jiraxi's name. Anyways, it's still not too bad. 4-6, at least for a GameLab here, but Oasis definitely leaning back their advantage on this first half, and now they got the whole enchilada with them. That being said, GameLab also has some pretty key ultimates that they can utilize in this particular round. Oasis, though, not really faring to go A main. It's all about that garage push, especially with the lockdown here. That's going to clear up a good chunk of the B side, if not C as well. And GameLab seems like they aren't ready for it. But the thing is, Oasis might be overreaching this because look at this now. If they try to go for A, there's actually 3 people ready there to counteract whatever they're going to try to do.
I mean, they've been trying to condition GameLab to, once again, committing a lot of resources towards A. At the same time, Oasis have been so good at paying attention to their own flanks and just basically the logic of their approach, right, is to just kind of dominate the space they're in as a unit and not allow any leaks. But now GameLab, oh man, nearly caught crossing as Aeonix. Thankfully for him, he's still pretty much unscathed there, although positionally, it's going to be a little bit worrying here. But Georgie turning his back and, of course, exposing himself to Aeonix, who not only cheated death, Asarai, but found a big bonus. Beautiful response.
Oh, that's so smart.
and a little preemptive on the side of Wild Oreo, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Wild Oreo might have been using the Hunter's Fury just to lock down the site itself, or yeah, make sure that they can lock down the site. But the thing is, you need 3 Hunter's Fury charges to destroy the lockdown, and now that gives them chance to get a couple of picks. The thing is, since Nexi still survives, he uses the lockdown in such perfect place that they can't really start defusing the spike just yet. Oh, this is going to be difficult. They have the numbers, but the thing is, the post plan is still good for GameLab if they play this perfectly.
That is true. Internally, I didn't think that Nexi would have the lockdown. Again, the internal clock and then her internal counter is only winding down for the rest of the Oasis players. Again, the volume of Nexi that's providing just doesn't seem like it's enough to string along more than 3 rounds here. Again, it's been a pretty much big back and forth. Oasis, they're still on their strong side and they still can make this a convincing 7-5. But the way GameLab have been handling all these open space fights, Asar, has been a thing of beauty.
Absolutely. Just, again, they clear everything, not leaving anything to chance, making sure every single corner is picked. And, again, due diligence things, man. Anyways, last round here. Still some money for Oasis. They're going to be charging in. Fall X. This is very ballsy, but he got baited. It was the recon dart. It was the smoke. And it was the absolute hard read from Oasis. Still, though, on short, it's going to be Dritch. That's going to be King, but he's going to get spotted. As well as his teammate trying to give him assistance. Gets collateral in the process. And it's all down to Yonix once again. He did it in the 3 versus 1. Can he do it in the 4v1? Especially that he's got to have to slow approach things. He's not in a prime spot to really make some impact. So he's going to find an opening. Try to find an opening, at least in this situation.
So difficult, man. I mean, look at all the avenues that Oasis have covered here. And they've already doubled up to counteract any aggression from CT or Heaven. And the shots roaring from a distance is just going to give Aeonix a little bit of a scare. And just not enough HP to deal with Xavi on that swing. Pretty good half on the side of Oasis. All things considered, right? I mean, GameLab, they've been handling their own, but Oasis, they still maximize their advantage to start.
That was so nasty, though. You know that I think from what Oasis at least is reading here, they know that Fall X is one of those players, or actually anybody from GameLab is one of those players that would just love to play inside the smoke, play a little bit cheekier. And what's the harm in just popping a couple of shots to the smoke, right? Was built to just punish anybody trying to get cheeky. And did it and opened the B A site, and then the rest just fell into place.
That's true. And it doesn't look like the plans on the side of GameLab are going to deviate away too much from what they saw on Oasis start. We're going to have maybe a slower approach here, as the utility is going to come a lot earlier. However, there's not an overextension nor any reinforcement from the longer side of things here, as Wild Oreo invested one of his shock darts at least. Not enough to really dissuade GameLab, as they're still kind of crawling here, right? No real sewer presence just yet, though.
If they push in the next 10 seconds, they might actually be able to find some good picks here. While Oreo effective on the Frenzy, but only good for the 1. And now this is going to be a clean take for the rest of GameLab. Oh, that is an even better pick for Aeonix here, as he at least gets down Georgie. And even though he does get taken down there, he at least notifies his team that there is going to be multiple flanks coming in, but it's equal trades altogether here, Raph. Dritch playing the long game, leaving Fallex by himself, but Fallex has got to be tricky here. I think he hurt Xavi on Heaven too. So he's playing on the prime spot, where he's not going to get spotted just yet, but Dritch has to run in, or else Fallex is by himself, 38 HP. Timing is going to be key. And there it is. Fallex played that absolutely beautifully.
Oasis, I don't think they expected them, or rather didn't expect GameLab to emphasize a long that early. But again, here we are. Wild Oreo, despite getting a very, very good opening pick here, just was not enough to stop the halt of GameLab. And again, they're still trading fairly evenly, Asarai, but the open space fights have definitely been in favor of GameLab.
6-7 though, at least the rounds giving some buffering here for Oasis. Oh, are we going to go to game number 3? Again, honestly, I do want to go for that third game. It's this is one of those games, man, that you just want to
makes
keep
sense,
watching
right?
over and over again. Oh, yeah.
I like the enthusiasm for Owen's kill there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hit him with a Spectre. That's right. But,
True. Over enthusiasm.
No. But one thing I have noticed on the side of Oasis, there was a point in time where they were the most active team in terms of eco rounds. Like, despite having ecos, they would have a lot of set play in mind. Maybe teams have just adjusted to that, and maybe they require a little bit more, again, info to really commit to a heavy play. But ultimately, the goal of an eco round is to do as much eco damage as you can. And Drax maximizing it, but doesn't look like Oasis is gonna be having a fighting chance at this round.
Off-game thought. This melee that Valorio is doing as he is starting to heat up with the Sheriff. I always remember my grandma using that.
A fan?
During hot days. Yes.
Yes,
The Pamay Pai.
Those are not exclusive to grandmothers or...
The design,
you know.
though, kind of exclusive, I feel.
No, I feel like people will use fans anyway, man. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm just saying the design, though. Kind of reminds me of that. You know, whenever you go to, like, your grandparents' place, there's always that weird fish type of vase or, you know...
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I guess exactly.
The white and blue China one.
Yes. All right, starting. Somebody got to break that recon dart. Drax is not a good spot. Fallex has already charged into the site, but the stun actually good for him to swing out. Where did that stun come from? All given to you by Savvy 8K, and everybody is just feeding off of it. Aeonix, well, deja vu all over again, but this time it's a 5 versus 1.
Well, at least the problem that we addressed, or at least talked about in the previous map, still has not been patched up, unfortunately, for GameLab. GameLab, we've seen them kind of lose rounds when they want to cash in on these heavy gambles. And Oasis, they're just so quick to respond to this type of burst that maybe moving forward, GameLab have to be a little more careful if they want to bring this out. Beautiful collateral here by Draxi, and just getting another one just to kind of reinforce. And once again, the Pandemonium and open space fights is one thing that you really cannot slouch on the side of GameLab. Do they have any impactful ults on any of the side? Aeonix is close to his lockdown. Meanwhile, Nexi is just a slight orb, or just a slight deficit to deal with.
Very aggressive already on a short here. A couple of pop shots and Fallex. Ooh. Maneuvers through the smoke smoothly enough that he's not going to get caught by the pop shots there from Georgie as well, as they try to follow up through the fault line stun. This time, GameLab now fearing a little bit that A main control does have the alarm bot just to stop it. And on B, it's only the alarm bot as well. It's there just to stop them dead in their tracks. Fallex really going to pull the trigger here as he tries to look for picks. He is chasing it down, but maybe a little bit overreaching as Boogie, 10 HP, gets immediately punished. Dritch tries to plug up the push play or push position of Oasis, but they've already lost 2. This needs to be the tricky spots that GameLab will try to feed off of. But the thing is, there's so many angles. They're going to have to work at this. 2 of them. And Dritch, Dritch can actually make some waves, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Aeonix plays around the corner here, but the thing is, does he have a lineup? I mean, he has the tag, but let's see. Nah, he just saved it. Yeah.
That's
I mean, he
fine.
can't wallbang through the thing too. I mean, he can, but it's not going to be efficient.
So that is what, once again, case in point for GameLab's heavy hits. I just feel like the rate of success for that has just not that high. You know, I mean, GameLab, once again, their strength is to take those open space fights if Oasis walk into them. But somehow, despite getting them pretty good picks at the beginning, just these small overextensions have been weighing heavy on their shoulders, Aserai. And now we only have a Hero Vandal and Aeonix. Lockdown still 2 away. And Dritch also has a Rolling Thunder in his pocket very, very soon. No matter what the outcome, at least. Now Oasis, they're just kind of holding strong and holding patient here. They know they don't have to do anything too fancy. They just kind of ward this off.
Gonna try to ward it off now, but Drax in such a spot where he can actually go for the punish. And even though they basically bypassed him, I love that Nano Swarm placement, because if they try to over peek on through, well, there, you know, coming into C-Link, it's easy punish play. Again, all right, people might be saying, what is Onyx doing? He has to hold the flank, so that's why he's the person that will always be the one to survive the last. Thing is, though, he's not in a position where he can really find any picks. That's the thing.
Yeah, and once again, just to kind of bring back the point, and again, just the plan for Oasis here so far, and it's been working. You know, just basically brace for impact here on the side of GameLab. GameLab, not a very poke-oriented team. They're very in tune and I guess prefers a lot of those heavier hits. They like to chunk away at their opponents. Meanwhile, Oasis, they understand that GameLab have to take chunks for them to impose the plan. So them being this passive is working wonders. And again, big ults on both sides now coming alive. Xavi's only a few away from that Rolling Thunder if they choose to go for that retake. And the Onyx, I keep saying it, he's so close to the lockdown, but it has not bloomed just yet.
Such a big blow as well, right? Because again, you know how much, Onyx can have that impact. The problem is, because he's on the KJ, he can't really be the one to, I mean, not even entry frag, but like secondary frag or such, right? He has to be holding the flank and everything. I mean, maybe you can also akin that that's the reason why he's on the 19 kills, because he's always been put on that clutch situation, and it's been handed to him when his teammates can find that impact frag. The thing is, they can't find it anymore. The well's just gone dry.
Oh, man. That's very hard to assess, you know, if the well has really gone dry. But with the potential of a collateral there, maybe the answer is leaning towards agreeing with you, Asrai. But GameLab, once again, heavy hit. They burned the Rolling Thunder. Oasis still in prime position for the retake. It doesn't seem that GameLab is going to pick up this op to pretty much alleviate any pressure from the long side of the map. But now Onyx, he has to deal with at least 2 players here. I think he gets that sound confirm. Now Oasis still kind of reassessing here. They hold back, they hold strong. GameLab looking to push the tempo here, but they're going to be completely blind. Beautiful paranoia play. Oh! But now Oasis, they barrel through. That's right.
No.
3v1. Oh no, indeed. Oh no, indeed, but for who? Wild Oreo still full on health. Oh, you can't end it that way. That's so anticlimactic, but well played there, Wild Oreo. Beautiful stuff by Oasis. But my, Drake gave us a scare. A big scare.
I was about to say literally the same thing. Anticlimactic finish with the shock dart. But you know what? In these high intense scenarios, if you can keep your cool that way and play it as just calmly as Wild Oreo did, you're just a whole different cold-blooded killer. In the game, at least. Anyways. Oh, I mean, that felt like that was one of the first good rounds GameLab has gotten in the second half. And it was just snatched away from them. That flick from Draxi, I mean, that was supposed to be a kill for Onyx, and then it didn't happen. Totally sucks for at least GameLab.
Shocking as it may be, Asterai, they still have a lot of bite, but with a buy that they have, it's not going to be that detrimental. They still have the blades in the back pocket, but it seems Oasis have relegated all their efforts into this retake. And I would assume with no problem whatsoever. Nexi's the question is, are they ready to invest that lockdown? And there we go. Xavi's going to flush out health. They should start the retake here. And even go for the Hunter's Fury here to double down. But Owen, despite everything, still gets one before he gets found out. Fox trying to use that verticality. But now the late lockdown is going to come through. Can't land the shot. Tries the reassessment. Reach again from the bottom of hell. Will drown out Oasis. And they finally stop the cold streak. They snap it. And a retaliation on the board for GameLab.
Whew. That was intense. Absolutely intense for GameLab here. And you know what? Sometimes, again, it's the same thing that they did on Ascent. Just Stop holding everything and playing slow and just pull the trigger. Try to outmatch what Oasis has set up specifically on the site. What's the worst that could happen? There's only a couple of people there. It's not going to be a 5 versus 5, obviously. So if they can overwhelm, if they can efficiently get those trades, this is what happens. Even though Volex was whiffing there, the thing is, he was placing himself on a spot where he could set up for his teammates, and Dritch was there to go for the alley-oop. Anyways, now they know that Georgie's going to be at the back of the site. He has no more dash. He actually has been tagged up. Could be dangerous here, but Volex, he's gotten his second wind. He's feeling himself, and he is finding the picks.
Is it enough, though, to finally secure a streak for them, Asteroids? Despite all the chaos and despite all the strong openers, Oasis still have a definite man advantage here, but Volex, beautiful dash here, finds a Drax. That's been crossing, but without his tailwind, he is going to be caught in no man's land, and that's going to be Oasis once again pushing them closer and closer to taking this map away. GameLab, I believe they're going to have just about enough for a full rifle by Asar, but momentum is definitely not on their side here. I think they're ways away from ultimates too, despite... Oh wait, no, Reach has the Rolling Thunder yet again. That 2-round explosion did allow him to recuperate the losses, but I still think that Lockdown is going to be sorely missed.
4 rounds. Not the longest of sprints or marathons that GameLab will have to play if they want to get into overtime. They've done it in the first map. They can possibly do it again here. Thing is, man, everything that they try to do feels like it keeps getting snatched away from them. Ever so slightly.
The question is that going to be what breaks the back of GameLab? I mean, just that extra kilo of weight, Asar, can make the difference between pretty much a slip disc and a successful lift. But now, an additional boost here. Drax finds Volex out of the air from the stun, tries to avoid the Rolling Thunder, but alas, he still gets caught up in it. GameLab have not found any meaningful ground, and they lose yet another Bastion. And that's going to be Onyx, man. Dreech, Boogie, and Owen, what can they do now? And Dreech double dips. Oh no!
This is brutal for GameLab. Drax putting himself in a position where he could just punish. Now they spotted the spike. It's all down to Owen Cutie. But hold on. He can actually cross the corner here. Thing is, it's still a 3 versus 1. So even if he tries to pick up the spike and TP away, use it from the shadows, he can always get punished. Look at where Georgie is already anticipating it just in case Nexi falls down. But no, he's actually just going to try to use it just to pick up the spike.
Oh, man.
Okay, 15 seconds, though. Oh, the shock darts. Oh, it's making me so nervous. Yep. Absolutely dominated in this round by Oasis and completely shut 2-0. And they're going to keep going undefeated in this run from regular split to playoffs.
Pretty much, right? I mean, I was really thinking, but there is an opening towards B. But again, if they went for the retake, 3v1, it's still going to be so precarious for Owen. And great stuff here on the side of Oasis. Once again, I thought it was really, really worrying at first when it came to Ascent because, again, with everything that GameLab has had and just their ability to manipulate momentum, it's scary for against any team, right? But just recovery upon recovery for both sides has been, well, absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic, and everybody from Oasis just coming alive. How many times did we see Nexi clutch a lot of rounds, Wild Oreo finishing the ones as well, nearing the 12th point or 11th point for Oasis here, when, again, Georgie was getting slightly shut. Draxi as well with the entry frags. And look at the amount of first kills that Oasis has, 14-7. You knew that they were always on initial contact, and you knew that they had the percentage to really get those first picks.
Absolutely, and maybe, just maybe, GameLab not capitalizing off of some of their own first picks, Asarai. I mean, we saw it a bunch of times, great openers, but maybe using the picks to somewhat be a little more aggressive, but then it translated into a bit of an overheat. but I did really enjoy the chess match, the back and forth between these teams for at least for how long it lasted, right? GameLab, they're the ones that kind of gassed out, but have no fear, GameLab fans. There's still the lower bracket run.
True. If there's anybody in that lower bracket that can fight or that can come back, claw their way to another rematch, whether it's going to be Oasis or NAOS, I honestly feel that it is GameLab Alpha. So with that being said, right, even though it was a 2-0, they showed so much. Again, just growth over the span. I know I've said it a couple of times already when we started the broadcast and even through the cast, but man, this team can really put you through your paces, and it shows. And that being said, Oasis still is Oasis. They're absolutely dominant.
Oh, would you look at that? Delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is Chef Nexi himself. Absolutely fantastic the entire series. We talked about how he has been such a gigantic pivotal point for Oasis, really. I mean, Fallax had pretty much a career game at the start, right? But Nexi being the great equalizer for everything, so on and so forth. I mean, you could go on about what he's done for the team, especially even on Haven.
We have another series, of course, that we still have to watch for today, guys. The action continues. Speaking of action, it's Ascension PH versus NAOS Esports later. Oh, so definitely also a match to behold. We're just waiting for our panelists to get prepared. But other than that, man, this was... I can't... I'm smiling cheek to cheek because it was such a good series. Honestly,
it was a great series.
Bravo. Yeah,
I thought that was such a great way to, reunite with you. Like I said, it's been a good minute since we've casted together and shared the desk together. So, again, that was a very, very nice game in terms of just kind of everything. I thought it was the complete package. There was a lot of... Again, it was a chess match, basically.
All right, anyways, we're going to pass it on to our panel, guys, to discuss this and get that interview with the team.
Gaming pa nga rin ang nanaig sa dulo. Pero dito, Fluffy, ang matanong ko lang sa'yo, balik tayo onti dito sa Ascent, no? Is Ascent defender-sided right now or hirap na hirap lang ba yung mga teams natin mag-attack dito?
I feel like it's more of GameLab playing so aggressively on their defense because although Oasis had a great string of 9 rounds on that opening half, GameLab just didn't allow them to attack their side at all. And if they did get the plant down, the retake was so fast, I don't think Oasis was ready for it.
It's because they would start the retake as the spike plant attempt was happening. Diba? Nakita naman natin na when Oasis, as you said, they tried to execute on the site pero biglang may lalabas ng smoke galing sa city. Biglang may lalabas ng smoke galing dun sa short or galing sa market. And yung mga constant parang mga rat play, mga sasaw-saw talagang GameLab, that's where they were able to shake Oasis up. Now they're able to kind of come back in this, and that's one of them. You see their reach. Talagang ipapush yung smoke. Having these kind of off-timing, off-kilter plays, that's what can really kind of get Oasis dun sa parang uncomfortability zone nila. And we saw GameLab utilize that super effectively in the second half.
Galing talaga tumiming na itong GameLab no? Magugulat ka na lang. Ay, tingnan mo, nagtutulungan pa nga sila doon para lang mailabas yung mga Tondo Gaming kanina na may party na nag-succeed eh. Pero ikaw, Fluffy, dito naman nakita natin yung Oasis pa rin naman nagpakabalang. Kumbaga sabi, sige, pagbigyan muna natin ng points yung GameLab, pero nung huli, pina-overtime at pinanalo na nila.
Exactly. They went all the way to overtime. Dito naman kita naman si Oasis Gaming, especially si Nexi towards those closing rounds, really pulling his weight, being the sentinel that Oasis really needed. Even on those attacking half with the late lurks, always manages to clutch it kaya shot sexy Nex.
Sexy Nexi.
On the tagline pa naman din si Nexi. I mean, it's funny because if you look at yung dalawang head-to-head natin, Aeonix and Nexi nung simula ng mismong series, parang it really came into fruition because especially in that second map, it became the Nexi and Aeonix show for a lot of these rounds. Both of them on the Sentinel na talagang crucial. Aeonix stopped fragging there in the second map para sa GameLab, and the Nexi trailing right behind as well. And they both had big rounds, so I think we were medyo on point naman tayo as a panel dun sa ating head-to-head.
Sobrang on point tayo dyan, Black and Blue. Kasi pareho sila may clutch situation na pinakita kanina. Getting those 1v3s in. At napakalupit talaga ng mga killjoys natin, lalong-lalo na dito sa Haven. Pero alam mo kung saan ako natuwa rin, Nico? Na-nostra mo kanina. Sabi mo, 7-7. Tapos magdidikit sa 7-7. Tapos hanggang sa Oasis na yun nagpatuloy hanggang sa 13-8 natin doon. Galing mo na.
Well, Si Fluffy actually yun, pero tatanggapin ko na ang iyong puri. Sige,
Okay.
I am
My
so
bad.
very good. I am the best. So thank you, Likeable. Yes.
Of course,
Galing ko.
inspiration ko yan.
Si Black and Blue yung inspiration mo, Fluffy?
Black and
Black
Blue,
and Blue yung
inspiration, my
baliktad.
idol
Alam
lahat
niyo, guys,
actually.
Nagsimula lang ako ng Valorant para maging katropa ko na rin si Fluffy. At buti naman
Dati,
na
umiyak ako,
rin.
sabi ko, Black and Blue, it's my dream to be in esports. Tapos ayun.
Okay,
Sama ko siya.
mag-alala. Pareho ako naglo-look up sa inyo kasi napakalupit yung mga analyst na analyze yun. Siyempre, di ba
Kala
dito
ko
sa
kasi
pan?
mas matangkad kami. Literal.
Mahirap naman yung lockdown eh, grabe.
Oo nga eh. Baka pa lang.
Iyak talaga ako, guys. naging malungkot eh. Okay lang, tanggap ko na yung height ko. Okay lang
like
talaga.
Wala kasi si Dax dito, so ako yung kailangan mambully ng isa. So,
Kailangan lagi may
Parang ako
bully
yung
tayo
lagi
sa
may
panel. To be fair, ngayon lang naman ako napagtripan. Kadalasan si Fluffy pa rin yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. So masaya
Awkward
ka,
laugh.
Fluffy. Kasi yung logo, tama yung prediction, kompleto lahat. Satisfied ka?
2-0.
Alam naman. I mean, speaking of height naman, I think they're soaring to greater heights. As Oasis does mean that they do qualify for CONQuest, so they're gonna be moving on to that event. Very exciting for them. But for GameLab, you know, it's gonna be very difficult grind out of that lower bracket.
Nako, GameLab talaga. Mag-ingat sila dyan. Pero di pa ako sure. Makikita natin mamaya yung official standings kung sino mismo yung makakalaban natin doon sa mga lower bracket matches nila. Pero so far, commendable pa rin talaga yung G-Lab dito. Sa tingin mo, Black and Blue, ano yung parang konting push na lang na pagkukulang nila dito para tuluyan na nilang ma-overcome etong struggle, yung hurdle nila pagdating sa Oasis Gaming?
I think really it's part of the lack of experience that GameLab have as a whole compared to Oasis. Oasis, they've been playing for like the past 3 years, some of these people, and they know what the level of competition means pagdating ng mga late game situations, and that's where we constantly see GameLab falter pagdating ng mga late in the map, yung mga tipong rounds 22 onwards, rounds 20 onwards. That's where they struggle, and same sa series. They might go up in the series, hindi na nako-close ang 2-0. And once more, almost every loss dito ng GameLab has been 2-0. At kung manalo man sila, it's always been a 2-1. They've never been able to sweep a team. And that's yung closing out factor. That does come with experience sometimes, yung para mawala yung pagkakaba habang tumatagal ang laban.
I mean, it's always going to be very scary also if Nexi's at the end of it. He's going to be our featured player here as he did help secure so many rounds, especially on that Ascent map versus GameLab, really making the impact that the Sentinel really has, but also clutching so many rounds that were very important. Because if not, that OD could have extended so far away. We might have even moved to another map.
No, baka Nexi yan, yung Kung Fu Panda natin, lahat na, laging na-feature din si Nexi kasi nga yung consistency niya hindi nawawala. Ilang years na natin siya nakakasama dito sa VCTPH at mula noon hanggang ngayon, pa rin, we still look up to this guy. Kung ako lumulok up sa inyo, lahat tayo lumulok up sa kanya. Kunyari, hindi ako affected sa mga pinagsasabi niya tungkol sa height ko. Okay lang naman ako, guys. Pasensya na, guys. Ako lang ata. Ay, hindi. Okay. Pag pinag-usapan natin yung talent sa VCTPH, magkakasama.
Ibang standings to.
Ibang standings to. Ano tayo? Off the game muna. Ang statistic natin sa mga height differential natin, ako, si Mika, si Rico, magtatropa kaming tatlo. Okay, man. Dinamay ko sila para di ako mag-isa.
Group na lang.
Anyway, let's go to the interview na syempre ito talaga tititingala rin namin na player. Let's welcome Oasis Gaming's Savvy 8K. Hi, Savvy! Congratulations!
Hello.
Ay, hindi ko marinig si Savvy.
Hindi namin
Hello? Lost for words.
Hello.
Ayun, naririnig ko na.
Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Savvy! Congratulations ulit! So,
Thanks, guys.
Gusto ko lang tanungin, last split kasi, yung isa sa mga naging concern namin dito sa panel, parang kulang sa sa hard IGL or sa leadership in-game etong Oasis. Para sa'yo ba, nasolusyonan na yan, yung naging struggle nyo in the past? Like, okay na ba yung comms nyo? Okay na ba yung, sino yung nag-IGL, kumbaga?
I think we changed it to split. I became the main IGL and we just have more mid-round calls now.
Si Savvy na pala yung nag-step up talaga. Lalo na ako titingala kasi kung dati mataas na si Savvy sa akin, nag-step up pa siya. So, yun. Oh, Fluffy, ikaw naman. Mas matangkad ka rin sa akin.
I mean, who isn't? But you know, well, hi Savvy. So my question is, did you guys get scared on that first game when Ascent would have went to OT? Because it felt like you guys had a hard time on that attacking half.
I think we weren't really scared naman. More of, I think I was just playing the attack side wrong. And we adjusted too late on how they played. But once we adjusted to how they played, we started winning.
Okay. Well, B&B?
Alright, so, di ba pinag-usapan mo kanina, you talked about how you're kind of filling in the IGL role sometimes, and katulad ng pinag-usapan namin kanina sa panel, you guys are one of the most flexible teams in terms of who plays what. Like, for your sake, we see you on the Initiator, we see you on the Duelist, sometimes you'd be on the Raze. When you switch up, kunyari, nag-raise ka on a map like Lotus, do you still take hold of that parang IGL role, or do you guys also kind of flex and rotate that around depending on the map, or is it really just on you?
No, I IGL for every map, even if I'm on Duelist.
Kahit Duelist?
Yeah, Duelist. Even if
Oh. Okay,
Kaya yan.
okay. Oh, kayang-kaya yan. Oh, ako naman, final question for this interview, Sabi. So, with you guys winning against GameLab Alpha dito sa series na to, that means makakapunta kayo sa CONQuest. Magla-LAN tournament kayo. Are you excited, nervous? Ano yung thought process mo going into the first VCT LAN tournament natin dito sa Pilipinas?
I'm excited because it's the first LAN, and I'll get to see every pro player who's participating in VCT. And we can see who are the onliners and who can actually play in LAN.
Oh, trash talk yun ah.
Oo nga eh.
Okay, that makes things exciting. Thank you so much, Savi. And again, congratulations. Kain kayo ng masarap ngayong gabi. Pero mag-ingat din kayo kasi bumabagyo.
Thanks, guys.
Nagugulat ako eh. Kumukulog eh habang nag-i-interview eh. Pasensya na kayo, guys. Pero yun nga, sa mga nanonood ngayon, guys, mag-ingat kayo dahil yung panahon medyo unpredictable. Kayo, safe naman kayo dyan, no? Ito, parang matching backgrounds pa yung mga panelists natin.
Pareho lang kasi yung room namin. Yung kay Fluffy, Ace Hardware. Yung sa akin, sa kapitbahay lang naman. So,
kapitbahay lang. Sige, sige. With that said, guys, makikita-kita ulit tayo after this quick break. Huwag na huwag kayong aalis dahil VCTPH will be right back.
The door is open for these new teams coming into the league to really make an impact. VCT Ascension Pacific.
We'll see you in Bangkok, Thailand.
Look at this.
This is going to be so fun.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico. Hi, I'm Exotic. Hi, I'm V-Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines. And
hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos na namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, syempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, inad namin yung dalawang bagong players, si Kel at si Jito.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge, since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi idol ko siya dati. Dati Zeus pa sila ni Nico, yun nga nabanggit na. And then, Senior Carl is very creative player.
Ako naman si Nexy kasi hindi lang sa in-game ang gusto ko kalabanin siya. Gusto ko hinamon kita Nexy. 1v1, samgyup. Paramihan ng kain. Idol.
Ayaw ko na sumagot after niyan, pre. Para sa akin naman si Jack. Kasi gusto ko I look at Jack as the best jet player at PH. Gusto ko ma-jet diff lang si Jack, at least once. Kasi isang mapa.
Sa akin is Blurred kasi kapitbahay kami tapos magaling talaga siya mag-duelist tapos yung dream ko is maging teammate niya. So
Ayaw mo na sa amin? Bago pa lang tayo?
Alis ka na.
Alis ka na nga. I go with True Reapers kasi nandun si Rabbit.
Sa akin is ARP.
Sa akin hindi nyo ba nakita yung run ng MITH? Within Thailand. Gago la. Last split 1 ata yun na 0 loss sila. 2-0 lahat maps. Series. Flawless run nila. Hindi nakita yun?
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung rambutan ni Tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbes na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
So kasi TikTok clip boy.
Kahit KD player to.
Ako naman, I go with discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palaging pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word. Mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung coach namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga. What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no. Paano po ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
maging
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan.
Unstoppable ba?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Oh, ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Sige, okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag 2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to keep me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung McCrispy chicken sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing naglalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Yun ang goto. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
Oo, sige, kape na lang, kape na lang. Oo, kape na lang, kape na lang.
Tara na.
Hi, I'm Matrix.
Hi, I'm 2766.
I'm Patman.
I am Zin, and we are
Zol Esports.
Nakakabi ko na sila, more experienced and more disciplined players. Yung adjustment ko is, dapat mas maging better, sasabay sa playstyle kung anong meron sila. Saka mag-create ng magandang chemistry since we only have a little time na mag-prepare pero we will do our very best together with my teammates.
Sa akin po si player po ng si Jack. Yan, lagi ko nilook up. Kasi parang na-idolize ko na rin siya na parang gusto ko na rin siyang makalaban lagi. Well, nakakalaban ko naman, kaso nga yun nga, lagi kami nabibitin. So, gusto ko pa rin siyang, parang talunin na talaga.
Yung player po na nilook up ko is si Nexi po. Like, si Nexi po kasi super confident yung player and also very experienced as well. Then yung team po na gusto kong makalaban ulit is Oasis, and sobrang galing po nila talaga as in. But sila po kasi yung naglaglag po sa amin sa Cebu nung past tournament. Like sila yung nag-champion and we're the first runner-up. And gusto ko pong makabawi kaso hindi pa po sobrang pulido pa nila kaya sobrang hirap pa nilang kalaban ngayon.
Welcome back sa VCTPH Split 2. Oh, kinabahan kayo? Hindi kayo sure kung sinong mag-host sa aming tatlo ngayon kasi tatlong host ang kasama nyo ngayon. Dahil we are made up of Likeable, Eliza Taylor, and of course Will, otherwise known as
The Panel.
muntik nang magsabay.
Tapos-
Kaso,
Kaya nga hindi na ako nagsalita, bes eh. Sinabi ko lang, sinabayan ko na lang.
Sorry, sorry,
Siyempre,
sige.
bes,
wala
alam
na.
ko hindi magsasabay kasi nasa Discord tayo at lahat-lahat.
Sorry, hindi, sige, out na.
Kasalanan talaga. Sige. Nag-out talaga siya.
Sige, alis na, wala na.
Hindi, okay lang. Sige, paalam sa'yo.
sige, tayo na lang mag-usap dito. Oy, in fairness, naloko ko ni Taylor doon. Akala ko nagsalita talaga siya. Galing mo mag-acting nun, Bessie.
Hello naman ang best actress.
Oo na lang ako. Pero, Laika, I mean, solid yung games natin today.
Ay, siyempre, kinas nyo eh. Bakit talaga nun? Ang galing yung mag-cast kanina.
Ano bang gusto mo, like? Kasabihin wala, nambobola ka pa eh. Kanina ka pa, nakakahalata na kami.
Oo, gusto ko daw pagkain. Balita ko nakasubscribe kayo sa Grab Andy.
Vil!
Best, bakit?
Alam mo kung ano yung hindi pa natin nararamdaman?
Ano?
Yung lapad. Hindi na umuwi na si Laika, hindi pa niya nabibigay yung pasalubong niya sa ating isang lapad.
Kaya nga, galing ka ng Japan, umuwi ka ng Pilipinas, kahit isang
Ariga,
lapad,
thanks.
wala.
Wala man
Ano
lang.
Gusto ko lang sabihin, nakatanggap na ng chocolate si Taylor sa akin. May narinig ba akong thank you? Wala!
Wala!
Ako, wala pa.
Wala pa si
Ang
Vil
hirap.
daw.
Alam mo, tuturuan kita kung paano mag-thank you, Taylor. Ganto lang ganto. Thank you nga pala sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines, dahil sponsor nyo, etong, VCTPH Split 2. Maraming salamat.
Sige, try ko nga yun. Maraming salamat din po, syempre, sa Grab Unlimited. Ace your game with your favorite go-to meals at i-enjoy ang 30% off discount sa selected, of course, Grab food merchants natin pag nakasubscribe kayo sa Grab Unlimited. Free yan sa inyong first month.
And syempre, magpapasalamat din ako sa mga tropa natin sa GAB because VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. Big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo dyan kay Ma'am Cynthia. Hello! Hi!
Galing natin dun, guys. Galing nyo mag-thank you.
Thank you sa pagturo. Ayan, thank you.
Grabe, character development ka agad. Ang bilis
Ariga,
na.
thanks. Ayan.
Pero alam mo, ito, ibibigay ko sa inyo yung pasalubong ko.
Asan?
Pag nagkita-kita tayo. Kasi alam ko magkikita-kita tayo June 2 to 4.
Ay, oo!
Punta ba kayo? Punta rin kayo?
Nakasapatos na nga ako eh.
Wait lang,
wag mo na
naka-jacket
tanongin.
ka nga, di ba? Naka-jacket.
Naka-ready na eh. Yung coat mo, best, kunin mo na. Handa mo na.
Okay na yung bag ko.
Okay na yung bag mo, okay na yung bag mo.
Alis na ako dun, men.
Nakuha na namin lahat. Ready na yung passport namin, Laika. Saan tayo pupunta?
Punta tayo na
Sa langit.
Sa MOMO lang
To the
pala.
skies.
Lapit lang.
To the skies.
To the skies, yan. Dahil witness the most relentless teams vie for the glory at the very first VCT Challengers LAN event in the Philippines. Mangyayari yan June 2 to 4 sa CONQuest Festival 2023. Kung ako sa inyo, pumunta na kayo sa www.conquestph.com at bumili na kayo ng ticket. Pero, kung hindi kayo makabili agad ng ticket, malay nyo, manalo kayo sa giveaway natin.
May sasabihin po ako.
Ano sasabihin mo?
Ano yung giveaway na yun, Laika?
Ay, nakapin. Check nyo na dito sa stream. Yung giveaway.
May sasabihin pa ako. Saan po yung CONQuest?
Oo, saan po yung CONQuest?
Sa SMX.
Iba-iba kasi. Ano yun?
Ay. Kasi
Marami
balita ko
action
may
venue.
nag-PM sa akin. Wala bang discount?
Pwede mo ba magtanong? Anong code nyo sa CONQuest, Ate Laika?
No, bakit hindi na lang kayo yung magbigay? Kayo rin naman, may code din kayo.
Yung code namin 50% off eh.
Yung sa inyo, 5% lang.
Oo, kasi sagot daw ni Taylor yung iba. Siya na daw mag-aabono.
Hiyang-hiya. Damot CQ23, by the way. Sa'yo, Laika.
CQ23, ayun.
Sa'yo, Laika.
Sa akin, likeable.
Likeable. Ganun kasi
CQ23.
Ata? Hindi ko kabisala.
Oo, tama. Likeable CQ23 at the
Paano
mods CQ23.
kakikita niyan? Ano ba
yung
yan?
kay Laika, 5% sa the mods, 50%.
50%.
Hindi ko hina-hard promote yung code ko kasi syempre gusto ko makinabang yung mga viewers. Hindi kayo sa 50%. Diba? Sagot ni Taylor.
Joke lang yung 50%. 5% lang
joke
din
lang
yung
yun,
sa amin, guys. Ayan.
Pero
Pero
hindi
okay,
na code
magkalala.
namin.
Kasi nga, sagot nga, di ba, ni VCTPH, i-check na nila yung pinned comment. Baka manalo pa sila doon, di na nila kailangan mag-code.
Hindi, alam mo, kasi siguro yung iba, inisip nila, ayoko sumali sa giveaway kasi baka mag-isa lang ako. Hindi kasama yung kaduo mo. At higit sa lahat,
Dalawa.
powered pa rin yan ng Grab Unlimited. So kung ako sa inyo, check nyo na. Kung nakasubscribe kayo sa Grab Unlimited, pasok na pasok kayo sa mechanics natin dyan. So i-click nyo na yung ating pinned comment dyan. Pero ang tagal natin doon, di ba? Salamat sa lahat.
Thank you, that's the panel! Simulan na natin yung match!
Yeah, simulan na natin pag-usapan etong mga teams na to. Dahil ang dami naming paligoy-ligoy, hindi na tayo magpapaligoy-ligoy ngayon at ipapakilala na natin ang undefeated so far dito sa ating split, ang NAOS Esports.
Naos the time for them to prove na sila ang karapat-dapat mapunta sa VCT Ascension Thailand. Dati na silang naging representative ng bansa pero nangangarap ulit para i-representa naman ang ating region. Undefeated sa kanilang group stage, mayroon silang 15 winning streak sa buong VCT. Matatagdagan ba ito ng pagkapanalo or meron ng isang lason na magtatapos nito? Dito nga pala yung mga tropa natin. Bes, napakatindi. Let's see if ever magiging 16 winning streak pa sila ngayon.
Grabe, 16 na ba? Pag ano na ba tayo? Papunta na tayo sa ganong klaseng winning streak. Kita mo naman yung orasyon ni Japa lang, di ba? Nagpupunas na siya ng kanyang screen at monitor. Hinahanda na nila kumbaga. And again, preparation is key and I feel like NAOS is that type of team kung saan nga nandun na yung experience, andun yung veteran, andun yung mga players na talagang yung focus talagang nandun din sa goal. And I feel like just as a unit, they are a whole team that can really take it to Ascension.
Ay, totoo. Ito talagang NAOS. Ang ganda ng run nila so far this year. Talagang pinabilib nila tayong lahat. Pero may challenger sila ngayon na kung pag-uusapan natin ay ang veterancy, hindi yan question mark pagdating sa team na to eh. Ang i-expect din natin pag ito na yung pag-uusapan ay mala-aksyon ang Action PH.
Gaya nga ng sabi mo, likeable, action na ang dadalhin nito pagdating dito sa Valorant natin. Dahil Action PH, nandyan sina Blurred, Derek, Gadowers, Kelly S, at Kevc. Na-mention mo na rin naman, pagdating nga sa experience, nandyan din talaga yung mga players na kilala na natin matagal na. Ang tanong nga lang, Action PH, kaya ba nila makuha yung consistency talaga? Especially going up against a team like NAOS na isa talaga sa consistent teams natin dito sa circuit na to, Bes.
Ang Action PH, ito yung literal na when past meets the present talaga. Pinagsama-sama ang mga solid players ng iba't ibang teams at binayho ulit ang mga natutulog na dragon upang maglaro at buhayin ulit ang natutulog nilang apoy sa pagkakompete. Well, napanood natin yung mga players nga nitong Action PH yesterday, dumating sa punto na nahihirapan silang mahanap kung ano ba talaga yung pinaka-perfect site sa kanila. Pero once na nahanap nila yung perfect positioning nila, doon na sila dire-diretsong mananalo. Pero ang tanong, kung magagawa ba nila yun sa NAOS Esports? Which is, nakita ko yung data nga na ginawa ni Honey Glaze. Medyo matagal na rin talagang hindi na nanalo ang Action PH dito sa NAOS.
Ay, parang kahinaan pala nila, no? Nagsistruggle sila dito. Pero gusto ko lang mag-take ng moment to appreciate. Ganda ng bars mo doon, Vil. Galing.
Diba?
Sorry.
Basta dragon ang usapan, mabilis talaga dyan si partner. At gusto ko lang din sabihin, na-appreciate ko ang ganda ng cameras natin today. Ayan, thank you din pala sa
si Tantan.
Salamat sa production, ginaw ng mga camera.
Ay, yung kalapati naman, natawag namin, pasensya na.
Ay, Huwag ka mag-alala, may tatawagin din tayo dito. Mabilis darating to. Alam mo kung bakit? Mga duelist to na dash lang ng dash eh. Mapasin siya. Or si Blurred ang usapan dito. Panigurado, makakapasok talaga yung team nyo sa site pag pinakita natin yung head-to-head natin. Kasi lupit nito dalawa. Sobrang bilib talaga ako dito. Pero ikaw ba, Taylor? May pinapanigan ka ba dito sa dalawang players natin dito?
Ay, nako. Statistic-wise pa lang naman, no? Makikita na natin na so far, when it comes to ACS, Ja is really a player to look out for. And kung mapapansin din natin, previous times na nakita natin yung NAOS maglaro, nakikita rin natin siya sa ibang sitwasyon o kaya naman sa ibang agent na nilalaro niya. But he still managed to pull off those skills. Hindi mo talaga matatanggal sa kanyang isipan, sa kanyang play style na duelist din talaga siya at kaya niyang umubos ng 5. But again, best, si Blurred nandyan din para tapatan to si Ja.
Best kahapon pinag-usapan natin ni si Blurred, don't let him hold that operator kasi sobrang deadly talaga. Ilang beses siya nag-pop off yesterday at once na nag-hit up siya, tuloy-tuloy na talaga. Itong dalawang players na to, once na nag-hit up, talagang tuloy-tuloy na Pero ang kailangan lang nila, just to prevent that syempre, is yung isang magandang plays na pwedeng gawin nga nitong both teams na to in order for them to shut down the momentum, yung pag-hit up ng isang player, and of course, isang magandang timeout lang din talaga. Pero para sa akin, ano to parang panibagong Action PH to. Yes, dati nung split 1 medyo mahirap, nung 2021, 2022 medyo nahihirapan yung Action PH dito sa NAOS Esports. Pero pagdating naman dito sa game na to, hopefully, kasi knowing na ang manalo dito, bes, kasama na ang Oasis Gaming sa CONQuest.
I'm so excited to see actually kung ano yung magiging performance ng lahat ng makakapasok pagdating sa LAN event. Kasi di ba nasanay nga tayo dito sa online broadcast natin. Na-mention ko to while casting with Vilden as well na syempre may ibang factor pa rin yung wala ka sa comfort ng sarili mong bootcamp. And kaya excited tayong lahat makakita or makita finally yung first ever na LAN event natin sa VCT.
Sakto yan kasi nandun pa kayo, ikakast nyo dun sa mismong venue. Di ba makikita mo. Iba rin yung hype Kung pag-usapan natin yung hype, yung atmosphere, syempre yung mga players, na-appreciate nila yung support ng community sa kanila. Tayo naman, on the talent side, na-appreciate natin na nakikita natin kung paano sila behind the scenes pag ongoing yung mga games. Kasi usually, di ba, outsider looking in lang talaga tayo sa mga input natin. Ngayon, magkaka-idea tayo, ano ba yung emosyon na nangyayari dito? Ano yung mga communication din na maririnig natin sa mga yan? Kaya sa mga nanonood, huwag yung palalampasin yung first VCT LAN natin dito sa Pilipinas.
Teacher, may sasabihin daw si Vil, teacher.
Oh, sige Vil.
Ba't ikaw, Liza? Laika, ba't pinalampas mo? Ba't ikaw, Laika, ba't pinalampas mo?
Ako, Eliza.
Eliza,
hindi mo pinalampas.
Pupunta ka ba?
Makikita niyo ako sa CONQuest.
Oo nga
talaga?
pala.
Oo nga.
Makikita niyo.
Oo nga
Hindi
pala.
ko sabi hindi niyo ako makikita sa CONQuest.
Alam mo, not one, but two. Ganon. Abangan nyo si Laika sa CONQuest. Makikita nyo pa rin siya. Di niya tayo iiwan. Thank you, Laika.
Hindi ka kayo iiwan. Dapat niyo pa ako pag nagkakast kayo. Kayo na bahala.
Sa gitna namin, the panel.
Pero
Anyway.
mainit ang dalawang teams na maglalaban-laban. Kumulog na naman, bes.
Nakamulog ako!
Ano ba?
Nakamit ka ba? Pero yun nga, itong dalawang teams na to, I mean, pag-usapan naman natin,
yung gabi, di pa tayo
ang gagawin lang talaga ng NAOS Esports is itutuloy lang nila yung yung comfort, yung pinaka-comfy nila. At kung ako sa kanila, wag na nilang isipin kung malakas ba sila sa ganito, malakas ba sila sa ganyan. Kasi lahat naman ng mapa malakas sa NAOS Esports Talagang given na yan Ang gawin na lang ng Action PH, laruin na lang nila kung saan ba sila komportable.
Bigyan nila ng action. Yun na yun.
Totoo. Actually, 'di ba, parang pag-iisipan dito sa map dito natin. Parang may map change din. Kumbaga, yung una mong mapa, yung bootcamp, pangalawang mapa mo, CONQuest na, doon na agad. Pero ayan na.
Sorry, pero hindi ko na-gets yun, pero sige.
Pwede na yun. Ano bang mapa makikita natin ngayon, Bill? Ano sa tingin mo?
Mukhang tatanggalin mo na yung bind. Well, at least itong bind na to, hindi pa naman talaga nalalaruan ng nitong dalawang teams na to. Pero for now, if ever napili nila yung Pearl, good sana kasi wala pa silang talo dito, Besiwap. Actually, Fracture as well. So, at least lalaroin na lang, yun, Pearl. Which is, wala naman silang ipaban nila. O, diba?
Ganun lang ang basic.
Basic lang, di ba? Basic lang.
Hindi, ang nakakatawa nga kasi dito, no? So far, NAOS has been performing extremely well pagdating sa mga mapa nakikita natin like Icebox. Ang kaso nga lang, wala na kasi yun eh. So you remove this one map away from NAOS na at least isa talaga sa strengths talaga nila. And Action PH on the other hand, especially banning Pearl mula dito sa side ng NAOS, isa rin to sa mga stronger maps nila eh. Dito sila nagko-close fight against NAOS last time. And I feel like they wanted to ban that as a respect as well to APH. So makikita mo pa rin yung ban pagdating sa respect talaga with regards to the map pick na meron tayo dito, Bessie.
Pero if ever gonna check out, at least APH securing Ascent already. Nung last time na naglaro sila dito, nanalo ang APH against NAOS Esports. 11-13 nga yung score. Sobrang dikit pa rin nung laban, pero that alone, isang magandang statement na yun sa NAOS Esports na okay, nanalo kami dito at uulitin namin yun.
Surprise! Fracture tayo! Hindi nyo in-expect yun, no?
Feeling ko, in-expect ko siya kay NAOS actually. Kasi nga, mahilig ngayon, no, yung mga fast takes, for example. And the fact na itong NAOS, kung mapapansin nyo, yung agent composition ng ibang mga teams na meron tayo dito sa VCTPH, nakastick sila sa mga double duelist, double inning meta na meron tayo. And NAOS is one of those teams na kasabayang meta nila is actually towards VPL side, which is double control. So, yun yung majority din ng mga games na nakikita natin from NAOS. And kung makakasabay sila sa changes agad in an international setting, what more here sa Philippines?
Lotus, ang pinakahuli.
Alam mo, tingin ko, yung pag-aaral ng NAOS, hindi nila nililimit sa Philippine scene talaga.
Totoo.
Tumitingin din sila sa international. Kasi sila yung, right now, sa PH natin, ang galing nilang mag-dictate kung ano yung meta na gusto nilang i-apply dito. Tapos, kaya nilang i-pull off talaga eh. Na-amaze ako kahit anong mapa pa yan, Ascent, Fracture, Lotus. So mag-ingat na lang talaga yung APH dito, Vil, dahil for sure may kinukook up na naman tong NAOS Esports.
Like what you've said, di ba? Sa lahat ng games na ginawa ng NAOS Esports dito, from Split 1 papunta dito sa game na to, 17 games na yun lahat-lahat. Isang beses lang natalo ang NAOS Esports. So 16-1 ang score nila sa buong VCT, which is yun ang pinaka-record. Record high na yun, men. Walang team na nakagawa nun sa buong VCTPH, NAOS Esports lang. And it's time for them na talagang ituloy lang din nila yung streak na yun, papuntang Ascension. Let's see if ever talagang sila ang mapupunta doon. Kasi lahat naman ng teams dito is pantay-pantay eh. Pagdating sa group stages, okay, may mga scoring tayo. Ito yung 1-6. Pero pagdating sa playoffs, lahat sila pantay-pantay lang. And dito sa APH, isang malaking wall ang NAOS Esports. So it's time for them na
May isa akong conspiracy pala.
Ano, bes?
Idadamay ko na bago tayo mag-predict. Ang isa kong conspiracy dito, kasi si Micro, dating kakampi ni NAOS. And
mainit yan ah.
I feel like, syempre, ito yung kakampi nila dati eh. And nakita ko yun nung naglaro sila last time, kasi alam ko kami rin ni Vil yung nag-cast nun, na parang Micro actually clutched a lot of rounds and he actually saved or salvaged a lot of rounds from Action PH against NAOS. Maybe because of a way na alam niya kung paano yung playstyle nung mga dati niya kakampi. And they have good reads because of that.
Galing mo dun ah. Napansin mo pa yun? Iba talaga si Taylor, dami napapansin.
Which is si Micro, si Papi Chulo nga, at saka si diba? At saka si Ja, which is sila talaga yung matagal na rin talaga magkakasama. Actually si Micro nga minsan 6 months pa siya doon eh. So that alone, talagang okay na impormasyon na talaga pwedeng mapakita. And nung pinasok nila si Senior Carl nung April, talagang sila rin talaga yung naglaro. All throughout. From April, nung pinasok nila si Senior Carl, 3 games yon na siya yung naglaro at lahat yon 2-0. So, mainit. Tsaka, at least, diba, talagang kung ano yung ginawa kung ano yung meron si Senior Carl, yun din naman na ginagawa ni NDG. Pero, once na talagang pumasok sa Senior Carl, depende sa mapa, talagang minsan, talagang sobrang confident na rin talaga ng NAOS na mag-double controller, kumbaga.
Iba yung pagka-decisive ni Senior Carl din kasi nakikita natin sa mga games nila. Kumbaga, solid na yung NAOS dati, parang sumusolid palalo with the addition of Senior Carl nga.
Solid.
Pero, sounds to me, Vil, parang pumapanik ka. Tingin ko yung prediction mo dito, NAOS, tama ba?
I mean, di ba halata? Sorry. Pero, for my prediction, it's NAOS for me. Ikaw, Bes?
Kanina medyo nag-doubt pa ako sa Oasis yung versus yung GameLab Alpha na parang sideways pa ako doon. Pero for this one, I really believe that NAOS is the strongest team right now in the circuit and I don't think there's not anything yet that can stop them unless we see something very spectacular or talagang wala sa araw ngayon ang NAOS. Yun lang yung possible way. But for this one, I would go for a 2-0 to NAOS side.
Oh, kasi kung pag-iisipan mo, wala pang pinapakitang off day talaga yung NAOS. Kaya kahit ako, dun rin yung prediction ko. 3 tayo dito, NAOS ang prediction. At consistent sila throughout this split. Kaya ang hirap na mag-think otherwise na ngayon pa ba na sobrang lapit na nila sa LAN, sobrang lapit na nila sa Ascension, ngayon pa ba sila mahihirapan? But then again, benefit of the doubt kasi for sure naman naghanda yung APH at nakita natin yun sa laban nila kahapon. So hopefully, maganda rin talaga yung laban ngayon. Actually, hindi hopefully, sure ako. Maganda yung laban yun. Kaya ba? Sure, no?
Ano ko ba naman, magwawala yan sina Wits, magwawala sina Jam, magwawala sina Micro, lahat sila magwawala dito, kaya nga aabot tayong 3 games kahit 2-0 yung prediction ko eh.
Kahit yung panahon terror nagwawala. Kaya ito na, bago pa magkaroon ng total chaos dito dahil kasama nyo ang The Panel, ipapasa na namin kayo sa kanya-kanyang The Casters. Sa inyo na ang show.
Thank you, panel guys, and we're back here now with another upper bracket final to see and send off who goes to the CONQuest finals playoffs, rather. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Fluffy02. Wow, nag-rhyme pa nga. Oh, wait, on the English broadcast. Wow, it rhymes, is what I said. We both have an orange background, but I think it's going to be a lot more of a new dawn here on whoever wins this upcoming matchup.
I'm really excited for this one, especially that we're starting out on Ascent, and I'm joined with my inspiration, Mr. Black and Blue. And of course, Ascent picked by APH, a map that they have taken against NAOS in the previous time that they did play against each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, when I look at the map video here, Fluff, I'm kind of wondering what exactly is the game plan of action, and it does seem to be the case where I think they've kind of filtered this map video on out. They've taken out some of the maps that we know they do struggle in. Maps like Haven, even though it's not the best map of NAOS. And you see how things filter out. That Lotus map is a very questionable one. We've seen good performances by NAOS on it, but it hasn't been the most consistent. And I think that's really, if they're able to extend this into a map number 3, there is a chance here for Action to potentially pull off an upset.
I mean, against Oasis Gaming, they did struggle on that Lotus map, and Lotus is... and it's probably going to be one of the sketchier deciding maps. They did eventually choose the ban out split, something that I think both teams are familiar with. But on the side of NAOS Esports, I'm not surprised that they did go with this because they haven't actually shown their split so far. Split this far, this split.
The split this far, this split. Well, that's a banana split tongue twister for you all. But let's talk about map number 1 here, Ascent. And I think this is a pretty good pick coming from Action PH. This is by far one of the only maps that they've been able to beat NAOS in. It's actually the only map they were able to beat NAOS in when it came to their previous matchup against each other here on Ascent. And it's the only loss that we've seen from NAOS entirely, during this past, almost, half a year. It's been on Ascent. So I'm looking at, especially against Action PH the last time around here on split number 2. So it's been one of those few maps that we have seen NAOS become mortal in, and even though that went to the final round of regulation, it's very curious that, now they're ready to play this. They swapped Senior Carlon in and gives him a very different composition, I think. You got the Fade, you got the Sova instead of what we used to see with a KO.
Yeah, you're used to seeing those double initiators, but not necessarily with that Fade in hand. Before it was Wits actually playing the KO, and I think one thing that they might miss out is that suppress at times, because we know how effective that agent is on this map. On the other side of things, more standard composition coming in from Action PH. They are bringing their KO and the Omen, a lot of aggressiveness because they can flash out of their own smokes, a lot of space creation with the Jet as well, and having the hard Sentinel in Killjoy really reinforces things for both teams. But one thing to take note of in this slightly mirrored match is the Sova's presence on both teams. It means that with that indirect damage, it can nullify a lot of the util coming from both of the Sentinels.
I mean, they both got the Sova on either side, but arguably a lot more, I guess, information gathering here coming from NAOS compared to Action PH. It's kind of, I guess, in character for both teams, right? You don't normally see Action PH kind of flexing compositions. They have one set composition and they like to run that and refine that as the season goes on, as compared to NAOS, who have a lot more moving parts, one would argue, than Action PH. And that does kind of make us wonder, will they have the stability and the familiarity that you would normally achieve when you have just one composition that you've refined on, or will this kind of jumping in and out of positions, of compositions, that flexibility be really what defines them over a team like Action PH?
I mean, this time around with NAOS changing their composition so much as well as players, we can see as we move on to the in-game screen that we have a very explosive start here already with everyone just rushing to try to get that A site even faster.
Well, we're straight into the opening round. Pistol here for NAOS on the attacking side and Action PH on the defend. You can see the long flank coming in from Action early, but they want to press towards his heaven.
Just moving in really closely here. A lot of space already and a lot of time being burnt for them just waiting behind that smoke.
Waiting at it. Kebsy on the initial peak. He wins out the fight, but it's a trade equally here for either side. They find the catch off on the Ghidorahs, but Blurred, he's coming with a big gun up front. Kelly's following on up, and it's a triple for Wit so far, but the post plant, that's what remains to be seen.
The time is still ticking, and there's so little information for Blur. He just walks up in front, and that's just now just sweeping everything up. His teammate is forced to peek, and because of that, the hand forced already. They have to make the move, but good thing for NAOS, actually. They just capitalize.
I mean, I think it was really smart. I'm not too sure if they recognized the fact that Action PH were on that flank, right? They did notice it's a bit light here on the site, and they use that to be able to take this space even further into heaven, which unknowingly, it seemed, ended up being the right decision because that triple flank was coming in from Action PH because they were taking A main control away from NAOS. So lucky for NAOS that the decision they went up with, even while blind, became the right one.
I mean, it's also good that Ja got that early positioning to really just hinder a lot of these early pushes. But moving on to this round, though, the better buy on the side of NAOS Esports. So going for a lot of Bulldogs, and there comes the Fade Prowler as well, just making sure that the space is clear.
Well, let's see how much space they can really play with here, Fluff. I mean, the dash on the jaw just making it so much more difficult here for Action PH to hold on to. Ghidorahs, he does get the one, but the damage has been done. They've overflown at least the mid portion of the site.
Still, Ghidorahs, though, trying to hold it as best as he can. KFC's there for the assist as well, and they're just waiting out a bunch of the util to try to crawl ever so closely to the side as soon as Carl gets one.
I mean, what much can they do? Kevs is trapped here, Fluff, and this is a quick round here for NAOS too, as expected.
I like the patience, though, no? Coming up from NAOS, they really just wait out the round instead of just rushing in. Even though they have a massive 4 or 5 man advantage into that, they just wait for the recon dart to go for the clean kill, get as many weapons out of this round, and push that into the next round, which is the bonus for the opposing team.
No, exactly. Like, they had the gun advantage. They could have, by all means, overrun them, but they're being careful there, making sure that they don't just walk in through the smoke and then suddenly get filtered in. So, smart by, I think, NAOS in the end.
It's a very interesting knife here. I think this lands outside of A main, and based on the positioning, it will be in front of the attackers exactly where they are. Oh, no, Kelly is just going to go for the cancel instead. Would have been a good move, but Micros can reposition and take that space for himself on Wine.
Well, let's see if he's going to be in the proper position to take a sip of this. Flush him out. They have utility for doing so. We know NAOS, the double fade plus Sova initiator, allow them to flush these angles out more, and that they do on the Wine. Micro safely able to back off.
I mean, the smoke kind of telegraphed his position there, but Micro going to be able to escape, already ready for the recon dart, assuming that the site execute will be on that A side. And for right now, he's guessing right, as most of the attacking players already stacked up on that side to get more control, just being more patient. And this is the type of NAOS Esports that has got them this far. The consistency to really just wait out the util and play their game on the right timing.
Well, the smoke does cut off that A main angle now. Execute coming on in, and Action PH are ready for this. They have no problem at all stifling the push, and Micro, that's a double for him already. The help position removed.
Even the Sova dart all the way from the B site, just going for that lineup, help his team when he can in case anyone did go in. I like the patience from Blurred as well, waiting for his team to really clean up the kill under him on Hell. That way he doesn't have to over peek, and now he has the freedom to really mark this angle as the smoke dissipates.
Do you think they saw that from your TikTok, Fluff?
Probably not.
The lineup? No, not this team. Wrong one. Well, Wits and Mojo is doing some good damage in Papi Chulo as well. They do have an opportunity to get the plant. It's a 1v1. But will he end this fight in favor? No, he won't. Kelly shutting him down, but that is definitely good damage done by NAOS late in the round.
The damage has been dealt, but the round goes to APH as they do secure it with Kelly S getting the double there. I like how he just waited. I think this patience game from both of these teams is slightly different from what I'm used to seeing from them, because although we see NAOS in these positions, you can feel that they're ready for things to happen instead of just rushing in on both sides. And I think APH, they deserve that round, but now NAOS has a better buy. Arguably, our Action PH can still do what they want to do with this buy with the Bulldogs in hand, but really, it's about getting that first blood.
Well, let's see if we can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hunter's Fury available for Wits already to potentially turn this round around, but as we said, the damage done earlier on by NAOS is obviously affecting the economy of Action PH here early.
I like the positioning too from this Sova, always ready to use the recon dart with the lineups to support his team, and Kelly S might need support very soon as so many players are creeping up in his position.
Well, I think he's ready for it. I mean, he's got the fragment on out. Look at that, just dashing through. Doesn't mind the molly in his face.
Just walking up here, 25 HP and the Dream. Trying to get as much space from his team, but he doesn't spot out the flank fast enough. Mojer actually punishes Blurred.
Yeah, good catch there by Mojer. Micro though from hell! Gets a double with the Bulldog. A third goes his way. Great help here coming from Action PH.
He's also able to reposition off of that. Wits gets the shock dart kill though. Those only Kevs now in this 1v2 has to walk around and try to get as much timing while the spike is being planted.
Well, it's a 1v2. They know where he is. Bulldog in hand, retrieve the Vandal, and now he's got a real chance here. He should be breaking open this door just to make NAOS, have to look at two angles at once or clear both. To confirm the presence of Kevsi, the split crossfire here is going to be difficult for them to dismantle. They know one's on the Jenny. He knows information as well on the aiming position here of Papi Chulo. He's going to really have to try and pick his timing, but Wits way too quick on that and making sure that he can keep his teammate protected. Great crossfire in the end, and now they take the round.
It's just so difficult to really break a crossfire like that. You have a player like Wits. He has the discipline to just not peek, knowing that they have the round in the bag already. But a great attempt here by Micro as he's able to really get value, but just not enough to really secure the round for APH. But still, heroics by him gave them a fighting chance. Unfortunately, though, now it's just too prepared right now. The consistency still there, and they are extending that lead.
Yeah, and for them to get these rounds on the attacking side is definitely going to be a difficult case for Action PH. We know, I mean, we saw a while ago with Oasis, right, how defenders sided this map could be, especially if you let your attacking side slip just a hair. But now, as I think it was Like or Taylor who said a while ago on the panel, we just don't see an off day for them this split, and it's looking to be that case if they can continue this.
I mean, it looks like they have that discipline drilled into them. APH, though, going to go for something more explosive. Stacking up at the right place, but not going to be able to land the shot as Mojer and Jack clean up B main.
I mean, there's no way you're going to win this fight. Not at that range. Here from mid into the link. And, I mean, Fluff, at this point, Action PH, some people would call a timeout this early. And while others might argue, you kind of want to let your team play it out, when you're against a team like NAOS, that's something that sometimes you might even want to prefer. Although, I don't believe Action PH have a coach now, do they?
But regardless, though, I do think that a timeout would not be a bad option, considering that you're already down 1-4 on a kind of defensive-sided map. You have to learn to really move those movements, because you don't want to lose a round. Eventually, this is not an endurance race, it's not a marathon. You really have to race for the 13, and at the moment, NAOS in the lead.
Fluffy, I've noticed something that between former casters and analysts who have had some competition experience, they're the ones who normally are a bit more anal like us about when to call a timeout. But let's see the push here. Perfect scan. The catch for Jaya is off the spam too.
Gets the catch as well. The Nano Swarm's already in place, but the attacking Killjoy lockdown is going to secure more sight. But there comes the Hunter's Fury to try to get some more value. Wits finds the frag on Micro though.
It's curious to see Wits on this Sova role when we've normally come accustomed to NDG being on there, but now they kind of swap Senior Carl a bit more into the main rotation. It does give him a different look, and Wits, he's trapped in a difficult position. Still, though, the backup here from the rest of NAOS, shutting down the push of Action PH on the retake. It stands as a 1v2. Smoke and Hell going to make it a bit more difficult. Time ticking here for Blurred, but the lines are drawn pretty clear. Senior Carl with the advantage on the pick, and NAOS take their fifth.
NAOS just repositioned so quickly mid-fight to set up this crossfire. It's the same thing that they did just the other round, where they get into this checkmate position, and it's almost impossible with time ticking down to really isolate the fight that you want unless NAOS takes that misstep. But so far, so good for NAOS, and here comes that attack that we were talking about.
I mean, you rarely see kind of like a misstep come from NAOS, so it's hard to find these opportunities to punish. They got that one on Ja, yes, but with that information that Ja was able to get, 2 on Heaven, probably a third off the scan, off the drone rather, that we saw there coming in from Kevzy. Wits, just his intuition as he's at 9. Hunter's Fury gets the kill on, I believe it was Micro, and dropping Micro early there before the retake was initiated allowed them to have that A main control. They weren't able to smoke off A main here at PH for that retake because Micro was found from that Hunter's Fury, and it allowed specifically their Mojer playing in from that A main as well as Papi Chulo to be able to stifle really the retake push here coming from Action PH.
But that's what matters too, though, because they recognize that the controller is gone. With Micro out of the picture, they can make these moves. They know which options that they have, and they move really quickly and decisively to make sure that they secure those spots in order to force them into these unfavorable situations. APH, on the other hand, though, they know they're playing into this much discipline in NAOS Esports. In my opinion, they really need to start doing something a bit more unpredictable, explosive, and try to break that formation that NAOS is really building up, because this phalanx of attacks are just really not allowing APH to play the game that they want to play.
Yeah, I mean, one wonders, right? How exactly can Action PH differ that pace compared to how NAOS, as you said, a bit of a phalanx where you have that front line, but we see sometimes with teams that do have an attacking side like that, right? As a phalanx, they're a bit more slow in terms of configuring during the scramble, but not NAOS. They also have that flexibility, a bit more free-flowing movement, as one would argue that's not exactly the best ult here coming from Kevs.
Gador's gonna try to get info, try to save the round somehow, to at least prod for some information. But with Kev's Hunter's Fury, he gets taken out by Ja because he just funnels them into the A site because they're scared of that ultimate being on the B site.
That hurts to see. We've all felt that. Kelly S in the back, or rather Gador's, but now so far, pretty clean, pristine. Nothing really of a response coming from Action PH just yet. You know the plant is on A. The best you could hope for here is maybe a kill or two, but I think NAOS, they're pretty comfortable with this one in the back fluff.
Oh, Ja even still finds Kevs at the end of it. They're on that eco, so Blurred has to bring up something, pops the dash to get out quickly, but the positioning is not favorable for them at all, as all the players, or most of the players from NAOS Esports, just gonna funnel hell knowing that this is, Heaven rather, knowing that there could be the only spot to get out, but Blurred manages to still find Wits.
That's a nice shot. A nice comment by the man you've replaced for today, my former casting partner, but now we're broken up. That's in the chat. Damn, why are there 2 former coaches casting, he says. Excuse me, sir.
What do you mean?
Analyst.
We have the whole team here. Papi Chulo's over there, Micro's on the other side,
you're
just
right.
there. It's a reunion right now.
One, but they're abroad.
Well, that's what happens, I guess,
Why
when you
weren't
fly
you
too
casting
high.
the Oasis game, Fluffy? Isn't that your team?
I was paneling with you.
Right.
I was learning.
Right. Anyway, moving on. We see the op finally here from Action PH. Maybe, just maybe, not to jinx it, but this could be the difference.
Oh!
Different look, but now they know.
I have never seen that. I don't know if that's an intentional jiggle to not land on it, but it saved his life there. They spot out the operator too. That means that they can reposition knowing that that threat is on the A site. But the operator is also stacked up with a killjoy. Will they expect that to be possible as they push up onto tree, as Papi Chulo just waits for this operator to maybe swing too wide? Oh, doesn't land a shot though.
And that drops their smoke. Now they don't have the smoke for the execute. Ja on the swing, punished by Micro. Hello, former teammate, he says. I know how you play. You try to go wide, I can go wider. Now, see here, 3v5, difficult scenario, but their one saving grace is the fact that they've been able to find Mojer this deep up on top mid.
I mean, this game, I think that they're using all the resources that they can. It's already 40 seconds still remain, and they're now it's just is willing to burn the time to try to get that hero play since they are low.
Oh, they were never spotted out. Micro finds Mojo on the lurk. It could have been it. That could have been their opening towards this A site split, but now they're going to have to force and press the
30
issue.
seconds left.
They have economy anyway, so they can try and go for it. I think Micro is aware of that hop in towards the heaven. And Wits gets a kill off of it as well. Micro shutting down the spike here. And Action PH, that's more of what we want to see. Stopping NAOS in their tracks.
Even though the operator was spotted out early, just because he got that early frag onto the enemy controller meant that they just had the pacing that they needed. It forces NAOS to really move into their hands, and with the setup also being an A, and NAOS choosing to re-hit A, I think it was doomed the moment that they went around.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, I think it could have worked. If only Mojo was able to get that kill on the lurk, if Micro didn't spot him out all the way from like B, rather from CT, then it could have worked out. They would have been able to have the split. It would have been only Ghidorah's on the site, but just never came to pass. But here comes the execute, and that's the power of this composition. The haunt and the scan, you gotta get both of them destroyed. Otherwise, you got so much information on the site clear.
They even got that seized nano swap combo up on switch, but Blurred manages to find Carl to the smoke somehow. That's the headshot as the rest of the team does choose to flood. And Kellyas finds another.
Dude, they're spamming him through. The turret responding here. Mojo for the double, but the lockdown's gonna flush him on the way. No more mollies though. Actually, they do have one on Kelly, yes, so they can flush his position on out. What's still on the drone, making sure they're not on the spike just yet. They have the smokes gone, but here's another one in microspace.
And they're just trying to delay to make sure that they can get that spike diffused. There goes the tap already, but the scan is going to come out early enough, but they're going to miss the spams just so slightly. Kellyas finds one. It leaves Wits alone, and there goes another swing with a shorty, and Kellyas secures round for APH.
And that's a difficulty when you still have that smoker available at the end of the round in a post-plan situation. Obviously, with the lockdown forcing them outside of A main, making it so much more difficult, but it's really the free, unresponded kills here from Action PH, gaining them such a heavy advantage in that round. 2 of those kills through the smoke as they were setting on up. And you can see here, Action PH have kind of gotten a read on how Ja likes to play. They know he loves to push those smokes early in a post-plant hold.
I mean, it also benefited them a lot that they were able to break that door early on the A side to create that pincer in order to surround them while they're going for that plant and even go for more aggressive peaks on the defensive side. Now, slowly they are catching up. APH already with the 3 rounds. Blurred's just kind of waiting through the smoke, waiting for a scan from his teammate. Hopefully Pink One maybe get a wall bang. He looked at the wrong time, has to back away. He's brought so low, but any spam could actually just kill him. There goes the shark dart, and Wits lands the kill on Blurred. That's the operator gone.
Perfect. On target. Bullseye mark there. Coming in from Wits on the shock dart. That gets him to free kills and drops the op, which we saw be a problem a while ago in the previous round. Ghidorah's though holding down for double, like the true sentinel that he is. The turret keeping them in check. The flanker from Josh shut down as well. This is looking good on the recovery from Action.
Yeah, the info as well on the A main player. Micro takes him out fairly quickly. Now Wits left alone. 7 HP, needs to try to find a kill, but not sure if they're aware. He could be in this position already. One player on Hell. Gonna be marking him on this swing. It's kind of low, and there goes Kellyas to secure another round. Slowly but surely, APH is catching up to NAOS, getting better reads as time goes by. So I guess that tactical pause was worth it at the end of it.
Definitely, they're really playing into kind of the trap setups here by Action PH, and as well as Action PH have been pretty proficient so far at finding out where those lurks are and shutting it down. We saw a while ago Mojo shut down on his lurk as that kill joined, and now Ja as well, who took that kind of heaven position, and yet they were still able to get the kill on Ja without Ja really finding much value off of it. So Action PH here taking the steps, I guess, really to lure NAOS into their own game plan.
NAOS Esports now has to think long and hard about what they need to do to salvage this half. They are still in the lead, but can they keep it? Because APH is posing a huge question to them that they seem to not have the answers to yet. NAOS Esports, though, I feel like, I don't know if this is the right term, but the body language of their team is really changing. You saw on the start that they had that confident push. They know what to mark. They use their util combo. They go in straight into the site. They know where to trade and how to play the end game when the round does tick by. But nowadays, it looks like they're slowly trying to find the picks because they're unsure of what APH is going to do.
Wow, body language.
Of course.
Like a somebody. Do you not know that? Is it only me?
It's okay. It's okay. You can ride the auto,
No.
Tito. It's fine.
I will ride it. I'll ride it to the bitter end. Now, so they can ride these ultimates. They've got good stuff for the execute itself. Nightfall plus Hunter's Fury. Always a deadly combo if you're not up and aware. Now, this is a round that could kind of shake their economy up. They lose this round. They can maybe have a drop for one, have a force for the other. They got blades for Jot, so they lose this. Maybe they can force it in round 5, but it wouldn't be ideal. And this trap setup that they've constantly been running here on towards the tree position for action is what's been really killing now sometimes on these A splits.
Yeah, they really rely on that multiple entry to really get into that A site, and them denying that, and Blurred posting up as well on the B side is just choking them out. He gets spotted by the turret though, so at least they have the info. Pops the dash as well in case he has to go for the peak, but because he destroyed that, they know exactly where the operator is. But there's the alarm bot as well. Signals exactly
He
where
knows
the
the alarm
skill's
bot
going
is
to be.
there. He knows, well, now they're doubly sure of it. But look at how little space NAOS have been able to take so far in the round. The only thing they're giving up here is mid, which Action PH, they're totally fine in giving that up. They know when the side hit comes, they've got a potential pincer.
They can always collapse on this, and it looks like the movements are going to begin. The operator's challenge, but there goes Blurred.
I mean, they give up that market position, allows them to go for this job, finally getting themselves within the site that they needed, but Micro all the way to the back of the boathouse. He's keeping them afloat. They have to go for the peak. He pulls out the shorty at the wrong time, and now a 3v2. They cannot stop the plan.
They know at least where two players are right now, but Papi Chulo taking out Kelly S forces the 1v3. It's all up to Godoris, and he has the stairs position, spots out two players. He knows where exactly all of them are, but there's the attacking Killjoy. They're just burning time right here, and that might be enough to really secure the round for them.
Yeah, that should be the save call. Wouldn't be out of the question here for Action PH. Will allow Godoris to drop there for Blurred coming into the next round. Potentially them able to force an op as well. Though when Blurred goes up close like that, what we saw there in B main without much supporting casts from him, from anyone else on Action PH, it just becomes a lot more difficult for them to get value out of that op. And let's now secure the round. They go so after stopping the 3-round streak of Action.
I mean, the tactical pause also was worth it. This operator going down so early forced that he pushed all the way into side, trapping the rest of them, and with the lockdown to secure the round, I feel like the idea, because it's only one round after, so Godoris has the option to save, but also if he was able to get maybe 1 or 2 frags at the end of that round to make sure that the spike also takes out the rest of NAOS Esports, economy-wise, it could have also been very beneficial with them. They could have been down 1 to 2 rifles, but unfortunately, that's not what happened, and we move on to an explosive start this round.
Well, now they know where the op is as well. Dashes back into that mid position, which does kind of send NAOS a bit of a mixed signal. Where exactly are they going? Do they continue up on this mid, or do they go for that A split, which we have seen be stifled by Action PH twice over?
It's a 50-50 where that op could be right now. So far, we know that it's on A side, but for NAOS Esports, they still have to crawl their way, prod as much info as they can to make sure that this mid side is clear, because anyone could be marking. They even invest the owl drone to make sure that the positions are clear, but Kevzy's just jump peeking from the side.
Yeah, but Aldrone is also information here for Action PH and where potentially NAOS could go, but I think it's selling them a fake idea. I think they think it's an A site push potentially for NAOS once more. They're trying to really open things up using this pizza here on mid.
Oh, but surely they know now as the knives rain down on Godoris. You're taking the space onto market, choking out Kevzy from having any retakes with that Prowler. Going to push in, and this is a clean take for NAOS, with the rest of the defenders having to move all the way to the wrong side.
Well, shock darts to rain down, maybe do some tick damage. Wits able to push out through the smoke and get the kill somehow there. I believe that was through the mid, but I'm not sure exactly how he's able to find that all the way from A main on the swing. Wits, another one from him, creating absolute chaos from a distance, but now it leaves a 1v1 on either side of the site. Now they have to go for towards A.
They just draw attention all the way to the A side. There comes the peak already, but Senior Carl wins the duel. All up to Kevzy. Let's get spotted out by the recon dart. They know exactly where he is as he pushes through.
Even I was kind of fake there. I thought they were going to go for a B side hit, really, but then the plant went on towards A. The pivot directly pulling the defense away from that B. Smartly done. Kevzy in the 1v1 finds Wits, but does not get Senior Carl on the swing. Instead, after the immediate tap, he goes on the swing. Wow, NAOS 8-4 on the attacking side.
I mean, at least with that, they were able to break the crossfire for a bit, but it's a very confusing round as they take mid to try to pivot to B, forces this awkward fight where they do get that push off of CT, even though Hunter's Fury getting some value, but at the end of it, they all move onwards towards that A site, and fortunately for now, Esports, Senior Carl just too good on the trigger, able to secure that last kill.
Yeah, I mean, we know that NDG has absolutely stepped up when we saw him last stage, right? Mojer and NDG, the two players that we know we're on the younger side of things, and how will they slot into configuration, but also adding Senior Carl gives him that added firepower that you would think this team wouldn't need, but then they still add that to, you know, the composition and to the mix, and I think it blends well.
I mean, if you can get more firepower for free, you know, we take those. It's an insta good thing overall, but this time insta pushes also come in from market as Blur just quickly enters the site.
Whoa, Dink up close. Mojer,
Ooh,
difficult
teammate.
spot. The Frenzy wins at every single time up close like that. Kelly has another one for him. That's a double. And on this side, Execute now struggling to keep him at bay. Can maybe find a trade, but Ghidorah is long range. Good enough.
They're just doubling up on CT here because they know they have to take the space, but the spike just got planted, so it's still a lot of time for them. The Frenzy spotted out one, Wits gets one, and the rest of them are corralled onto site.
Oh, that's a big pick by Blurred. That now shuts down here the dual push. It would have been potentially disastrous if Papi Chulo won that fight, but no chance here for Wits to back off. And Action PH winning this pistol round on the attacking second half, that really keeps them afloat and back in the fight.
But look quickly they also move. The moment that they recognize that the Stairs players is dead and they're playing that split, they just instantly all walk towards there, not giving him even a chance to take a fight that might lose them the round. They just want to secure rounds, and that's all that matters for NAOS Esports as they push this lead to 5-8.
As you say, you know, making sure that that pizza is a position that you can put extra, I guess, attention to. That could be something of Action PH's game plan. We saw them pinging it early here on the map itself. Looks like they got some plans to maybe deny information in that position and then late round execute on the pivot.
The interesting knife there. Gonna scan out some info towards that mid side. Blurred gonna mark it as well just to make sure that no one can move. Playing the range game because they do have that better buy with them, and it's a very expensive one. They have the Phantom on Kilias already and the Triple Bulldog, so they don't want to lose any members if possible. Just play.
Take flight. I mean, who would want to lose, you know, the advantage that they've potentially built up here already? Aldrone there towards that A, and that's going to send the defense towards checking the A site or prepare for what's not to come.
Oh, he recalled the
Actually,
turret.
The B site hit. Yeah, he did. And now Action PH, arguably free reign on this B site hit.
And they just got the turret out at the wrong time that allows them to not have the information. It was already guarding B main, but because of that, APH gets the opportunity to just flood the site and take control, while the defenders with the weaker buy now have to funnel into them.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here now. If you aren't able to sack the site initially, the retakes with these pistols never, or at least uncommonly, barely work out for that retaking side. Jock right click up close. B main not dealt with though. Okay,
Ooh.
the pistols doing some damage. That's the best you can hope for in this case. Another kill would really benefit them moving forward.
Such an expensive round already for APH, and they don't want to lose anything more. Doubling up on Stairs here for the defense side, ready to go for the swing. Just getting their teammate into position. They're clearing it together. They get a possible frag, but Migros able to defend, while Mojer from the other side gets the trade, but now 1v1. And he's already spotted the weapon advantage there, but the economy though, they pick up the Phantom at least.
Yeah, bear reaction there from Kevs at the end of things, and well, that's still great damage done, I think, by now. So at least, you know, they get the plant down Action PH. A few more creds, but this is barely a bonus. This is more of an eco than anything, with like a saved rifle. And Action PH, these are the type of rounds they cannot let slip against a team like NAOS.
I mean, slowly but surely, yeah, they get the round, but as the game goes on, that could hurt them in future rounds. Now look at their buy right now, Action PH. They do have that rifle, but the rest of the team just forced on such a low buy.
Yeah, this is barely a bonus, as I said. The push here from Action PH directly into that A site. They kind of want to use, I guess, their numbers to overwhelm the defense here, knowing they don't have much of an advantage. Shorty almost absolutely not going to do too much at this range, especially with the way Wits is playing a bit further back, and it's a tough ask for Action PH to pull off. Look at the dash. He's chasing him down. He still gets the kill off of the paranoia. Great teamwork here from Action.
He still managed to find some value. Ja tries to respond. He's holding off as long as he can, but he's going to get overwhelmed pretty soon. Repositions, finds another frag, and repositions again with a cloudburst.
Great positioning here, and what an anchor Ja is pulling off, buying enough time for the rest of NAOS to help back on him. But Kevsey, an even more impressive shot. The 4K for Ja, and even with the world holding down against him, able to stay alive and stay true to his name, Ja gets a fourth.
Ja, he knows it's his job above all to really hold that site, and he does it so well as he walks and defends hell, even though his teammates fall really early from the shorty rush, and he does get something. He just uses the jet abilities itself, the cloudburst, the repositioning off the dash, to stall long enough that his teammates just waterfall out of that.
Oh, I mean, that's one of the most impressive things about Ja. Obviously, we know mechanically, aim-wise, okay, God tier, but it's really his instincts and where to position himself sometimes that buys him those incredible moments. It was against, yes, kind of like a bonus, an eco, pistols, some of them, but the others had rifles, and to dash into hell, henceforth isolating the angles that he has to engage in, only having to look forward instead of being pincered there. Huge play by Ja to make sure that that kind of round that was slowly slipping away from NAOS is still retained.
I like how he's also playing this mid angle, trying to fight for himself there. He does trade up one player each for both sides, but Kevsey being out of the picture means that APH has less information to work with. They only have the knife from Kelly S, and that's not necessarily accurate.
Yeah, the jet for the Sova, I think that's a worthwhile trade.
For the defense side or for the attack side?
For the defense, you lose your jet, okay, but they lose their Sova, which is even bigger. And now they don't have Hunter's Fury potentially built up early.
I agree. I think also Jet is inconsequential since his job is to fight anyway. And speaking of the fight, Blurred quickly taking up the stairs position, but the spray doesn't connect. Senior Carl manages to find one before going down, before the rest of the team just flood in.
Well, they certainly do flood on in. You can see their Mojer not exactly prepared nor aware of the push. The two Bulldogs left here coming in from NAOS, the old heads, but let's see about their bark. It's their bite that just really was lacking. Able to retrieve a rifle as it's still that 1v3, but with the way that Action PH are playing, I don't expect him to slip up on this one, even with the clutch god himself, Papi Chulo, at the helm.
I mean, he can at least go for some delay here. He can try to do what was previously not done, holding them into sight, making the economy even worse for this APH squad if he's able to get a couple of frags here playing this position. But it was a position played already, so probably going to get swung here as players just creep onto him.
Oh, that could have been a collat as well for Papi Chulo. The Ghidorah is a bit too quick. Luckily here for Action PH, come out on top when their economy really needed it, but NAOS don't have the best economy of their own as well, so this is a big momentum swing round for them to win that.
It's going to be huge, especially as the game goes longer and longer. These small wins, it's basically like chip damage to their economy, but looking at the actual round differential, 7-9, now it's still in the lead, but not by much. APH still has a fighting chance to really get back into the game, especially now that they finally have a lot of rifles on their side.
Yeah, they're creeping up. I'm surprised Ja holds on to the rifle here, knowing he has a Vandal anyways. Doesn't give it to his teammate. So it's really all on him to provide most of the firepower. I guess anticipating the fact that the knives would be, rather the KO would pull out the null command, leaves him in fighting capacity. Wits on the chime on in. Rat playing here through the smoke. Mojer, another frenzy causing chaos. And up close, NAOS. Complete kerfuffle on the plans of Action PH.
And now it's all left to Micro. Not sure if they know his positioning yet, but surely they know where to look. Here comes the spray, but the dash out reveals the location. Jack keeps his life as well, tries to go for another fight, and he wins off of NAOS Modgers as a Nano Swarm.
Okay. Planned?
Yep.
Maybe? Question mark?
That's totally why he put the Swarm there in the start of the round.
Drew it up like it was ideal. But now, you see how they just push out of these smokes, and even with a null command, they're like, okay, let's play the timing. The bait and switch multiple times over. You'd see Ja would pull the aggro from the back of the site, and somebody would come out of the market to kind of jump in on that attention pulled, and then as the rest of Oasis, rather Action PH are looking at the market. Somebody comes out from CT, and those kind of switches are really shaking up Action.
Yeah, I mean, they really need everything they can get right now. And with NAOS playing off each other as well as that, it's like a symphony of utility just coming out from them. Being able to keep Ja alive that long, but Ja being alive, he manages to find two as they run straight at him.
Even up close with those pistols, they only tag him down to 2 HP. And Action PH, no problem at all here for NAOS to deal with in this round. As the blades were used in the last, they didn't have that as well on Blurred. Now so far, okay, great shot by Ghidorahs. That was a low jaw anyway, so that was a peak that they wanted to kind of confirm positioning. As really Action PH being taken down one by one.
Oh, the off angle from Carl too, managing to find the double with the spray down. Micro and Ghidorah is not expecting him to just sit on top of the ledge slightly behind the normal angle. And we take a look of how Ja was just able to use the drone, ready that they would probably break it or maybe push through, and he wins the gamble off of it. Now it's Esports just pushing this defense even further. So APH, they need to find the solutions really soon.
Hey, that's 2 for 2. Two players and NAOS both getting a double kill one after the other on the same spray. That's value, sir. Action PH, though, Lockdown plus Hunter's Fury. This has to be the round where they play their ultimate shuffle early. If you're able to burn maybe the early ults here from NAOS, that could work out for them. But look at this aggressive push. Hunt and Sova Recon Dart here towards A main. And that sends Action PH backing off of the map control.
Maybe it's part of their strat to really move their utility back. Their Sova already rotated for the defensive side, but giving up this position, not sure if just spotted out the players confirmed to move. But there comes one. His gun's not out, and Papi Chulo gets the trade, but it's not going to be able to stall this push for long.
Well, he repositions here on the site. And Action PH, that gives him potential to execute even further. Here comes out the scan. Gonna be difficult for Papi Chulo to dodge all this. He TPs right back to the same spot, but Ghidorahs finds Senor Carl off of that information. Papi Chulo, he has to get a kill here to find value out of his life, but they're pushing him very heavily.
You hear the jumping jet close. He gets the frag as well, stalling for his teammates because they're waterfalling out of heaven, and there goes Wits as well as Mojer firing shots back.
Great positioning here. Great anchor coming from Papi Chulo. And he wins it, Kebsy, anyways! The double peak, left with 1 HP, and he gains him the round off of sheer tenacity. Action PH get 8.
Oh my god, you cannot count off Kevs. He's playing this role, but still he lands the shot that Duelist Mindset always active for him because of pinpoint accurate shots, and he's so low. He didn't even move, I think. Just went for that 1-2 click, 1 click, 2 clicks, moved slightly to the right, just enough to throw off the aim for the NAOS players and get that double.
A quick adjustment. I was singing praises to how Papi Chulo held on that defensive side, right? Smoke between the Jenny and the Dice. Got the one, saved alive, bought time, but it's about big time players making those big plays, and Kevsy absolutely huge in the end.
Absolutely huge. Saving the round, bringing the score ever closer, but here comes the explosion. He's gonna get hit by the paranoia. Blurred has nothing to see here. He doesn't even know that behind this. There comes one, but Papi Chulo falls. Oh no, he swaps the weapon at the wrong time.
Oh, but drop close. He has an op. Gonna be difficult to win out that one, so they flush him out quick and clean. Huge investment shut down here on NAOS' side. They got the lockdown and the nightfall, but it'd be ill-advised to use that in the moment without at least finding a kill.
At least they have time to really reposition their players here, and like you mentioned, they have their ultimate, so they're just posturing for this retake. That Super S gonna delay them even longer, and even more at a delay comes this Owl Drone holding the widest angle to make sure that they have all the information of where they might push out. Kellyas with the pop flash though might be able to find.
Is that an Owl Drone or a Cypher Cam? With the way that was poised, it was so wide. Senor Carl somehow finds a kill, but as you said, right, the mere fact that they got hit by the suppress, that bought them time to make sure that the lockdown wouldn't be placed, and they win the round off of that alone.
That's just some lessons learned here, because they know that they have the advantage. Unfortunately, Micro does fall to that, but for the rest of APH, they don't need to take the fight if they play their util right, and they really did. They move into that Cypher Cam position with the Owl Drone, blocking off. Even just it being alive and existing in the airspace means that they can't safely push off it without fear of getting swung on by a couple of the players on site. And thankfully, APH recognizes this early, forcing them into this better position.
Yeah, really smart there by Kevs. And by Kelly S as well. I've been liking him on this KO this game so far. Pretty, I think, quiet game every Action PH player I've had. But they're all chiming in on the fight, all getting theirs. And we have a team as cohesive as Action PH. That's really what can sometimes, I guess, throw off NAOS. And let's not forget, the only team so far that's been able to beat NAOS here in Ascent.
I mean, APH, they have that going for them. They have the confidence of knowing that they've done this before, but the big question is, can they do it now? The attackers posturing themselves to really take a lot of control here, but the lockdown on the defensive side can have a lot of impact and delay, knowing that there's nothing to do. But there goes the null command, and it's actually going to stop a lot of the util.
I think they know that Mojo is here on the dice. He's completely blind. 2 kills, most of them going on towards Action PH's way. And NAOS just simply incapable of stopping the heavy-handed pushes here. Well, that's a window of opportunity, though, for Senior Carl to get the kill. But he's down low. They've got to bait him. They got the Nightfall as well. But the lockdown's going to make this so much more difficult. Suppress as well. This round is not looking good for the NAOS retake.
He's so low and time is ticking. The pressure's on him. Kellyas finds the frag, and they know exactly where Wits is because he shot that recon dart. And in the open, they have the confidence to just peek as Gadores gets the triple kill, pushing APH to that double digit, securing another round for them and keeping them in this fight.
What a fight it's been coming on in here for Action PH to crawl their way back into the round, into the game. It wasn't a big disparity by any means, of course, but still, dude, the way that they were able to do it against a team like this now, forcing the timeout now. They've got some economy to buy on up, luckily for now, so they've been keeping some of these rounds close enough to gain economy, but Action PH have really proven that this attacking side of theirs is one you cannot scoff off of. You can see them really playing with the expectations of NAOS's defense.
I mean, it's like a complete opposite from the first series that we had today on Ascent, where in that game, GameLab versus Oasis Gaming, it was so difficult for the attacking team to even make their mark and get a foothold on that attacking side. Meanwhile, you see APH here against arguably the best team in VCTPH currently, NAOS Esports, but they're still keeping up head-to-head, trading neck and neck. And they're using the util well. I like how in the previous round, they were even saving the recon dart to go even deeper, knowing that their duelist was going to push up into heaven.
I mean, having that, right? The benefit of that just is amplified tenfold when it's Action PH was able to come off of it, to benefit off of it, because they know how to utilize those strengths to their highest extent. But now, Blades here for Ja. On the defense, we haven't really seen that op come out more than once. It hasn't been too effective just yet for NAOS, and I don't see if this is going to be a difference from them. Early A main aggression, at least, in terms of utility. Just that one-way smoke to buy them at least burn some time. 15 off the clock.
It's going to be very hard for them if they hit the site very quickly, because with only the knives available and maybe even suppressed by that, it's not a lot of firepower on the side of the A site here for the defense squad. They really need to, they're gonna struggle actually if they do just burst out this smoke, which Papi Chulo is about to place. Blurred just confidently just walking through.
Oh, timing here. Blurred on the swing. Ja finds him with the blades. Paranoia prepped for the denial of the follow-up, and there's a risk that Blurred wanted to take, but now just able to sniff it out in the end, almost finding their timing.
That's already information given, though. They know that the fragment was thrown from A main. They know that there is a player trying to trade from the opposing side on Wine. That gives them at least info that there are 3 players stacked on its A side. It allows them to move around as Wits just manages to just fall back. Try to stop this push from going even further, because this is where they lose on these splits.
Oh, but Ja absolutely tearing them on up. Gets another kill for the round. You can see here that one of the saving graces potentially for Action PH would have been that lurk by Gadores there towards that mid, but as a spike drops here towards short, it forces them to have to try and pivot, and Wit is at the right time and at his wit's end as well. 12-10, they try to end the game as they get match point.
Match point indeed. This could be the round where NAOS takes the Ascent, the map that they previously lost to APH, the only one able to strike back. And here comes a little highlight as we can see Ja really try his best to defend. He manages to find one, but like you mentioned, this tree area is so important for this attacking side, and by Wits just landing these couple impact frags really stops any plans from APH to really make any moves.
What's the side dish for when the game is about to end?
What do you mean?
Match potato. You like my joke?
Yeah.
No.
It's okay.
No. Okay. I thought
I
that
cast
one.
with Riku, so I'm used to it. Not gonna lie.
I would have said I cast reverse, but nah. I think we're on par.
Well,
Moving forward.
Thinking is the current plan right now for Action PH. They call this stack. It's about to end, and hopefully they come up with that winning formula because they have no more room for error here. If they want to get the map that they chose to strike back at NAOS Esports, they really need to come up with the best solutions here.
There's a lockdown on either side. That's one thing they can both use. They have it from the shadows too. That's another. Ooh, parallels.
Wow.
Wow. Nightfall.
Yeah,
Big one for them to
Nightfall.
utilize. Potentially in the round. What are we doing? John doesn't have the op this time, but I think he's been performing better without it. It allows him to kind of play forward and really, I guess, be that spoke, rather that wrench in the spokes here of Action PH's execute and divert their plans.
Action PH though, committing the ultimate early, just get in control of sight, but doesn't spot out the Hell player. Papi Chulo finds Blurred in the middle of that fight. He calls the rest of his team to make sure that they get there. The scan's going to reveal another player. It gives him the opportunity to peek, but the util bomb's going to be too much to handle.
Great defense here by NAOS and Papi Chulo as well. I thought he would have went for the backside smoke, but no, smokes off A main, which was the right choice. Allows that heaven push to swing wide and get the trade potentially, but he even finds Kelly S. So the high-low hold here against a lockdown from NAOS. Super efficient in what it turned out to be. The 1v3 Action PH. They still have the option here, Micro, for him to TP towards that B site after the tap.
30 seconds
See what he goes with.
He's gonna pop that ultimate, possibly just go all the way committed actually to take this B side, but he has to make sure. Oh no, he goes for the fake instead, the draw out, but they didn't move, they didn't budge. They're still close, the door is about to break already. It was for sure gone. The Prowler gonna reveal his location. It's gonna be impossible for him to get out of this.
Yeah, there's no way. He's gonna have to push somehow. He's absolutely dead at this point. He gets the one, can maybe stay alive if he stays in the corner.
Oh no!
He's exposed. He's dead. Absolutely sent down. And that's now securing the round, securing map number 1 here. 13-10.
NAOS Esports literally locking down this as Papi Chulo falls to get their first win against APH, striking back from their previous loss on this map and moving them, getting their momentum into the next one.
It really, you can see there when Blurred tried to go for that risk on towards A main, and I believe it was Papi Chulo and Ja who found that and shut that down. The momentum here of Action PH just also followed with it, and it was a very impressive comeback and a heartbreaking one for sure if an Action PH fan, because of how close they could have brought it in the end. It's still NAOS with their kind of, I guess, better coordination, able to buy them out and lock down that map number 1.
I mean, that was map number 1, an explosive start. And I think for APH, though, if you are an APH fan, it's also a lot of hope for them because they do seem to really put it together. They know how to trade with each other, and their util combos in certain rounds looks very clean. We can take a look here at the post-match. 13-10 is the final score of our series, map number 1, and Wits being the MVP for NAOS Esports.
I mean, rightfully so. That early run by them in the first half was super aided by Wits being on that. We saw his Hunter's Fury. We saw him push out many times aggressively to try and take space as that Sova. And I think because of the fact that in this case, there isn't no necessarily kind of like second innie, right? Both of them main initiators, Sova and Fade. It allows him to feel like he can play a bit more freely because even if he goes down, they still have super absolute information gathering in the Fade left on Senior Carl to also pick up that slack, as opposed to maybe if they only had, if let's say Senior Carl was in a KO or Wits was in a KO, then that main initiator would feel a lot more, I guess, restrained to be able to push out and play aggressive. But because Wits also has that Fade with him, he can play a lot more freely, not worrying about him going down, meaning the team would lose information gathering.
I mean, I have to agree with you there. because they have the flexibility to have these players. And Carlo, of course, picking up that fade means that, yeah, the backup is there in case you lose the info. It allows you to play a bit more. And I don't think that they miss out that much in not having that KO suppress in their pocket. But what is really in their pocket right now is Mojer, because he's the one delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Well, Mojer for sure at the end there delivering, and we also saw him give us some pretty good moments in the post plant where he would be that crucial piece to keep the rest of the retake in check in that first half. So really good performance by him, and I think NAOS as a whole, but still I have to give props and some flowers as well to Action PH, who I guess especially against a team like NAOS really gave us a convincing result in the end in terms of them potentially coming back on it. But we're going now to map number 2, and Fracture hasn't been the best, I think, in terms of history here if you're an Action PH fan, especially against a team like NAOS, who have been one of the best teams. We've only ever seen one Action PH outing here on Fracture in the past. But Fluff, we're gonna have to come back after this break with the matchup, because we'll see you guys in a bit.
And we're back, everyone, for game number 2 for our final series today, NAOS Esports against Action PH. I'm Fluffy, and I'm joined with Mr. Black and Blue, my inspiration and former analysis for some of the players here that we see today. Very familiar for the scene. And we're moving on to Fracture, a map that technically none of these teams have lost in, but we've seen how strong they both are on this map.
I mean, technically you are right, but obviously in terms of when we look at the sample size, it's a very different question. You look at NAOS here so far, and they're one of those teams that have really been tested, I think, here on Fracture. They're 6-1 on it, beating most of the teams that pretty much aren't the Oasis, and that was only their first time that they lost was when they played Fracture for the first time. And then you look at Action PH, who have only ever had that one outing versus Zol, and it went into overtime as well. One of the teams that one would argue aren't even one of the best here at Fracture. So I think that map number 1, that was the one that Action PH had to win, and if they did, we could have definitely seen a map number 3, but I'm not too hopeful just anymore now that we look at Fracture here. I'm at least hoping that Action PH can give us something different, but I think CONQuest appearance on the line, on the LAN here for the VCT. Now they're looking on pace to secure the bag.
Yeah, exactly. Pressure is on, knowing that whoever wins this match, similar to our previous series, will be moving on to CONQuest. And the conqueror so far of VCTPH has been NAOS Esports. They've proven that they can strike back on the map that they lost previously against APH in the previous map number 1, which was Ascent, which I'd like to remind everyone is the map choice of APH. So now they're moving on to the playground of NAOS Esports, where, like you mentioned, they have some more familiarity. The sample size, again, very small for APH, and they did struggle in that game. But if we're talking about tried and tested, I am kind of excited to see a lot of tried and tested compositions, especially with Kelly S normally playing the Raze on that map.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where we get his signature Raze back, right? We kind of, I guess during year number 2 especially, grew accustomed to him being one of the best Razes here in the VCTPH circuit, and you always love to see a callback to that whenever Action PH can run that composition. Now, we haven't, I guess, seen too much outings here of Action PH on Fracture, but even with that said, I don't expect too much change up in terms of composition coming from Action PH, just based on how they are as a team. We don't normally see them switch things up. The only arguable point here of why they might switch things up is because they have Gadores now. We've seen them kind of put into the fold a bit more over someone like Derek, right? And while he's had good performances, there's sometimes, especially against, higher tiered opponents like Oasis and NAOS, where you kind of wonder if it's really, I guess, where the team should be. And from that map number 1, it was a good sign that he's on pace here to play, and the team as a whole, Action PH, are on pace to, maybe extend this series. But Fracture's definitely a difficult one for them to try and make this happen on.
I mean, pace is important, but you have to also recognize that there's not much time here for VCTPH. We are in the playoffs, and they really have to make every map count. And yeah, I'd have to agree with you, not very confident so far with how APH has been playing, because they were stacking up in that Fracture game against Zol Esports. And if we're talking about like brutal honesty, that's like the middle of the pack kind of team, and now they're placed against NAOS Esports, who has not shown any signs of stopping so far. They may fumble at one map every now and then, but overall, the consistency that they've done and playing together, we saw how in the previous map they're just able to play off each other's, not just the util, but just pulling pressure from each other to relieve the situation has helped them a lot. And that is some of the ideal aspects you'd want to have in a map like Fracture, where there's so many ways to attack it.
I mean, yeah, our amazing The Panel also had the same kind of ideas, right? Like, you just rarely have we seen NAOS not be on top of the game, not be on top of their dump here coming into the stage for the most part. And maybe some maps, a few slip-ups here for a round that ultimately costs them the map, but we never really see them for an entire map just slip up. Only in some crucial moments where they do lose the map eventually because of it. But I think that's a big thing here about NAOS, consistency. The fact that they can keep up the high level of play that they can consistently, and when they do slip, it only happens for a few rounds before they recover right back. That is a crucial thing that most teams lack, and for a team like NAOS, who not only have everything else going on for them, but also have that fact that sets them apart from the pack, I think that's what really makes this such a difficult matchup here for Action PH. But Action PH, they've surprised us already, coming in from the last stage, coming in from this one. We wondered, why are these guys invited? And they've proven us exactly why, and they've improved as well, coming from that stage number 1 here in the stage number 2, added a bit more new looks, and really refined what I thought was working super well from stage 1 into this. And there's a reason why they're, in our top 4 right now.
I mean, if we're talking about additions for the side of NAOS Esports, they do have now the bolstering power of Senior Carl on the roster.
Whoa.
And I think that having some explosiveness in your pocket, just that extra to really push a lot of these rounds and convert them for your team is going to be essential here on Fracture, because regardless if you're on that attack or that defense, the amount of options that all the teams have mean that the individual skill of the player will be tested, because you're spread out on the defense, you're one player, maybe you have one friend with you, but regardless, you have to hold off a couple of these pushes from almost every direction. And Fracture is a type of map that suits, I think, the NAOS play style better than some of the other maps in our current map pool.
What's interesting too is that, you know, earlier on when we would see Fracture come out from a team like NAOS, especially when they play the Raze, it'd be somebody like Mojer to pull out that. But then we saw Ja play Raze the last, I think, 2 times. Yeah, the last 2 times that we saw them play on Fracture, and we were wondering, how will he play coming to the stage? And yet it still works super well. The utility, if anything, really benefits him as compared to maybe a Jet who is a bit more dry in terms of making that entry happen. And it really, I think, benefits a team like this who have so much firepower, who can play in the scramble, who love to play aggressively on the defense as well and actively, and gives them a very difficult, I guess, proposition for any team to beat on, especially arguably the best team right now on Fracture here in our circuit. And so I'm wondering if composition wise there's gonna be any change in there. Last time we saw Senior Carl on that breach, we saw Mojer on that Killjoy as they moved away from kind of like this chamber centric composition on Fracture. And the matchup wise, I think if you look at the composition here for what Ascent PH love to bring, they love to play that Fade, they love to play that Breach along with it as well. And a lot of times we do see as a Fade is a bit more close to the action, Witch is able to utilize him being on the KO to counteract that Fade, to stop that information gather. The Breach helps against the KO, but the Fade sometimes becomes that prime target for the Suppress, and it makes things a lot more difficult for a team here like Ascent PH, I think, to get their groove going if they can't pre-scout information beforehand on where the battle is going to be and who's waiting for them.
I mean, that's one of the more important things as we move on to Agent Select to find out what they're actually going to choose for this battle right now. Map number 2, and a reminder, the first map did go to the side of NAOS Esports. They are at advantage right now, so it's APH's time to really make their mark, and it looks like Micro going to go on that Brimstone. KevZ as well will go for the classic Breach combo.
Well, let's see what they do here. Nothing too different. You got Blurred on the Jet this time, kind of moving away from that Raze composition we saw the solo duelist come on out, and instead they go for arguably a much different look. And I look at Ascent PH right now, they forgo that Fade, they have the solo innie, and they go with this Brimstone as well that we've been seeing them lock onto. So is this the right, I guess, idea here? Can you really use that space taking and especially gap closing that the double duelist offers you efficiently against a team like NAOS who love to play against that?
I feel like it's going to be so difficult because yes, you have more power on the entry in terms of firepower, but will it matter if they're flashed or stunned or blinded, etc.? And all these things could have been nullified if you do have a KO on your team. Instead, going for both the duelist as well as just the Breach means that you also lack information for Ascent PH, so that prodding for info and putting yourself in a slightly dangerous position just so that you can figure out where the rest of NAOS Esports is playing will be also very important, but also means that they can be easily punished.
Let's see how exactly this game turns out to be. Ascent PH on the favorite attacking side, all of them coming from the bridge into the drop, waiting for a potential push aggressively on the defense.
It's going to be Wits on the other end of that side, and he's just going to back off as he does get stunned a bit. He has a flash available, so they're already expecting a lot of this as the util does come through. An interesting smoke to allow their duelist to go through as well.
No way. No way. Blur just wins that while barely hovering off of the ground. Right click connects and they get the plant down, but the trades equalize. Never mind. NAOS coming out on top here on the retake. And the only position now by Ascent PH here towards the drop.
There's not much space for them to work with here. Micro's going to run into Mojer shortly, forcing his hand. But Gadores gets the response kill, but the spike's already being diffused. The rest of NAOS just going to get more delay fighting that drop, and they recover from what looked like a very explosive start from APH.
It's once more the patience here from NAOS. You can see there, they didn't even start the defuse till like, what, 10 seconds later, once they confirmed where Ascent PH were. And that just speaks well to the, I guess, just how calm this NAOS squad can be. They lose Jaw early, but they already gotten the value of what you want in the Raze there, right? You throw the paint shells towards the choke, and the only players that were able to bypass it was, to be fair, that double duelist, the Jet and the Raze, because they got mobility. But otherwise from that, the rest of the push stopped at the choke here by NAOS.
But I feel like that's going to be the story that we're going to tell for the rest of this half, because how many options do you actually have for APH aside from just trying to overwhelm the site? And it looks like they're going to go for the same story as well, putting most of their duelists or both of their duelists here on drop, trying to position maybe a fake or a push. But look at NAOS Esports. They're already ready. They're not even going to try to contest A main. They're just going to prod for info, sit on site, and wait for the mistakes to happen because they know APH is on that lower buy.
Well, in a lower buy situation like this, Ascension PH, as many advantages as you can get will definitely help. Little do they know they could silent drop here from this drop position from the radar and maybe get themselves into a cheeky position. But now as the rotation is coming from Wits, it's going to be a lot more difficult for this A-site hit.
It's only Wits actually from ropes marking this push. Blurred and Kelyes's patience to just wait out and make sure that their spike is close enough so that when they pop the smokes, they have a freer entry onto site. But do they know that NAOS Esports is just waiting there? Already 3 players on site, and even they might get this push, but will it be enough as the shots from Wits already connect?
Yeah, just immediate shutdown of the push here. Maybe a bit of a response. Some damage could be done by Ascension PH with the time ticking. Your options increasingly limiting, and there's no real chance of stopping that push, especially in the high-low hold there. No real free point of entry, and Wits catching that off as well, making sure that NAOS get a good hold on this A site.
But look at the patience coming up from NAOS. They know that they don't have to do anything. It's not their problem to pick the site. It's not their problem to take these fights that they don't have to take. They will not take an unnecessary risk if possible. And NAOS Esports, knowing that they have a better buy, they have already the position, they can just sit there and wait for APH to make the plays and just capitalize whenever they make a misstep because they have info on their side to reorient their players. But this time around, NAOS Esports quickly going to push out and change the pace and make a pinch here onto the drop side.
Yeah, that's what's called the bridge pincer here in Fracture, but nobody really playing on that spot. Your Fraction PH could be very effective on the bonus when you have a decent amount of weapons, but it isn't given to them, not just yet. A site free for the take as the smoke dissipates. I want to see how NAOS time the retake against this.
Already put out the boom bot to clear out that drop side. The flash comes through, and the rest of the team is just slowly going to creep their way closer as Blur does find one.
Well, up close, Ja picking his timing. He has to wait for that main push to make contact before he swings this to try and play off of their initiate. Kebsy gets a kill. That's a double for him. Immediate shutdown here of the push on NAOS, and Ascension PH respond with a round of their own.
So that's another lesson learned for NAOS Esports. If they give this site to APH, they know how to control it. And NAOS Esports, they just try to change the pace. They know it's the bonus. They have a lower buy, like a little lower by comparison. So they're just going to go for something a bit more ballsy. That way they can maybe surprise APH. Unfortunately for them, though, they picked the wrong side, and the players from the drop just go all the way through the ropes and reposition themselves to get that free ace side. This time around, though, a bit more equal with the rifles, but the armor is less for NAOS Esports.
That's something to certainly consider here. Quick push in by Kelly, yes, catching Jaw off guard off of the stun. Quick trade out from Senior Carl. Both raises taken down. Look at Ascension PH. Still not able to wrestle control of A main due to the utility that NAOS have in place to stop this.
It's not even just their utility, it's also their own utility. The only way that they get info for this team is if Jet or Raze, like how he did on A main, tries to use their body to literally find the info for themselves and play off the breach stun. There is no recon available, there's no drone, there's no scans whatsoever, not even a KO knife or flash. So they literally have to manually go through everything with the help of their breach.
Lockdown in place here on the B side. Mojo, I think he wants to front this, but second guesses that initial idea. Plays back instead. Good molly to make sure they can't immediately re-entry back onto the site. I don't think they have much utility on it as well to deny the plant, and so counter retake here coming in from NAOS.
Ooh, the nano swarms land in the right place. Mojo gets a spam kill as the rest of his team is already just stacked up behind him. Just trying to buy and clear some angles to make sure that there's a safer entry onto site.
Well, they got some now swarms of their own, trying to flush out this tower. Blurred, he's got that shorty up close. The retake as the smoke drops on B main is going to make things more difficult. Going to force Action PH to try and play a bit more aggressively, but no, they just stick it and get the defuse off. Action PH winning the gunfights, but ultimately not the round.
Oh man, Blurred had the positioning there. He already got the first frag onto tower, which was the first enemy just trying to swing him. But instead of peeing out of that stairs position by tower, he wraps all the way around, giving them enough time to just stick that defuse. So that small misstep cost him the entire round.
I guess they thought that he was off of the spike, or the pressure would have been enough. Make sure that they didn't stick it. In the end, though, Action PH losing these rounds early, not a good sign. Fracture here, one of the most attacker-sided maps we have in the VCTPH. 54% compared to the 45 on the opposing side in terms of win rate, attack versus defend. Only second by Lotus, and it's a pretty good start from NAOS on the defense.
Just trying to get some more pressure here on the bridge side, but Godover is having the alarm bot, knowing that the limited range is there, should tell NAOS Esports that he has to be playing deep onto that bridge side. But Blur gonna pop the knives early, try to see up the smoke, but there comes the null command to stop that dream.
Well, that's gonna stop them, halt them in their tracks. Supposedly, Action PH though, overrunning NAOS here. Didn't seem to have the best buy coming into the round. Papi Chulo, good frag he finds. At least equalizes the man disadvantage a bit more. If he can get another kill here and goes untraded, that's going to be big. Papichulo gets the one. Mojo taken down 1v2, but the clutch god himself left in alone. Oh! There's a kill. Up close. He knows where Kelly-S is. Playing with him, toying him with a bit. The blast back, sending him in a cover. And Kelly-S covering his tracks. Action PH respond when they needed to direly.
Kelly-S steals the show, pops the showstopper to start it off, gets the frag, moves up his position all the way up the ropes in order to create a crossfire for his team, because that KO, even the one down, is still giving the opposing team some information. Now Esports struggling to find a foothold now that APH has gotten some pace, and the satchels from Kelly-S just to finish off the round. Just enough little space to push Poppy off the angle that he wants to play, and it's into the hands of Kelly-S.
Well, it's Kelly-S here who has kind of been that linchpin that Action PH needs to rely on. Sheriff doesn't connect yet. The complete lineup there. But, well, the conga dance doesn't connect.
Just moving on to that pain train as they quickly drop by him. Speaking of drop though, Mojo drops Blurred on the side as the rest of APH trying to fight for the flanks.
I mean, ultimately here, difficult to win. Action PH, great recovery to tie the game back up 3-3 as he should on the attack. And now they have that showstopper as well, farmed up enough to potentially continuous momentum swing even further in their way.
They have a lot going for them already. The showstopper that you mentioned, but also the Rolling Thunder available for Kevzi, a powerful combination, but nothing really to destroy the lockdown from Mojo unless Kelly-S manages to maybe throw a satchel, nade or something. I think even the Molly from Brimstone can break it if you're that big of a nerd. But, you know, other than that, there's not lots of indirect ways for them to really deal with this ultimate.
Well, let's see what they can do about it. No, Mojo just slaps Ghidorahs, takes down any flank potential watch there. And now it's off the aggressive defense. They've taken space, which you really want to do here in Fracture. Allows you to have to worry about much less on the retake.
We're just going to try to get this A main potential. And they already have the spike down. So the rest of the team trying to funnel themselves onto Sands. But Blurred is on the opposite side. The smoke's gonna fade. He's gonna be able to find one, but the nanoswarm's just gonna punish him.
Push here from Kelly-S through the nano swarm once more, playing with the expectations. Now they use a knife to try and confirm how many exactly is there towards CT. They confirm the 2 because they can tell the Rolling Thunder came from there, but where's the other? Micro gives himself away but gets a kill off of it. And Action PH doing a great job here of making sure there's so much more for NAOS to worry about here on the retake. Action PH, they finally take the lead all series long.
I thought that NAOS had that the moment that that knife went down. This great push by Kelly though, just taking some damage is worth it because he removes the killjoy from the equation. But the knife from KO I thought was enough to stop the showstopper, but it turns out from drop, there goes another player to secure the round.
4-3, and Action PH taking that control. It really sends NAOS to wonder if the initial control that they were able to wrestle on the defensive side, was it really worth it? It's Action PH here. That was a great stun as well from Senior Carl, rather from Kabzy, to really cause uncomfortability on that Sands retake.
Speaking of Suns, we already have him holding it out, waiting for the contact of Ja as the attackers are pushing to take control already of a main. Not even risking to go for the door. You can see the pings on the map. They're gonna flood the site, passing to the right side. Here comes the Sky Smokes to make sure that they have that cleaner entry, and no util gonna be burnt here. Maybe use the paint shells just to delay the plant a bit. The stun into paint shells might even do a lot of damage or confirm a kill, but thankfully he just moves out of the way in time.
Well, they've got the lockdown here for the retake. They also have this orbital strike to really kind of filter out the site. Senior Carl good on the one. The rest of NAOS following up here on his lead. Completely flawless, both in terms of kills and not even a single tick of damage done on the retake.
That one Sky Smoke up onto that A main side separated the players enough for them to go for the swing. Ja gets the entry kill, doesn't get full flashed by this, and is able to just gun them all down. The firepower from NAOS Esports always so stable. I think for APH, what's gotten them a lot of rounds is that explosive factor, doing it together. But in these individual fights, especially when you have the crossfire set up like NAOS does, it seems like they just come up on top.
Well, NAOS here. Good recovery from them, and this is what we're talking about. Sometimes they would, slip up for a few rounds, but only ever reaches a few rounds. It doesn't continue on into spiraling out of control. It's a good stop there. Off the momentum swing, we hit a reset point in terms of where we are in equilibrium as well on the scoreline. Action PH, they have some ultimates as well to really overrun this site. If they can take down the Sands control away from NAOS, that should be the site for themselves.
It should be, and there's a lot of util for them to actually do that. But with 1 minute on the clock, they have to start bursting out already, and the rest of them just get hit by a beautiful stun coming from the defensive side. Allows Jab to get a capitalized kill off it.
Yeah, great trap play here. And because the A main push, it was super late. Where was the A main push there? That should have been what would pincer Ja in towards the Sands, but it never came, not in time. And now Action PH paying the full details of it.
Oh, what a quick shot by Kebs, also to remove Ja from the equation. Poppy has a rifle though, but they have to regroup off this lockdown to make sure that everything's going to be clear, but the time will tick very close.
They're going to orbital strike that position there. The small gap in it when the lockdown does go off. They got the Rolling Thunder towards A main as well. They flush Kebsy out to the site. This is looking difficult now for Action PH. Post plant, no chance in hell. Blurred, trapped from a faraway place. He gets the one. Okay. They come off of the defuse for a sec, but it's enough for them to get the round. Poppy Chulo at the end. And NAOS, definitely heavy investment, but one worthwhile.
I mean, they get the round, they reclaim their lead, and they tell APH that this fight is far from over. This beautiful stun, though, that got Ja that first kill, I think hit all the players, stopping that initial push with Senior Carl also getting a frag off it.
Like it was drawn up, and it was only the two of them, and once more, the problem there was Action PH. They were late on that A main push as well. If that was combined with an A main push on that Sands push there, then they would have been able to circumvent, go around it, and get the trade on the draw immediately at the very least.
Here comes the stack though. Gonna try to go for the punish, but the knives from Blurred are too clean, and Micro as well taking out Senior Carl and Ja. Now 3v4. They just can go with the momentum here and burst into sight, but will they expect this player playing 2F?
They do now. They found where Wits on out is, and he still gets a kill off the fadeaway, spraying through. 3v2, Modra on the trade. Poppy Chulo as well responds. 1v2 right now. Modra's got them isolated. Little does he know. He pushes on out. He gets the Micro down. He knows where Blurred is, but up close, they're both low. He has the shorty, but the swing from Blurred connects, and he gets the fourth with the blades, slicing up the round. And Action PH tie up the game.
It's like he has those knives forever. He opens up with the knife kill, moves on to just clear through sight, and just uses that to clear a path for his team, making themselves come into this very dicey situation. But the right click, ever so potent, knowing that he's drawn so low, equalizes the score 5-5 for both teams. A very close game, Black and Blue.
My goodness. That round was a roller coaster, back and forth. And both teams not giving up any ground here for free. No free real estate. This is Monopoly. It'd take hours.
Could take hours. But it looks like these rounds are just counting down faster and faster, as it looks like APH are just sticking to this current plan of pushing, because together now they're stacked on this arcade side, something that they haven't done in the past yet. Might surprise the NAOS Esports defense, but look how careful they are waiting for this. The sky smokes do come in, and here comes the exec.
The push on out. Let's see how aggressive Action PH get on this A-side execute. Modric still anchoring things down. The swing here from Wits, perfect off the pop flash. He's on the null command as well, so he stays alive, giving information further. He knows where they are. Ghidorah is trapped on the default. The swing from Modric, perfect. NAOS absolutely shutting down the attempts here of Action PH on the B site.
And now the pressure is on. What started out by an explosive push by APH gets halted. At least they have the spike with him, but look at the positioning. Are they still going to go through this? They have the sky smoke on the defensive side to maybe calm them down a bit. And 30 seconds is still a decent amount of time to reposition, but is it going to be enough for them to actually make a meaningful move?
30 seconds left.
I think at this point you save. Next round is last. You don't have any time to, save up economy, and you need to have guns for the final round of the first half. This would be a good call, I think, for them to go for the save if they can, at least safely. Imagine if Papi Chulo knew this and he just orbital striked on the underground.
just shoots battleship style.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Well, that'll surely sink their frigate and their hopes and dreams if that happened. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that precognition, because they will be able to save this round. But Micro and Kevs, look at what they have. Aside from the rifles, they might have their ultimates on the next round, because it looks like the save's going to go through.
Definitely the right choice in that case. Bit of a save here for Action PH coming into this. No blades up for Blurred. He's got the mere Sheriff. They give him the Bulldog instead, actually. I think the right decision. Have Ghidorah's on that Sheriff. He's on the back line anyways. He can follow up on the damage, but they need somebody up close with a bit more firepower. And Action PH, if they can tie this up 6-6, then it wouldn't be too bad, especially that they're going, or at least they started here on the attacking side. Not the best, not the most favorable, but not too shabby either.
Speaking of changing of bases, Ja has the operator now, so he's just holding these angles, playing it on the raise as well, making sure that no one can creep up on to drop, as Kelly S tries to work his way as well with Mr. Kevsey. Will they spot this out? I don't think that they brought out an operator before, so they might not expect it on this round, although it is a big possibility. Gonna swing into it. Ja, he's already ready. Still, he doesn't let the shot. Forced back.
He has an extra Phantom as well, just to fight up close when he does ultimately retreat back onto the site. He's one away from his showstopper, so it's very viable for him to get a kill here, pop his ult immediately, and buy further time or even a kill this way, but they're going towards the B site. Is the defense ready?
Not sure if they are, but information already given. They have to know at this point, with time ticking down, that it cannot be the A site. Player is going to be missing, as Papi Chulo is going to get hit by this rolling thunder, and it's going to be an explosion, but the Nano Swarm's pushing them away, securing Steel Tower, buying him more time. The Shorty pops up as well. Might be able to get a frill, just the damage, but Micro lands the kills.
Oh, able to circumvent all those utility. Action PH still somehow come out on top. Senior Carl melting down, and it's all on the jaw. Let's see how the superstar himself can prevail here. 60 HP. Not much of a chance in this case.
There's just so many players alive, so much utility, and from that angle, Kev spots him out, and there goes the first half, 6-6. What a back and forth between NAOS Esports and APH.
NAOS. Almost when it seemed like they were doing pretty good on that retaliation, it's Action PH who never lets it slip up. They've got their tires on track, and the friction here on Fracture is certainly increasing by the rounds, by the game going its distance. Wits on 8, Modric on 11, but the real number I want to talk about here is Blurred and how he's able to still stay alive through all that utility pouring down on him on towards the tower.
This time around though, NAOS Esports, they have a bit more info with that KO in their pocket compared to APH, but they will still stack together, maybe taking control of this side on B for Arcade, while Ghidorah is going to check the other side instead.
What's the Arcade push that NAOS want to try and use here? That's our option for the meantime. You got Mojer just holding off on the flank push, which actually might find value, looking at how Action PH are pushing pretty deep into A main.
Not sure if Gador's recalled the turret or if he just put it away, but that's going to stop him from being able to spot how many cross as the Sky Smokes do come in from Brimstone, and now Esports gets safely onto site. The rest of the defense, though, they're going to go for just taking B main instead, but another smoke for a delay is going to halt that positioning.
Yeah, they know of that flank potential, and so Mojer pushes deeper into the site. They want site control instead of having that B main under their wings, but Ghidorah still wins it up close. Ja pushing down towards the CT. Difficult spot here for them to be in, but they have a pincer on the site itself with Senior Carl being within it. Kelly S taking on down. The pusher from Ghidorah's. He's low HP. A single tag will take him on down. They know where he is now. 3v2. Very low HP on the last two remaining Action PH members. A single sneeze, and they should be taken away, and that it is. Postplant here in the 1v2. Difficult for Ghidorah's, and certainly so. Now take the pistol.
I thought that Ghidorah was going to make it there because he stayed alive for so long, even dodging the last second paint shells from ending his life. And because he held his gen position for so long, it gave me the hope that he was able to get the thing up on Papi Chulo. But Papi Chulo, recognizing this, is just able to shut that dream down. Now 7-6. It goes the way of NAOS Esports and then allows them to get that better buy. And again, the Phantom already be confidently bought by Ja.
Well, they need to get him going back in the game. Hasn't had the biggest success so far on the Rays in this specific map, in this specific series. But I'm wondering if that's going to change. The stun, perfect on command and on time here, coming from Action PH to shut Ja down, and they get the Phantom off of it, or they should, if they can wrestle control of A main.
Oh my god, just like that, they transfer their Gcash all the way to Blurred as he gets that rifle, the upgrade that they need, but he's still sticking with it. Surprise, since he's lower on that HP, doesn't even have the dash. Maybe give that to a teammate or something, but regardless, APH will take that momentum and they will take it for free. This time around, mirroring each other as they move across the map with only Ghidorah holding down the fort, under the fort.
Yeah, they can maybe give it to someone like Kelly S, right? And have Blurred play up close instead as he's lower HP.
Launching smoke.
That's their choice. Now it's going with the choice of going towards the B site instead. You know, the Killjoy has to be somewhere here, but I don't think they're aware of the flank as he came in through the underpass instead. He
He's looking the right way.
On this. Oh, they still get the kill on him.
Oh, Papi Chulo, the game sense just spots out Ghidorah the moment he goes for the flank, and Switch tries to go for more delay here to keep this heaven position alive.
Great double flash coming from Wits. As you said, it keeps that tower alive here, and Papi Chulo off the flank. No way he loses that as well. 8-6. NAOS. Good recovery, but I like the small moments that we're seeing here from Action PH that really tells us there's still life in this team.
I mean, they're putting action in Action PH right now, trying to do the best that they can with what resources they have. They steal the Vandal, or actually Phantom rather, off of Ja, but I'm surprised that's the only player that fell on NAOS Esports, as the rest of the team managed to come up relatively unscathed, bringing that Phantom back into their hands and keeping the Bulldogs as well. Papi Chulo will be on that Ghost, but playing that backlight position, maybe getting the plant. If he gets an orb and maybe one more plant or another orb, he will also still be useful because he'll have that ultimate ability.
Nice one, orb.
Anything for you, orb.
Kelly S finding Ja. No swing here though. This A main push. It's gonna be difficult for NAOS to win out. Oh, baby, that helps him though. Wits. Oh, if he had the timing there and intuition, with Vera he could have peeked out and maybe got a cheeky kill as their back was turned.
I thought his teammates would just back off and let the boombot go. That way, give the perceived pressure that he's alone. But instead, because they broke it, they're not going to mark him yet, but they should be marking him now, knowing the timing that they can go for that re-clear. Instead, APH going to sit onto site because Kelias is kind of low. They're going to rely on the stun coming in from the CT to re-delay and give themselves a better chance on this fight.
Flash is on now, doesn't get the kill. He needed to take Micro down there. That leaves Kelly S on the high-low hold. Stun, perfect in time. 3v2. If they can get another kill here, plus a plant, that would be good for them, knowing this is a bonus. They still have the stun to swing off of, and the orbital strike on Papi Chulo, so not out of the question. The flank, though, from A-Main is going to make it a lot more difficult, knowing at where Wits is positioned right now. Rather, Senior Carl. Yeah, he's taken down, so 1v2 for Papi Chulo.
I mean, he has the ultimate available if he really needs to do this, and it is a round that they can give away because they have the lead, but obviously you still want to try your best to win. It goes for the swing, but Blurred is too quick on the trigger. Papi Chulo falls, and the rest of their team just gets closer and closer as APH strike back. 1 round separating both teams.
He was right on it too. That should have been his kill, but Blurred even quicker there. He was able to isolate that fight. Could have been a 1v1 for Poppy at the end. But Senior Carl traded out there, playing things nicely. It was a plant for long, for A main rather, and that's a risky run, so let's see how it goes now. Now a single round lead here over Action PH, who are slowly trailing, but on a constant pace to tie the game up.
Gadors is just so done from getting rushed. He's now on that Judge, gonna hold that tower and bolster it even further from the close quarter fight. But Ja peeking very wide. This time around, they're positioning to take that B side, maybe even B main. Do they know that this turret is here? For sure, they can hear it from this close. There's a very early nanoswarm to stop anyone to push, to allow them to crawl under. That way, maybe even get a pinch off of this. But oh, that step might have been heard from up above.
From up above to down below? Maybe? I mean, you can see now Blurred kind of adjusting there closer towards B main, so I think they have some intuition of information here. Will they expect Mojo, though, to be in the corner? Doesn't matter. Blurred falls back instead. Seems like a B-side hit's momentarily about to come.
Ja already marking for his teammate, getting that orb again. It fuels it even more because they're so close to getting that ultimate. But he's already marking Kelly S as well. He's going to walk to the crosshair, but looks at the wrong time, but his teammate gets the trade instead.
Good job there by Senior Carl to hold down the angle. Oh, but look at this. Judge up in tower. Cabsy on the kill on the Wits as he was lurking there towards the A site. That's a big pick. This tower is going to be difficult, but Papi Chulo on the swing. Bullet connects on the Ghidorahs, and that blows the B side wide open.
And that is the entry point. The spike already planted. FC has to try to find a way to salvage the situation, but just playing such a pesky angle. He finds the first frag, but his teammate is just walking behind to make sure that he has a trade.
It's going to be difficult. They're only coming here from the cafeteria, from the canteen. It's NAOS who's looking to dine right now. They need him alive.
Oh.
They find Chop, who's looking the wrong way. That's the one they needed. 1v2 though. Crossfire from Kevsey. He's got the Rolling Thunder to push the issue. There is an orbital strike as well on it. He baits it out. He knows there's little time left on this. Does he use it? Time is ticking. He has to stick at this point. Otherwise, it's a moot point. Here comes the swing. The round is done. And Papi Chulo still gets the kill. 9-7. What a round here.
He sprays to clip it because that is a moment we have to remember. Able to defend that even though all his comrades fall, it's just the orbital strike is letting him get a lot of these frags. And speaking of frags, we look at the scoreboard and he's leading his team, playing that controlling player, and is always ready for anything that happened to Sky Smokes, especially. Good with the util, good with the aim. Papi Chulo currently is doing it all.
Well, that utility, we're going to have to see a bit even more there for Action PH. That push on towards the tower, it should have been theirs. The Judge should have been it. Good job, just back and forth, trying to pull out the reaction from Action PH, but not a response just yet. It's the bridge pincer that Action PH want to pull off.
They have a lot of time though, but that door is going to already alert the defenders that they will be at least heavily towards this A site. The Roomba as well going to push them into deeper positions, but they have a pretty free site. They must know the defenders are going to use this util to really retake the site.
Push on the site, as he said. Ultimate connecting here for Kelly S, but everything else, it's falling in the hands of NAOS. Ghidorah is chiming in on the fight. 1v3 from Micro, but this is a huge situation for him to be in. Not too hopeful for his chances here right now. NAOS, this should be the round.
Oh my god, and pop goes the Weasel. There goes the head of Ja falling. Micro able to still find one, but I was surprised that they had that staring contest for quite a bit.
Even use the ult there. I'm not too sure if that's advised. I'd even advise against it, knowing that, you know, the lockdown is on the cusp here of NAOS. For them to pull it out, that's their only real piece of util or ultimate to destroy that lockdown and just nullify it here early because of them using it.
They can always try to kill the Killjoy, I guess. That's the other solution. Or maybe they'll get a good entry knowing that he's playing alone for the most part. But I'd have to agree with you that it's not the optimal use, but it is a great way to secure the round at least.
Let's see now how they use it. Action PH. Crucial round for their economy. A main push looking clear. That should be information to Action PH that the B site is the more likely target.
Oh, but they run into each other under Kelly S manages to find one, but it's not going to be enough to get them that man advantage because Blurred is still on that operator and he's slowly moving on. Never mind the operator, he has the knives in his pocket as well.
Because they dropped that Killjoy, they had no flank watch. They weren't ready for that push to come. Now they lose the lockdown as well. Got burning his showstopper. Finds the one. Micro follow-up on the second, though, on the Jaw. And Action PH and a Storm come back and take a round.
The Hail Mary rocket from Jad to try to get that round back into their pocket, but unfortunately for them, Blurred with a quick flank, recognizing that that anti-flank is down was just enough to draw their attention. They were so focused to taking that B site that the flank, I think, was a second thought.
Yeah, just you can tell that, you know, they were aware of the flank possibility, but just a second too late, and by that time, moving at that range, Blurred, mobility on the blades, enough for them to get the round. So Action PH, as I said, crucial round for their economy. They don't let it slip, and they send NAOS into the lower economic state.
I'm surprised that Carl is the one on the breach holding this rifle, knowing that the rest of his team probably needs it in other areas who have armor, such as Wits, or maybe even giving it to Ja. But, you know, it's their choice at the end of the day if he wants to be in the fight or not. Mojer going to slowly creep his way and just hold this angle. But this turret is going to signal that he has to be playing close. If it's going to be heard by Kevs, might be slightly out of range, though. But still, patience gameplay coming from APH.
Crawling on up. Mojer spotted out, tag in the shoulder, a bit of a flesh wound, but at least he knows the aggression is there. But the B push, rather the A push coming in here from NAOS, just gonna be difficult to make successful when Action PH are at the ready for it. Yeah, no, difficult spot for NAOS to be in.
The spike is just not where they want it to be. If they have the sight, but what is this gonna do? Are they gonna just power through this? The operator actually falls as Papi Chulo lands Blurred's dome.
Last player standing.
Okay, Papi Chulo, one of the best players with a sheriff in hand. He's able to get 2 out of it. Did he? No, he didn't retrieve the gun. He's trying to. You can see him trying to. He gets it. Ultimately, all you can hope for in this round is get some damage done. Dodges the fault line, but on the wide swing, Kevsey still prevails. And Action PH, another decisive response that we've seen from them when they're down a few rounds. They crawl right back up to make it a close game.
I mean, they're slowly adapting to this composition and the way that NAOS is playing. But APH, I think the operator from Blurred is also changing the pace. Yes, he did fall in the previous round, but the threat of the operator alone is enough to shift how NAOS Esports wants to attack. Now they're going to take a step back, maybe think about what they're going to do because they need to start getting the rounds. They've been losing the past couple ones and they have so much util this time around. The null command allows a free exec, and if you use the lockdown as well from Mojer, it could also be a free exec. So how they want to use this, how they want to layer it, knowing that Gadoris has his own lockdown in as a response to either of these things could be very pivotal this round.
You're so cool, huh?
Thanks.
Making words so short instead of execute, exec, utility, util. Wow.
Yeah, people happy.
Whoa. Too much Twitch talk for a day.
But we're on the English broadcast live on Twitch.
That is true. That is true.
My people.
NAOS. Your people?
Okay.
His
That's
people. Whoa, what do you mean by you people?
I didn't say you people.
NAOS.
I said my people.
Whoa, his people. You own people? Damn fluff. 10-9. NAOS here, moving forward. Lockdowns in place. They also got the null command here. And if they can time this perfectly, when Kelly S gets his ultimate of his own, they can immediately shut that down from being effective.
He could indeed. And they really need to get this round in the bag, but this operator from Blurred might change the pace. And speaking of pace, Action PH go wide. And now Esports ends up on top. They trade 2 for 2 here. And the operator has to now reposition because it looks like A is going to be a pretty free plant here for this attacking side with a very deep lockdown.
To say the least. I mean, they could anyways. They can flush out the CT, but you can see here now, so they're not exactly pushing too aggressive to take even more CT control. And you can see why, because Action PH should be aware of that. They're clearing out the close, they're checking out tower, they're checking out ropes. They don't have to delay them further for most because they already know they've burned so much time with that lockdown of their own. Rolling Thunder here on the attacking NAOS side.
Not going to land though, but it still buys the time that they need. The operator not going to be good up close. The spray through comes in for Wits. Might get the third. He does. And he goes big to secure the round. Now the tactical pause eventually just pays off. Now it's 11-9.
Beautifully done here by NAOS. The lockdown in and of itself already burnt so much time, and then you add on the Rolling Thunder, which might have not connected, but about a few more extra seconds. And when you're in a late round retake situation like that, when the time is ticking on the defense is Action PH, you naturally will be pressed to try and up the pace, not be as thorough in clearing out those corners and angles, because you know you have a lot more to worry about, the time ticking, that pressure perceived upon you. And now, especially Wits there, using that to his advantage to get in a cheeky position.
I like how they made that call to really go for the deep lockdown, knowing that they have the timing, because they know the operator player is not there. They take out 2 players already. Most likely, there's maybe maximum 1 if they hit it really fast on site. So they go for that lockdown because, like you mentioned earlier when it was happening, just the space that it takes and knowing that players are going to fight means that the defenders had to waste so much time trying to re-clear all these angles. And on a Fracture, if you take CT, there's a lot of angles. Could be up on ropes, could be up on CT, playing close. Any one of those options, there could be a player there. It just bought them more time than the lockdown would in other situations.
Well, what situation Action PH have found themselves in? Low economic state, match point at the cusp. But it's one that we've certainly seen they can turn around, but NAOS have been one of the most proficient teams in making sure these lower economic states do not win out against them. They rarely lose to an eco or a forced buy. And we're looking to see if that's going to be true on here. Look at this position for Micro. No, it doesn't connect.
Carl even having the diligence to really hard clear that angle. The rest of NAOS Esports, they have a slightly better buy and they are pushing through, knowing that they have the firepower to back it up. And the rest of the team, oh, there goes the zip repositioning. But this is a great timing for NAOS as they do get the frag.
I love how they push and clear even though they know they're up against an eco here, and still works out for them. Action PH, they love to go on that long wrap to try and take away A or B main. And it's being read perfectly by NAOS. They knew that that CT position would be a bit clearer for them to push on an eco specifically. And that great read allows them to just take even more space and isolate where the rest of the defensive retake would come from.
And that is another reason why NAOS Esports just pushing the envelope here on VCTPH. Now they're on match point. Possibly the last round. APH has to come up with the best solution. They have a couple tools to work with. They have Kelly S with the showstopper. We have Gadoras with the lockdown. The rest of the ultimates not far behind, but maybe not enough time to gather that many orbs this time around. But speaking of this round, the attackers posturing themselves to take this fight.
Difficult here on towards A main. Oh, null command popped in early from Wits. Now this keeps Action PH, I think, guessing on if they have to play back, try and dodge it, or try and chime in on the fight. Kevsey, a double for him, triple on the site. NAOS are hungry for dinner, but Action PH, they can wait.
They can wait indeed, but they just want to get this round over with. But APH is just stopping them from doing anything, whatever they've come up with. Gadoras even finds Wits off of that.
My goodness. Action PH. When they're up against a desperate situation, they still come out on top of it. Gadoras closing it out on the opposing Killjoy, and now you're looking at Action PH potentially crawling back into another close game. We saw the last one end 13-10. Will this extend further?
Well, I'm sure if you're NAOS Esports, that's something you really don't want to happen. You only have around 2 rounds to really make the difference. Just take the map for yourselves. But Action PH, they have a better buy, full utility, 3 ultimates. There's just so much for them to deal with, but at least NAOS can nullify a lot of this because they have that suppress.
One may ask, is now the time for NAOS to end this, or do we extend into the final round of regulation? Lockdown, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, all available here for Action PH. If they can segment where they use this ultimate and when they use it, It can certainly throw off this attacking NAOS push. Oh, that's big info.
Oh, they know where the controller is. They also know that they're pushing up close onto A. It allows them to move and creep towards that B side. It's only going to be Godoers holding it off yet again. That Boombot's going to signal him to go, though.
It sends him towards that A site, Fluff.
Oh.
Keeps him on there. Execute now for NAOS here towards his B. They do have that lockdown for the retake. Godoers on the shutdown on the job. They know these aggressive pushes love to come from Ja himself when they have a plant position. Wits taking even further space. Senor Carl in difficult spot. Kebsy pushing on forward, and now it's a 3v3 as the dust settles. It looks like they're both equalized 2v2. No plant down just yet. 1v2. Spike still unplanted. But Poppy Chulo to find Kebsy there sends it all the micro.
The colony of ultimates just raining down, stopping these pushes, and there comes another one, the Rolling Thunder. That's gonna push out Micro, reveal his position, and he's gonna go for it. They're gonna go for the gunfight, and Poppy Chulo secures the map for NAOS Esports. That means that they are the conquerors. They're moving on to CONQuest, and they secure this 2-0 against APH.
Absolutely clean performance here from NAOS, but dude, props to Action for making these games close against the best team we have in our circuit, the #1 seed. And they go without losing a single map here in the upper bracket finals in the playoffs. They go on over to the very first VCT LAN, so we'll see them at CONQuest, and we hope to see you guys too.
That's going to be an exciting match because we also know that from this same day, our previous series, Oasis Gaming is going to meet them there, and there's still a lot more to come. We take a look at the post-match. 13-10, a very close and a very good fight for APH. Unfortunately, that does mean that they are going to move to that lower bracket. But for NAOS Esports, they are flying high all the way to CONQuest.
I mean, we know that lower bracket will be played out tomorrow, and looking at how the performance here from Action, if they can replicate that in the lower bracket, I'm going to be pretty confident that we're going to see them at the LAN as well. So Action PH will lose against this team, NAOS, but who wouldn't in this case? Still though, some slip-ups here by NAOS, and for a team like Action PH to make it this close, a team that we only really saw formed at the end of the last stage, to be fair, most teams kind of are as well, rather at the start of the last stage, it's, I think, really impressive for them, especially seeing as how they don't have the same, structure potentially that you would expect from a bigger org like NAOS. So Action PH, still great performance, but even better by NAOS in the end.
I mean, also shout out to NAOS's coaching staff, because you can tell that these games, they look pretty prepared, because there are a lot of dire situations where it just feels like they're very calm within the storm, willing to weather a lot of the util, knowing how to react, and instantly making decisions that prove to be correct.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they have a full cheer squad anyways in our chat, so NAOS, they got the buffs, all the buffs that they need, and it's certainly looking like a buff performance here coming in from this. Both of the top seeds moving on with a 2-0, but Poppy Chulo, the daddy of them all himself, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited in the end.
And there you have him. If you want to use that Grab Unlimited code, don't forget you can scan that QR code right on your screen, as NAOS Esports again is going to be taking this win over APH.
Well, it's been a great performance so far, Fluff, and I mean, I think we are pretty set in stone on who the top two seeds should be moving into the playoffs, both of them ending today with a 2-0 win.
And the bigger question is, moving forward, who's going to be joining them in CONQuest? Who's going to fulfill those other slots? I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see for ourselves in just a bit. I think our panels get a bit more to say about this, but I mean, just final thoughts here on how NAOS were able to deliver. I think the fact that once more we see them always able to recover. They may slip up some rounds, but it's only a few, and I think our panel's more to bring us about that. So adieu.
So kapag ginawa natin yung math dito, Vil, ilang panalo na yung NAOS ngayon na hindi pa sila natatalo? Ay. Ang dami nangyayari. Ang dami nangyayari. So, ibabalik ko ulit yung tanong. Bill, andyan ka na ba talaga? Totoo na ba to? Oh. Ako, nandito rin ba ako?
Ay, ako pa din.
Nandito rin ba ako?
Okay na. O, yan na. Okay na. Hello,
Check,
testing.
mic check. Hey.
Check. Check.
Hello, testing.
Pag pinagsama-sama talaga tayong
Ayan na.
tatlo, chaos talaga eh,
Oo.
no? Mula sa pre-panel natin hanggang dito sa katapusan. So yun,
Excuse
Gavin,
me?
ilan na tayo? Ilan na tayo ngayon?
16 na winning streak ng players ng NAOS dito. So sa lahat ng nilaruan nila, ang score nila is basta sobrang dami na. At least, di ba, talaga nakita natin dito sa game na to, yung 2-0 na clean sweep nga na ginawa dito ng NAOS Esports. Pero kung napapansin natin, sobrang dikit ng laban dito sa Ascent and dun sa Fracture. Hindi natin masasabi na talaga one-sided to. Grabe yung pinakitang laban ng Action PH.
Totoo yun, no? At syempre, no, actually, we were talking about it na parang baka nga umabot pa ng Game 3. Pero syempre, una parang naging joke siya. But actually watching the series, the entire matches na meron tayo dito, Laika, sobrang lapit ng mga rounds natin to the point na hindi mo alam kung kanino mapupunta yung mapa. And I just wanna say na talagang props para kay NAOS dahil napakalinis. Pag malinis talaga yung round take nila, mapapansin mo na sobrang every corner mache-check nila dito. But a huge props as well for the side of APH dahil nasasagot pa rin nila yung ganun kalinis.
Nasasagot talaga nila dito. Sinasabi ko nga kanina nung nasa backstage pa tayo, na itong si Kevzi, pag nakitang match point na grabe yung step up niya. Sabi niya, ayoko matapos yung series ng ganito-ganito lang. Ayoko matapos tong mapa ng ganun kadali lang. Lalaban ako hanggang kaya pa. Pero dito, Vil, props talaga dito sa NAOS. Kahit anong utility ibato mo sa kanila, kahit stun pa sila, makakakuha si Papi Chulo ng dalawa. Pati na rin si Wits, ganun din.
Dito sa VCT, dito sa buong Pilipinas, NAOS sa pinaka-solid nga na may coaching staff. Kompleto sa rekado sila. If ever titignan mo yung coach, yung mga mental coach, kung sino man talaga. Actually, same goes with Oasis Gaming as well. Pero if ever gonna talk about it sa game number 1 muna, kahit saglit lang, this is the first time na naglabas sila ng fade dito sa split 2 sa Ascent at sa Senior Carl pa yung may gamit nun. So, yung mga ganong klaseng mga compositions talagang might give you that big advantage that you need in order for you to take down your enemy. And as you can see, Wits being the top dog ng ating best of 3 ngayon, unang-una pa lang, maaga pa lang nagpa-pop off na agad siya.
Grabe naman si Wits. Nakita naman natin, no, from even using yung kanyang null command just at the right moment, mapigilan lang yung showstopper o kaya yung mga ultimates ng kalaban. The timing just goes well with the entirety of the whole crew of NAOS Esports, basically. And alam mo, mapapansin mo rin talaga dito for NAOS' side, like, na gaano ka-essential at gaano kalaki yung value dun sa mga thrifty rounds, actually. Especially coming in from NAOS. Especially napakalakas na mga player, for example, like Wits, you have Papi Chulo, na kanina nakita naman natin. And you also have Ja that goes really crazy with the sheriff shots. So, napakalaking value na kukuha nila mula dun sa thrifty rounds.
Yung thrifty nga kanina, akala natin malinis, magiging flawless victory sa side ng APH dun sa Fracture. Pero pinakita ni Papi Chulo, teka lang, naka-sheriff ako. Huwag niyong i-underestimate ang kapangyarihan na itong sheriff. Magaling ka ba mag-sheriff? Anong paborito mo? Ay, ano yan?
Ay, yung idol ko, ito, magaling mag-sheriff. Ito, magaling
Omen ka ba, Bill? Baka ikaw si Omen na nagka-teleport ka bigla.
Yung idol ko yun, magaling mag-sheriff yung Taylor. Pero, syempre, itong mga players nga ng APH and NAOS Esports, years of training, years of practice, matagal sila magkakasama, at dito lang natin nakikita, yung execution nilang sobrang tindi, talagang ready na sila. Hindi lang sa Pilipinas, kundi pang international level na. Kahit nagbabalo lang sila sa Jupiter, dalhin mo sila
Kaya
doon,
pa,
maglalaro
no?
sila doon.
Kahit abot hanggang Mars, kakayanin nila yan, no? Diba? Anong ascension? Mahina lang yun.
Man.
Hindi, yung ibang tao ang pinaglalaban, yung global na trophy. Yung NAOS, pinaglalaban universal.
Universe.
Mag-1v1 sila ni Thanos doon, men.
Saan ba mahilig ang Pinoy? Di ba sa Miss You? Ano pa naman?
Tama. Hindi ka mali. Siyempre, supportada tayo.
Sabi ng viewers natin, miss you more.
Miss you too.
Saktong-sakto. Mamaya may Q&A rin tayo, di ba? Meron tayong version ng Q&A dito sa VCTPH. Abangan natin yan. May interview tayo in just a bit. Tas balita ko, malupit nga daw mag-fade tong i-interview natin. Ito na, kilalanin na natin siya. Ito na, si Senyor Carl.
Senyor. First name. Carl. Second name.
Hello, Senyor Carl. Congratulations. Napakalupit ng performance nyo. Okay, may mga katanungan kami dito. Huwag kang magugulat, ang kasama mo, the panel. Makulit talaga yung mga kasama mo dito. Ako, ang tanong ko lang dito. Ang ganda kasi ng mga meta na pinapakita ng NAOS dito. Tumatanong lang kita, meron ba kayong team na iniidolo pagdating sa paglalaro dito sa sa Valorant, sa VCT?
Sa PH scene po ba or sa kahit anong team?
Hindi, sa lahat, sa buong mundo. Gusto mo
Sa
buong
lahat?
universe pa?
Siguro po yung iniidolo naming team is yung DRX. Marami kaming natutunan doon. And yung nakaka-scrim namin sila, may nakukuha kami sa kanila and may nakukuha din sila sa amin.
Tinalo natin yun no?
Oo, tinalo natin yun. Mas malakas tayo doon, men. Mas malakas tayo. Tinusiro natin
Ay,
yun.
sorry, di kami makaget over kasi pasensya na. Iba pala yun, sa Korea pala yun. Pero anyway, since si Senyor Carl nandito, babaguhin ko pala yung tanong ko mamaya, idadagdag ko na lang yun. Kamusta naman sa NAOS? Kamusta yung pag-fit in mo? Especially, syempre, papunta tayo dun sa padulong part ng season natin and then pumasok ka ngayon sa team and kamusta naman so far yung mo, nakaka-adjust ka ba? May adjustments pa ba? Or okay ka na dyan?
So far po, okay na ako dito. Marami ako natututunan sa mga kakampi ko. Siguro, sobrang tanda na siguro nila kaya marami ako natututunan.
Di ako yun Di ako nagsabi nun Ikaw, Bes, ano masasabi mo?
I mean, dun sa pinakamatanda, hindi naman natin sinasabi na si Ja, sila Wits, tsaka si Papi Chulo
hindi
yun,
namin
diba?
sinasabi yun.
Oo. Tinan mo si Ja, nasa likod lang. Hindi ko alam kung sinong kausap niya. Asa ba si Riley Go? Asa ba si Mr. Riley Go? Ayan, pag tumigil mag-Valorant yan, Riley Stop na talaga pangalan yan. Pero ayun nga, di ba? I mean, Senior Carl, the last time na nagkita tayo doon sa pinakamainit na event nga, di ba? Kitang-kita natin yung the way ka maglaro. Talagang meron ka pang umbrella na nakapalibot sa inyo. Pero, of course, I mean, the fact na, syempre, babaguhin ko rin yung question ko kasi ikaw pala yung i-interviewin. I mean, ano yung mga struggles na talagang nakuha mo or na-experience mo moving from your past team na ngayon NAOS ka na?
Siguro po yung struggles ko nung lumipat ako sa NAOS is ibang-iba po talaga yung work ethic ng NAOS. Like, ibubuhas po talaga nila yung pagmamahal nila sa Valorant, kumbaga.
May nagmamagic sa likuran niya, men! Nakita niyo ba yung magic? Pakita mo ulit. Sabihin mo, bumalik sila. Pakita nila yung magic nila ulit.
Si Ja, pasayawin mo ka sa likod.
Oo nga. Si Ja.
Sayaw daw, Ja!
Big boy nga, Ja. Iyan.
Big boy
diba?
daw, big boy.
Game na game
Diba? Pag damot ang nagsabi, gagawin yan. O, diba? Ay, nako. Magic daw, magic. O,
Si Imix,
NAOS.
pasayawin mo rin.
NAOS. Tapos,
Panis! Ayun, kinaldag ni mo, Jer, mga kaibigan. Matindi ang kaldagan na nangyayari dyan, men.
Kung ako sa mga teams na pupunta sa LAN natin, kabahan na kayo kasi nandun yung damods Live kayong pagtitripan ng mga...
Makulit kayo, ha? O, last na daw si Bilo.
Last question. I mean, Senior Carl, back then, na na kita na nakast na namin ikaw ni Taylor sa stage last year. Pero dito ngayon sa darating na CONQuest, ano ang inaantay nyo? Ano ang pinakaabangan nyo?
Siguro po yung experience na LAN tapos maganda yung PCs. Kasi most LANs dito sa Pinas is not really good, pero hopefully sa CONQuest makikita na namin yung mga PC na komportable kami.
Maganda dito, man. Hindi mo pa pinipindot, nakaputok na. Ganun kabilis yung PC.
Wireless dito lahat. Pati monitor, wireless.
Iniisip mo pa lang, men.
Nangyayari na. AI na sila. Last na para sa akin, para matapos na tong lahat. Baka may shoutout ka. O, yan huli na yon talaga. Alam niyo, huli na yon. Shoutouts nyo, ito na yon.
Shoutout sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa NAOS and sa mga pamilya ko, syempre. And sa friends ko na sumusuporta din. And
Jowa.
shoutout din po kay Sir Jappy and sa sponsors ng NAOS Esports. Ayun na po.
Laba special someone, ganun jowa. Kay baby girl.
Wala.
Nagdalawang nag-isip pa siya eh. No?
Nag-isip pa.
Basta sa mga pamilya niya, shoutout sa kanila.
Oo, mga supporters. Salamat.
Salamat.
Senior Car.
Thank you
Good
po.
luck sa inyong
Bye-bye.
next na
Good night.
battle. Good night.
Good night.
Sleep tight.
Sleep.
Ang kulit kasama netong dalawang to eh. Si Taylor, mala nanay kamusta ka naman dyan? Nagpi-fit in ka naman ng maayos.
Ka ba dyan? Nakakain ka ba?
Nakakain ka ba?
Tapos si Bill, may tanong po ako. Magtapasa naman ako may para sa estudyante.
Kailan ka nakakitang nag-big boy sa VCTPH? Wala pa. Si Japa lang yon.
Oo, si Japa na. Pag nakita mo si Taylor, ay nakakabahan
na kayo.
Hindi, nag-big boy na yung RNT, di ba sa Esports Hallway?
Ay,
May
oo
clip
nga
silang
pala.
ganon. Ang challenge ngayon, kung yung ibang mga teams
Sa
dito
live.
mapapa-big boy
Sa
nila.
CONQuest.
Oo. Ay, exciting yan. Ay, ano yun? Ba't may secret? Abangan, lagot, sabahan na kayo.
Wala akong sinabi. Pero yan, sige.
Okay, wala kang sinabi. Ito, may sasabihin na tayo pag nakita na natin yung updated brackets natin. Kasi syempre, nag-update yan. Alam na natin kung sino ang mapupunta sa ating LAN. Kita na rin natin kung sino yung nasa baba. Will, makikita natin APH versus Zol, tapos GLab versus MVP naman.
Ang marami dito sa lower bracket, syempre, is makakapasok nga rin sa LAN. So, can't wait na mangyari ngayon. Makakasama nila, of course, ang NAOS Esports and Oasis Gaming na nasa upper bracket finals na. And manalo syempre, pupunta nga sa grand finals. Pero syempre, dito ngayon sa lower bracket, mahirap ito kasi nga laglagan portion na.
Oo, totoo. Kumbaga sa amin kasi huling sayaw, di ba? And finally, kasi naman si Bill tumatawa. Seryoso naman kasi ako.
Sorry, seryoso na.
Siyempre, para dito sa mga natitirang teams nga natin, kumbaga, it's the final chance to make it to the top. Alam natin, napag-usapan na natin na this is actually the last bago pumunta tayo sa Ascension hanggang magtuloy-tuloy pa champions. So, ito na yung perfect opportunity really for them. Nothing more, nothing better, kumbaga, para sa season na to, Laika. So, they really have to go through it. It's gonna be painful, but I'm excited to see kung ano yung, gaano kalaki yung improvement sa scene natin.
Uy, agree ako dyan. Kasi nakikita naman natin, meron talagang growth tong mga teams na to. Ang challenge na lang dyan is, mas malaki ba yung growth mo or mas mabilis ba yung pag-adjust ng team nyo throughout the days, mga tournament days natin, versus sa mga nakakalaban mo. Tapos, lalo na yan, if alam mo na experience yung team, for example, etong APH, diba, kailangan talaga ready ka. Yung mindset mo nandyan, yung strats nyo na pag-aralan ng mabuti, at syempre, yung execution, hindi mawawala dyan. So, huwag kayong kakabahan, guys. Kaya yan, makikita-kita pa tayo sa CONQuest. Pero dahil nga nasabi ko yan, ibig sabihin, oras na para magpasalamat sa ating mga sponsors. So, maraming salamat sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines, syempre, para sa pag-organize netong VCTPH 2.
Ayan. At syempre kay Laika, na tinuruan akong mag-thank you. Thank you nga pala sa Grab. Syempre para sa ating Grab Unlimited, ace your game with your favorite go-to meals and enjoy 30% nga ng mga discounts natin on selected Grab food merchants when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Free yan sa inyong first month, kaya silipin nyo na.
Free?
Oo.
Talaga? Libreng-libre. Pero syempre, Teshekula, thank you nga pala sa Games and Amusement Board kasi officially sanctioned tayo by them. Hello.
Hello po. Wag nyo rin kakalimutan, kanina pa namin hina-hype up at nagkaalaman na kung sino yung unang dalawang teams na makakasama natin sa ating LAN tournament. So dahil dyan, punta kayo, kita-kita tayo sa CONQuest Festival kung saan for the first time magkakaroon tayo ng VCT LAN tournament dito sa Pilipinas. So wag niyong palalampasin yan. Pumunta na kayo sa www.conquestph.com para ma-secure nyo yung tickets nyo. At kung sakali naman, may pag-giveaway rin tayo dito. I-check nyo na yung pinned comment natin that is powered by Grab Unlimited kung saan pwede kang manalo ng ticket sa CONQuest para sa'yo, pati sa kaduo mo. So ano pang inaantay nyo, di ba?
Grabe naman pala, no? Grabe ang bait ni VCT, no? VALORANT Esports Philippines. Ang dami pinamimigay. Big shoutouts nga pala naman nanonood sa Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And shoutout nga pala sa inyo. And yun nga, kita-kits tayo sa mga susunod pang araw. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. And share. And click the notification bell.
Ang hirap nung tatlo yung host. kanya-kanya.
Total, ganyan talaga tayo. Sanay na tayong tatlo
Sa
sa setup na yun eh. Actually, last day ko ngayon. Last day, kung sino
Oh,
man niya
last
na
day
maalam.
ngayon!
Ako naman yung mamamaalam.
Sino mamali sa'yo?
Malungkot tuloy yung nasa likod ko.
Parang nakangiti eh. Hindi naman malungkot.
Malungkot
Ayun,
yan.
malungkot. Deep inside.
Malungkot
Pero
ba?
ayun, ako rin gusto ko rin magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga nanonood, sumusuporta dito sa VCTPH. Di pa naman ito yung huli. Makikita nyo pa ako sa
Sige
susunod.
na.
Bakit? Baka may mga parting words kayo sa akin for today para naman ma-feel ko na
Ingat ka,
alagang
Bes, ha? Alam namin na nakaahon ka na sa hirap, pero wag mo sana kami kalimutan pag nasa Europe ka na.
Laika, maraming salamat sa lahat. Sana huwag mong kalimutan na sa bawat paglakad mo, may damods na sumusunod sa'yo.
Nakakatakot din pakinggan na. Pero sige, tatanggapin ko. Total, omen naman si Bill. Sana magkita rin tayo sa Europe. Diba? Malay mo, EMEA is waving.
Oo nga, malay mo. Kita-kits.
Yan na guys. Maraming salamat muli mula kay Likeable, kay Terror, and of course kay Bill, otherwise known as The Panel. Kita-kits ulit bukas for more VCTPH Split 2 action. Thank you and good night.
The door is open for these new teams coming into the league to really make an impact.
And it works! Oh! He will make it happen! Fossey, the only one left! Back. And they go light! Swinging out and over. Aspas got the flag on the flag, I'll never know. And how on earth does Alpha get that?
VCT Ascension Pacific.
We'll see you in Bangkok, Thailand.
Look at this.
This is going to be so fun.